Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku became the hero of Drageria ruled by the Dark God. Here is short summary. Izuku has had enough. He had the worst day and now ran away from home with everyone against him. But late one night a voice calls out with a chance to start over in a new country, a country he never heard of. Drageria rules by the Dark God and his 6 children. Izuku will make a new life, a new start, and gain all he desired before with his new start. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. People of Japan, hear me. I am Tachibana, the Dark God, and I come to you with a message. Rather, I come to you with an offer. To all of those who feel useless, downtrodden, rejected, hated, or ostracized by your current standing society, I extend an olive branch of peace to you in your time of need. If you feel as though your current life is all for naught here in Japan, then I ask you to join me in my country. The country of Drageria. I ask that you come of your own free will and not by any sort of force. Take only what you need and leave all else behind. In time you will regain what you have left and more in Drageria. Come and start a new life, one free of judgment and pressure if that is what you seek. Go to your nearest docking system and go to any boat captain and whisper the word Evoluian, and they will take you to Drageria with no charge or payment. I hope to see you there. Quote, it was the middle of the night and Izuku Midoriya heard a strange voice booming to him and echoing through the air. It sounded like the voice would come from outside with such gusto, but even as he threw open the window it still sounded no different. Almost as if someone was speaking through his mind. Izuku wasn't sure he was still awake, but he knew the strange voice was all too real. Several of his neighbors were also awake, their lights turning on in a frenzy at the sound of the voice. Some of which went outside to explore. But as this was going on, Izuku recounted what the strange voice said to him. Its offer. Was it real? It couldn't be, there was no way something like that existed. It had to be a trap. No one in their right mind could ever believe in something so unreal. Then Izuku remembered. He remembered what had happened not too long ago. It was only just the previous day that it happened. The worst day of his life, the one that almost caused him to snap, but instead run away. The day had started on its trail of horror on his way to school, with bystanders and people who knew him giving him sideways glances of disgust or pity for being one of the few people in the world classified as quirkless. His class had gone no different than any other day, with students and teachers all whispering about him or snickering about him behind his back, and things hadn't been crazy after that, which was a relief for him. Then things only went downhill from there, as his previous best friend Bakugo told him to kill himself if he wanted to be a hero so badly and hoped to get a quirk, destroyed his notebook, and decked him with his quirk in the stomach. Things got no better on his way home when he was attacked by a slime thing that got within speaking distance of killing him. Luckily he was saved by All Might, who gave him his autograph and bounced away. But Izuku held onto him and wanted to ask an important question. A decision that he not only would come to regret but hate himself for. When he asked if he could be a hero, despite being quirkless, All Might simply turned away from him and told him no and to lose his unreal dream. When All Might vanished he left Izuku on that rooftop with the most shell-shocked expression anyone could muster. Then things got even worse once he made his way back to the streets and was met with the sight of Bakugo being held hostage by the same slime thing. Feeling responsible he ran out to try and save him, and almost managed to do so. But the angry expression and list of slanders that were thrown at him made him halt, and the slime thing took advantage, nearly suffocating both boys, only for All Might to save them with one blow. When they were free, the first thing Bakugo did was try and attack him for saving him, leaving a black mark on his right eye. When the heroes peeled them apart, instead of being helped by the other heroes present, he was instead treated like a criminal. Being questioned, harassed, and treated roughly for no reason. He tried to look to All Might for help, trying to get the man to call them off, but he did nothing. Without even facing the boy, he told him off, albeit in a much kinder way, for trying to get involved in hero work while not having a quirk on top of things. Izuku was devastated at his words and felt himself tear up. Only to hear the hero, roughly holding his wrist, harass him for his involvement with no quirk and very loudly. Which only got the crowd of people's attention and caused them to snicker or make demeaning side comments at him, some even laughing at him. Izuku was crushed beyond repair and pulled against the hero, begging him to let him go. To get away from the humiliation, the sadness, to just get away. But the hero wouldn't let go, only putting more and more pressure till he nearly crushed the boy's hand, who was now just screaming in pain. The heroes had gotten annoyed with this and smacked Izuku hard across the face, leaving a red welt and freeing him from their vice grip. Izuku tumbled to the ground and tried to scamper away as the hero approached him while, no doubt continuing with his beating, but fortunately he was held back by other heroes. Izuku scampered to his feet and grabbed the first thing he could from his shredded mess of a backpack before running off with haste, pushing through the crowds of jostling and laughing people as he ran for dear life. He ran and ran and ran and ran until he finally made it to his front door where he collapsed in a dry heaving mess. He wanted to lay there and cry, but he couldn't, not now. There was only one person who could console him in his most desperate hour of need, and she was just on the other side of this door. Luckily he still had his house key, apart from everything else he lost, and unlocked the door. He stepped in and took off his shoes while placing his keys in the dish by the door and weakly let out his arrival. No doubt his mom would ask him what happened to him, all teary-eyed, but now it was the time to tell her the truth. The truth of what had been happening to him outside the house. He knew his mom would cry, but then she would do everything to help him. No doubt they'd have to move and start over because of everything that has happened to him, which Izuku would be grateful for, but it'd be worth it in the end. When he walked into the kitchen, his mom immediately saw his state of being and was shocked unsurprisingly. He couldn't hold it in any longer and told her about everything. He must have stood there for an hour telling her all the things he had been holding back and nearly on the verge of tears every time. When he finally finished, breathless and very relieved, he half expected his mom to throw herself into him, cry, hug, and kiss him then tell him everything would be fine now, but she didn't. Instead, she just stared at him for several seconds before dropping her head and looking off to the side. This sent a ping of fear through his spine as he anticipated waiting for her to say something. After a long and anxious wait, she finally spoke, and the words she said broke the final straw. She told him that he would just have to deal with all that he's been through. This is what his life would look like from now on. He would just have to accept it and move on while keeping quiet. But he couldn't. He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't stay quiet, and most of all he couldn't live like this anymore. Especially since there was nothing left to live for. Every opportunity he had was now gone. He would be less than nothing. Tears rolled down Izuku's swollen face as he looked at the woman who he thought of as his mother, now an unrecognizable stranger. He took a step away from her, then another. His shoulders jumped and his breath hitched, and then he turned on his heels and ran out the front door and into the city. Even if his mother did try and call out to him or stop him, he couldn't hear her and she couldn't keep up. Izuku didn't know what to do, but the only thing he could think of was to run. And run he did. He ran and ran and ran and ran until he nearly collapsed. The only thing propelling him through the city was his fears, sadness, and thoughts. He couldn't go back to school, he couldn't face his classmates or Bakugo, he couldn't follow his dream, he couldn't go into town, he couldn't even go home. He had no one in this world, and no one wanted him. He was alone, and so he only ran until he felt like he was far away from everything that nailed him. But even as he laid on the ground dry heaving once again, it still didn't feel far enough. He laid on the cold concrete and cried. He cried and cried and cried until he had no more tears to shed. He finally sat up and saw that in his hasty escape from his home, he had nothing with him. Just his school uniform, and his notebook that he still clung onto. He had no phone, no money, not even any shoes, just nothing. He opened his half-destroyed notebook and almost cried again as the pages stuck and ripped apart. Several of the pages had been destroyed from ripping, more had been burned to a crisp, while most of the words were just waterlogged, making nothing readable. As he flipped through the pages he found only one that was intact. The autograph from All Might. Tears emerged again as he saw the man's name, a teasing reminder of his failure and nothing more. With anger and sadness as his guide, he ripped out the one good piece of paper and then angrily tore it to shreds while screaming until it couldn't be torn anymore. He threw the paper shreds into the wind where they scattered all over. When Izuku finally looked at his surroundings, he saw that he was in the lower parts of the city and right by an abandoned motel with a lot of homeless camping not too far. At least he could sleep here until he thought of something to do. Luckily the doors were not locked and he went right into one of the rooms where he found what could have been the nicest and cleanest bed. He flopped down on it not caring about dirt, germs, or bugs, and drifted off to sleep. Or he did for about an hour until he heard the mysterious voice call out to him through the air, his room, and his head. Izuku looked up into the sky where the voice was, or where he thought it was, and thought about it. It sounded unreal, but then again, when was anything he said, done, or existed forever seems real to others? And from the looks of his homeless neighbors, it seems like they too were taking up the offer. Packing what little they had and marched off to the docks. Izuku knew that if this was real, then it was his only chance. And so he took it. With the notebook still in his hands, he climbed out the window and joined the other homeless folk to the docks. They all walked into the inner city where they somehow met up with an even larger group of people that all looked like they were headed toward the docks as well. He could figure that much out due to the fact they all were packing lightly and headed in the same direction. While taking a small detour down an alleyway, his leg suddenly collides with something. He fell straight onto his face and after picking himself up, he saw that he landed on the things that hit him. Much to his surprise, he saw a young girl, no older than 8, with long white hair, red eyes, and a small horn growing out from the right side of her forehead. She wore an old-looking white shirt with holes and stains on it, alongside the fact she was covered in scars. Izuku felt his heart bleed out from the girl, who looked desperate and terrified. He reached out a hand, but the girl scurried back from him. Izuku retrieved his hand and said through the welt on his face, "It's okay. I won't hurt you. Are you lost?" The girl's eyes began to water and before he knew it, she fell into his chest and wept bitterly into him while sobbing, "Please help me. He's coming. He'll find me soon." Izuku was more than confused, but asked back, "Who's coming?" The girl sniffed back and managed to squeak out, "The bad man with the bird mask." Bad man, bird mask? Izuku questioned to himself. He then asked her, "Where are your parents?" The girl said nothing in return. "Do you have parents?" This time she shook her head no. Izuku knew that he couldn't just leave her or take her to the authorities. He had one chance to escape this hell, and it looked like he was taking this girl with him. Izuku sighed and scooped the girl into his arms while joining the crowds of people once again. "Don't worry, I'll take you with me," he said kindly to the girl, who looked up at him with watery eyes. "Where are we going?" she asked him innocently. "Somewhere far away. Somewhere no one can hurt us. Somewhere the bad man with the bird mask can't find you," he told her reassuringly while trying to smile. The small girl looked up at him in wonder and asked, "Really? Really?" He told her. He then remembered something and asked her, "By the way, what's your name?" "Eri." Eri replied in a relaxed tone while snuggling into his shoulder. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Eri," he told her while petting her head. Meanwhile in the same dark alleyway a few minutes later, two figures stood in the darkness looking for something but ended up coming up with nothing. They both took notice of the large crowd of people moving in the same direction and looked on from their hiding spot trying to spot someone in the crowds. When that was fruitless, the first person, who was dressed like a plague doctor, turned to his associate and prompted him with a question. "Do you think we should join the crowd and follow them, boss?" "No doubt she hid in there," the plague doctor asked him while attempting to move with the crowd. However, he was stopped by the other man, who wore a large fur-collared parka and large beak-like mask. He put his hand out and said with a cool and sinister tone, "No doubt indeed, but there's no need." The plague doctor gave a confused noise and asked further, "What? Why, she's super important to our cause." Losing her would be a huge hit for us, Boss Chisaki. The man, Chisaki, adjusted his glove and replied with a calm tone that hid an angry ping. Yes, but let's not forget we are to keep as low a profile as possible. Our mission, although important, cannot be compromised. We'll find her again, given time. But for now, we can continue with the samples we have. How is progress? We're in the testing stages right now and have yielded very little fruit. The plague doctor replied, a bit nervous. Chiaki gave an annoyed growl before saying in a controlled tone, no matter. All progress is good progress. Make sure to use the resources properly or we'll have to do something drastic regarding that girl's location. Yes, sir. The plague doctor said nervously. Back with Izuku, he had been walking with a large crowd of people with a sleeping area in one arm and a notebook in the other for over 20 minutes. And in that time he had finally made it to the docks where a large cargo ship, void of any cargo boxes, was sitting in port. Almost like it was waiting for them, alongside several smaller vessels. The main body of the crowd was boarding the cargo ship, and Izuku decided that would be the best place to go. As he walked up the ramp in a single file line with the rest of the people, he saw that every person that came onto the ship was greeted by the captain and the crew who looked strange. Not different strange, just weird strange. Their eyes seemed glossed over and body limp. Almost as if they were hypnotized. Every time a person passed by they would say that magic word they were instructed to say when finding a vessel to cross the ocean. When it finally came to Izuku, the captain looked at him, as if expecting something, then remembered the word he needed and clearing his throat he whispered to the captain, Evoluian. The captain tipped his hat and Izuku came on board. After almost a full hour of people boarding the ship, it was quite literally packed to the gills with most people having to stand just from how little room there was. Izuku managed to sit amongst the crowds and after another hour of waiting, the ship blew its foghorns and finally departed from the shore. Unfortunately, the noise woke poor Eri into a fearful frenzy. Izuku managed to soothe her and get her to calm down enough until she fell asleep again, much to Izuku's envy. He wished he could be sleeping right now. And according to the many tired faces of the other passengers, they were all wishing the same thing as well. But Izuku stood strong and held Eri far into the night and up until it was morning. When morning's first light came up, so did Eri. They looked around somewhat confused and scared. When she looked at Izuku with fright, he knew she must only remember very little from the night before. So he reassured her everything was fine and told her about the night before. Eri relaxed and then said to him in a whine, I'm thirsty, Izuku. Izuku sighed and replied while looking up at the sky, so am I, Eri. The morning turned into the middle of the afternoon with the sun now beating down on them, and people were starting to get rightfully antsy. Even Izuku was starting to get a bit stir-crazy from lack of food, water, space, and sleep. But after another hour of waiting and some people starting to lose it or thinking it was some kind of ruse, the foghorns blared and one person on the ship shouted, Land ho! Everyone looked in the direction of the bow of the ship and saw that the person was right, much to everyone's instant relief. A few miles away was an island that poked out from the horizon. Everyone on board cheered at the sight and even Izuku couldn't hold in his excitement. It took another 2 hours to get to the island and dock safely. Then another hour to make sure the ships were properly in place and unload everyone one by one. Finally onshore, Izuku couldn't help but gawk and marvel at everything. The whole place was just so beautiful. From the top of the ship's deck, Izuku could see that the island was covered in greenery, with huge cascades of forests on both sides and a huge mountain in the center or what he thought was the center. In addition, it looked as though a castle was built into the mountain, making use of its natural shape. There was even a huge staircase that ran on 3 sides of the front. On land, there was so much to see it was honestly overwhelming at first. Their docking system was huge and stuck far out from the actual shoreline. With docks that could take small ships to the huge cargo ship Izuku arrived on. In addition, several houses were built onto the dock, like a mini village on the water. There were homes, open stalls for business, and outdoor entertainment. All the people looked so much different from the ones he's seen in Japan. Not only because of their quirks, but they all seemed to come from different parts of the world. They all wore ornate clothing that looked to be handmade and not from some bland big-name company. In addition, they all seemed generally happy, unlike the many unhappy or stressed faces of individuals that he saw walking down the streets or talking on phones. Everyone here just seems to be less stressed and tense and gives an aura of kindness. Izuku never had felt so at peace, even when no one looked at him like they did back home. Some seemed nervous around him, but then again he did look like crap and he just got off a boat with several dozen other people that were obstructing much of what was going on. But most just smiled or waved at him if he looked their way. They didn't whisper or give sour expressions. There was no judgment or pity behind their eyes, which was a complete shell shock for him to see and express. Though it made him feel good at the same time. As he was admiring the scene of the docking living, he heard a voice call from the air. "Excuse me, can I have everyone's attention?" Everyone looked up and saw a woman with bat wings for arms flying above them. "For all those of you who just came from Japan, will you please follow me so we can take an accounting of you?" The women then flew off further into the island and everyone followed after the flying women. After a time of following, Izuku took notice of the village further on the island itself. The houses were built very old-fashioned and simple, with long rectangular bodies made from deep brown wood and white trim. The roofs had very gentle slopes with metal singes and were built up in 3 stories. Each story seems to be its own home for 3 different families living there, much like an apartment. Some of the homes were single-floor houses, and many more were under construction. In addition, there were storefronts and other places of business and entertainment. Fresh food, flowers, and spices all invaded his senses, while Eri seemed to be turned off by the overstimulated smells. Laughter, chatter, and music hit his ears with a sense of joy and not a high-energy cluster like the city. The streets were made from beautiful slabs of marble with a fountain at the center, and street lights that appeared to be powered by electricity. The whole place, even though it looked like a medieval fantasy village, seemed to have many modern amenities like electricity, running water, and proper waste disposal. Which was a huge relief for Izuku. After following the crowds, they finally made it to a huge white tent that spanned for hundreds of literal yards in all directions. But even then, once he got inside he saw it was still so crowded. Huge groups of people all over and 2 huge lines that stretched out to a single table with 2 people recording info on them. Chairs all around with people either sitting or trying to find a seat. After what felt like hours of waiting, Izuku finally made it to the front where he saw 2 people writing in large books. He walked up to the one on the right, which was the same bat woman from before, and asked, "Name?" "Izuku Midoriya." Izuku replied without stuttering. "Age?" 15. "Status?" "I what?" Izuku asked, confused. "What were you before you came here?" "Working, married, homeless, etc." She clarified. Student." Izuku responded as she wrote it down while turning a page. "And who's this?" she asked while motioning to Eri. "This is Eric, she's 8, and not in school," Izuku told her. The woman wrote it all down before asking, "Oh, before I forget, what's your quirk?" This made Izuku shudder violently. He hadn't been here for more than 5 minutes and he was already going to be ostracized yet again. The woman saw his reaction and told him, "If it's personal I understand, but we need to take account of it in case there's a job you want that'll be best suited to your advantage. Even if it's something ridiculous." Izuku knew that made sense. They needed to know the basics of what they could and couldn't do. The ones most suited for a specific job would excel in it. And the fact that this country looked like it was still in development meant that they needed to take full advantage of what they had. Izuku swallowed a painful gulp and then whimpered out, "I'm quirkless," then closed his eyes for the imminent berating to come next. There was hard silence for a few seconds before the woman suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, really?" He popped open his eyes and looked at her smiling face with confusion. "That's super cool. I should introduce you to my friend and his kids. They are also quirks." Izuku continues to look at the woman in shock as she continues. "I didn't think we would get any more. I half expected all quirkless people to either be dead or old. You must have an interesting perspective of the world without a quirk. I kind of wish I had that pleasure and not have to look like a gross bat," she said while moving to her many bat-like features. Izuku was flabbergasted and couldn't bring himself to speak. All he felt was a rush of different emotions all at once: shock, confusion, happiness, and anger. The anger part was mostly for saying that she wanted his perspective. But he couldn't completely fault her since she didn't know him or what he had been through. She then looked to Eri and asked, "And what's your quirk?" Eri hesitated for a minute and finally piped up and replied, "Rewind." "And what does it do?" Eri just stayed silent. "Maybe we'll find out another time," she said awkwardly. She wrote something down and then asked, "Now then, do you two have any parents with you?" Izuku fidgeted anxiously in his socks as he replied, "No. We're here by ourselves." "Oh, poor things. Another set of orphans. Go ahead and move to the small group of other children you see on the left," she told them while pointing in the direction of a group of children of varying ages. Izuku, after thanking the woman, walked over to the group and took a seat with Eri in his lap. He looked around at all the people there with him and they all appeared to be as emotionally and physically drained as he felt. They all looked miserable, but also relieved. When one of them tried to make eye contact, he immediately darted his eyes away. Not at all feeling social. When he could finally feel his legs again, he heard a new voice call out, "Attention everyone. We have drinks and snacks for you after your travels. Please come up and take what you need, there's plenty for everyone." Eri looked up at Izuku and said, "I'm thirsty, Izuku." Izuku chuckles and says, "So am I. Come on, let's get something." Izuku picked Eri back into his arms and walked over to the now overcrowded long table with people getting provisions. After a long while of waiting, Izuku finally managed to get 4 bottles of colored water and 2 paper lunch bags. He went back to his seat, sat down with Eren on his lap, and opened the first bottle, and handed it to Eri, who eagerly drank it. Izuku opened another bottle for himself and drank it down with equal gusto. He licked his lips at the sweet and cold taste. It was just normal water but sweetened with fruit and honey. Eri also voiced her pleasure for the drink and asked for another. Izuku opened the third bottle and handed it to her. After Eri was drinking, he opened one of the paper bags and examined its contents. Inside the bag was a fruit, some bagged berries, a trail mix protein bar, and a small sandwich composed of cheese, lettuce, tomato, and some kind of meat. At this point, Eri had downed her drink happily and was now browsing the bag. Izuku took out the berries and gave them to Eri, who picked at them one by one. Izuku took the other fruit, which was a pear, and ate it. After both were done, Izuku took the trail mix bar and sandwich and broke both in half. The two of them then ate their food constantly. After they finished, Izuku went to grab the last drink and paper bag to share, but he stopped when he saw a shadow over him. He looked up and saw another of the children in the group standing over him with a deadpan but sour expression. He was a bit taller than Izuku but nearly as scrawny as him. He had shaggy purple hair that stuck out on all sides and deep dark bags under his purple eyes. Izuku didn't say it aloud, but this guy looked like the embodiment of sleep deprivation. He was about to say something to the other teen when he spoke up first and asked, "What you got there?" Izuku was confused for a moment, but then replied, "A rations bag." "It has." Izuku immediately froze up mid-sentence and lost all control of his body. He was still very aware, but the connection to his body seemed to be put on autopilot. He was somewhat freaked out and wondered what happened. His eyes, being the only thing he could move, looked at the teen and put together that he must have some kind of quirk that was doing this. But the real question was, why was he doing this? What did he have to gain from Izuku? The teen gave a sideways smile and answered his question as he told him, "Given your foodstuff." Without, his body started to move on its own. He leaned down and picked up the bottle and bag, then prepared to hand it over to him. Much to his dismay, even Eri could see something was wrong with Izuku and his blank expression. She was scared at first, trying to get Izuku's attention by calling his name. But the more he didn't respond, the louder and more bold she got until she lightly slapped his face. With this new sensation, Izuku was suddenly snapped back to self-control. He shook himself and dropped the bag and drink before the guy could snag it. Just as he was about to ask what happened, another person stood between him and the purple guy who was trying to pull a fast one for the food on the ground. The guy standing between him in his defense was another teen around his age with sharp teeth, red eyes, and hair that looked like it was being dyed from black to red. He nearly growled at the purple boy and exclaimed, "What the heck, man? Using your quirk to steal food from some guy and his little sister. Super unmanly. Don't you have any shame?" The purple kid clicked his tongue and said, "Buzz off. This doesn't concern you." The sharp-toothed boy was about to respond, but Izuku stopped him, saying, "No. Don't respond or he'll control you." The sharp-toothed boy looked back at him and after a confused moment, he nodded silently while glaring the purple boy down. The two of them were on a near Western-style standoff until another voice induced and added her 2 cents. "I can't help but find it rather abhorrent to see someone as old and seemingly mature as you go so far as to misuse their quirk for personal gain. Especially in the form of theft from two innocents when the said object of your desire is quite literally being given out for free," said the new female who walked into the standoff, making it a triangle. She was tall, very tall, taller than either of the boys. Her hair was black, long, and brought up into a ponytail with onyx-colored eyes. She was also very developed in some particular areas. Although she appeared, presented, and acted mature, Izuku could tell she was no older than the rest of them. "Oh great, another. Get lost girly." The purple boy scoffed in a bored tone, only to get a humph in return. "Hey, what's your problem anyway? You heard the girl and the person from before, those food bags are for free. So why even bother stealing?" the sharp-toothed guy asked incredulously. The purple guy aggravatedly clicked his tongue and said while looking away, "TCH. You wouldn't understand." He then balled his fists and yelled at them, "None of you would." At this point, a small crowd had gathered at all the commotion, and even some Dragerian guards began to inch closer. The purple teen saw them and yelled at the crowd, "What are you all looking at?" The crowd jumped back and the guards pressed forward to stop any conflict. The purple teen whipped his head back to Izuku, the sharp-toothed guy, and the girl, and half yelled, "You don't know what it's like to be me. You could never imagine. And why should he get to take more than one?" The sharp-toothed guy narrows his eyes at him, like it was obvious, and says back rhetorically, "He has a little sister, dude. She needs to eat too. And the lady before said they're more than enough. They just keep bringing out more. You didn't think that they would simply refuse service to you specifically, did you?" The tall girl asks the purple guy with some concern in her tone, making the sharp-toothed boy raise a concerned eyebrow in her direction. "They would if they knew about me. Everyone would hate me if they knew," the purple guy replied vaguely, leading to more concern on both their faces. "Knew about what? Nobody knows anything about anyone here," Izuku finally piped up, while standing from his seat with Eri in his arms. The purple guy snapped at him and yelled, "My quirk, damn it. If people knew about the nature of my quirk, they'd all reject me and I'd be back to where I was before I came to this place. God, this was a mistake." He immediately shrunk down and deflated while wiping his hands over his face. At this point, Izuku really couldn't be mad at him. Just the other day he was this guy. Far less angry, but still. He's been through a lot and it's making it harder for him to move on or change from what he considered normal. And the way things were looking, it may just go that way for him if someone didn't try to step up and change that. But no one made a move to do so. Instead, he decided to change that. So he picked up the drink and bag, walked past the sharp-toothed boy, and held out the items for the purple guy while saying, "Here." The purple guy looked up from his hands and saw the gesture. He didn't grab it immediately and just looked at it, then to Izuku as he asked, "Wha? I know what that's like. To be hated, ostracized, ignored, singled out, never given a chance. All because of something you can't control. I know full well what that's like," Izuku said while sadly looking at the ground before continuing, "But that's why we're all here, isn't it? For a fresh start and maybe even a second chance for some of us. Why continue to stay in the past when the future is now?" Izuku said to him with a smile. "So manly," the sharp-toothed boy said while he clenched his fists and she's a tear. You'd still give this to me, even after we all get angry, and we all make mistakes. The trick is just not to repeat them. We all deserve a second chance no matter what, Izuku told him reassuringly. And besides, I can just do some more. I just have to stand in line for an hour holding an 8-year-old child in my arms, he followed up with a sarcastic joke. Even the purple-haired guy couldn't help but smirk at the joke while taking the food. Thank you, he finally said in a small voice. Seeing the scene to escalate so quickly, the guards backed off and returned to their posts. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku introduced himself while holding out his hand. After a brief hesitation, the purple boy finally introduced himself. Hitoshi Shinso. Sorry about that, I'm not used to kindness, he apologized. Join the club. Izuku sassed back. And this is Eri. He introduced Eri. Shinso could only muster a creepy smile and small wave in return. Only to have Eri hide her face in his shoulder, much to Shinso's dismay. Well, you can't blame her. You didn't exactly make a good first impression, the sharp-toothed boy pointed out. If you're gonna continue to butt into this conversation, then at least introduce yourself, Shinso sassed him back. Yeah, I guess you're right. The name's Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima introduced himself after awkwardly rubbing his head. Shinso then looked over to the tall girl and said to her, Hey girlie. If you're gonna stand here too, then you might as well join in on the introduction sequence. The girl made another humph sound and stated firmly, My name isn't girlie, it's Momo Yaoyorozu. She then made a face like she hadn't meant to say that. The wheels turned in Kirishima's head and he finally blurted out, Wait, Yaoyorozu. As in, Yaoyorozu Industries. The biggest name in a half of Japan. Momo then slapped both hands over his mouth and said in a small voice, Yes, yes. But please don't bring attention to it. Why are you here of all places? You're filthy stinking rich, Izuku asked. Momo shuffled uncomfortably where she stood as she explained, It's not that simple. All my life has been like one big upstanding business model. There's a time and date for everything, leaving no room for last-minute anything. Always preen and proper, act a certain way, eat a certain way, dress a certain way, speak a certain way. It always felt so, she trailed off. Hollow, shallow, not the real deal, Shinso listed off several things. Momo nods and replies, Yes. All of that. It felt smothering, she said with a sad and uncomfortable tone while fidgeting. She then took a deep breath as she explained, But the real reason I decided to abandon everything I had was due to my dream. Dream? Izuku repeated. Momo looked up at the sky longingly, which was just the tent, and explained, Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed of being a hero. But my parents wanted nothing of it. They wanted me to take up the family business and, she trailed off again. And, Shinso prompted her. And, they wanted my quirk. She finally spat out, making the boy's eyes widen. They wanted to see what happens in my body to make it work. Then they wanted to transfer it to a machine that could do the same. She looked at the ground with a deep depression over her. Not to be rude, but what is your quirk? Izuku asked, trying not to get excited. Momo fidgeted again and replied, It's called creation. It allows me to take fat cells from my body and change their atomic structure to create inorganic items. She then demonstrated by creating a pencil that came from a multicolored light on her hand. Izuku could hold it back as he excitedly exclaimed, That's incredible. You would have made an awesome hero. He then stopped his excitement as he realized and followed up asking, But, why'd you stop? Momo sighs sadly and explained, Because when I took an interest, I'd always be turned down or yelled at. Even when I tried on my own, they'd do everything to sabotage any chance I had. I just felt trapped. Then that dark god guy's voice invaded your head and you left. Shinso wrapped it all up, with Momo giving a nod. Kirishima sighs while rubbing the back of his hair and says, Boy, I sure do know a thing or two about being told things I can't do. So what is your sob story not so red? Shinso asks with a snarky tone. Kirishima laughed dryly as he said, Funny thing, it does stem from this. He motioned to his half-dyed hair. He then twisted his fingers nervously as he explained further, I was made fun of a lot for my hair, my looks, and personality. My quirk played a big part in it. Everyone always told me, including my parents, that I'd never been a hero with the quirk I had. I'd just be one of the eternal sidekicks if I was lucky. Not even recognizable because of it. I tried to change, but my parents stopped me midway through dyeing my hair, sent me to school, and everyone saw what I tried to do and laughed, even the teachers. He said the last sentence with a deep sadness. My quirk is not so flashy. It was also hard for me to control, which is where I got these scars. He finished while pointing to his scars. What's your quirk? Shinso blurted out. Kirishima then held out his arm and it turned into a rocky surface, then explained, hardening. It just lets me turn my body into a stone-like surface. What a quirk, purple, since you haven't gone. Shinso rolled his eyes at the failed attempt to tease him and replied, it's Shinso, and brainwashing. All the teens looked at one another in confusion, then back to Shinso, where Momo said what they were all thinking, that's the worst name possible for a quirk. You're telling me? Shinso said while rolling his eyes and grinding his teeth. Kirishima then turned to Izuku and asked with a somewhat cheerful tone, so what is your story, Midoriya? How do you and your sister get to be like this? He motioned to Eri and Izuku's state of being. Between his wet, tattered, burnt uniform, visible facial injuries, and lack of shoes, he didn't look like a pristine picture. Then there was Eri, whose hair was long and unkempt, her eyes dark and red, her only seeming form of clothing being a long white shirt, and the multiple scars all over her body that even Izuku didn't notice at first. Izuku moved uncomfortably in the spot he stood and eventually replied, I'd rather not say. There was silence for a few seconds until Kirishima said, hey bro, that cool. You don't have to feel like you should tell us. Momo nods in agreement and says, we are practically strangers to one another. I'm not even sure why we all just shared our backstories so easily. Shinso clicks his tongue in a non-aggravated way and says while rubbing his head, I guess it's just nice to have someone who listens and doesn't berate or judge you. All three of the teens nodded with his statement, and from there on the four of them felt the spark of a friendship blooming. However, things did not say so peacefully as Eri audibly gasped loud and sharp. All eyes were on her as she violently trembled in Izuku's arms, holding on to him for dear life. Eri, what's wrong? Izuku immediately takes notice as Eri's eyes are glued to one place. It's him, she squeaks out in a trembling tone. Who? Momo asks, petting the girl's head to calm her. The bad man with the bird mask, he's here, she nearly yells while hiding her face in Izuku's shoulders. Izuku quickly whipped his eyes around trying to look for the bird mask man and immediately saw a tall man standing in the census line. He looked rather unremarkable apart from the prominent bird beak he had for a mouth. Izuku was confused for a moment and began to ask Eri while still looking around, where? You don't mean that. Before he got to finish, Eri cut in and begged him on the verge of tears, don't let him take me, Izuku. Don't let him. I don't wanna go back. I don't. Then she froze mid-sentence and panicked. Izuku and the other three teens were severely unnerved by this, and Izuku gently tried to ask her, Eri. Ah. Eri suddenly let out a scream like a murderer victim. Izuku was so shocked by this that he didn't even register Eri freeing herself from his arms and falling to the ground. Eri! Izuku yelled in panic while trying to grab her again. But Eri ran away from him as she screamed, no. Don't touch me. My curse. My curse is back. Ah. Eri then kicked her head into an unused chair and the item suddenly turned into a pile of different-sized logs. Everyone who said this gasped and tried to move away from her as she just sat there screaming and crying. Eri was the only thing Izuku could manage to see when everything happened. His breath waxed fast and sweat was running down him as his mind raced. He didn't know what to do. He felt useless, so he did the only thing he could in that situation and yelled, help. Someone, please help. Something is wrong with her. She needs help. Anyone. But no one made a move. Even his new acquaintances were keeping their distance but looking like they were trying to find a way to help. Izuku looked around beggingly for someone's aid. But the guards were trying to move the people away who were trying to move close, and once were close enough were trying to back away. Izuku felt like he was not only useless but helpless and stupid as he watched the poor girl sit on the ground screaming and crying as a red glow emitted from the full-grown horn on her head. Izuku almost started crying there, feeling as though he could do nothing else until a loud and forceful voice cut through. "Everyone clear a path. I said clear a path, people," yelled the voice as four much different-looking guards opened the crowd of people. "Lord Tachibana is coming through," the voice yelled again as a huge and imposing figure looked into the area, which made the crowd diverge even faster. A sense of dread and fear swept around all corners of the tent and invaded Izuku's senses. His fear and desperation for another had quickly changed to fear and desperation for his well-being as the figure strode in confidently. Only the person in question wasn't a person at all. No. Instead, it was, well, Izuku couldn't quite put it into words since it was so anomalous looking. But it is feared the only thing he could do was stare into the creature's multiple eyes. On seeing all the commotion, the creature appeared to bend over towards Izuku and ask in a voice that sounded ancient and powerful, "What seems to be the problem?" Izuku's breath hitched in his throat at the sight. The creature that stood, or rather floated, before him was not as horrific as he thought at second glance. Sure, it was big and gave a sense of dread that permeated the area. But it was mostly just a pile of wings with many eyes. There seemed to be 6 in total. 2 were covering its upper torso and face, folded twice around like they had many segments or no bones at all. The next 2 covered the lower torso and legs, again wrapped twice around. Then the last 2 stay unfurled behind its back where they were used to keep its body aloft the ground. Its eyes were many and dotted all the wings inside and outside. They were all the size of regular human eyes, but each one was colored every conceivable color imaginable. The eyes weren't looking in one particular direction and seemed to be looking all around. At the crowd of people, at Izuku, and Eri. If anything, the creature looked more weird than terrifying. "What seems to be the problem?" the creature asked again, its ancient voice shaking the ground whatever you vowel it pronounced, and all of its eyes seemingly trailed onto Izuku for an answer. Izuku managed to catch his voice again and stammered out, "Eri. She, please help," he begged. Suddenly the creature's wings began to twitch and unraveled from around itself. After unwrapping its wings twice, the form underneath is what reignited the fear Izuku had felt so strongly before. Izuku had always heard of biblically accurate angels, but he never thought he'd actually see what that meant. The creature was huge for one. It had a human-like silhouette with skin black as night and dotted with white sparks that looked like stars. It had no mouth, ears or nose, but had 2 large white orbs for eyes. It had 2 large horns that sprouted from both sides of its temples and followed the path of its head where they sloped outwards like the front of a crown. It also had several smaller horns, really giving off the empirical crown vibe. It had eyes all over its body, just like the wings, except they weren't randomly placed. Instead, they were in 3 sets of large circles. 1 ring of eyes going around the front of its head with the 2 white ones making it up. And another 2 that interlock with the first on both sides of its body, giving it the appearance of having 3 faces. Speaking of its body, not only did it have a human-like appearance, it also had 3 long arms with 6 clawed fingers, 2 legs that shimmered out into smoke at the knee, and totally nude with no visible genitals. The creature looked down at Eri and reached out one of its 6 arms. Just when it was about to touch her, Eri must have noticed, even though her eyes were shut, and backed away while screaming, "No!" A look of concern, compassion, and pity rose on the being's eyes as it looked down on the frightened girl. He carefully coursed the young girl into some trust with his words and voice, telling her in a sweet voice for such an ancient-sounding being, "Be not afraid, little one. You have nothing to fear. For yourself or others, there is no possible way for you to harm me. In fact, I will help you. Will you not trust me to help you?" Eri stood still, laying on the ground trying to cover her horn and exposed skin, but eventually she stopped struggling and inching away and allowed the huge being to get close to her. The being carefully picked her up with 2 of his arms, and then immersed her in the other 4. It seems to be hugging Eri, prevalent by how its eyes closed and its head leaned on top of hers, but soon that was discovered to not be the case. A strange white light emerged from the being's body, a light that almost seemed to be eating at the red light being emitted from Eri. Eventually both lights mixed in such a way that it caused a blinding effect. Everyone looked away until the light show died down. When it did, Eri was still being carefully held in the being's 6 arms, only the red energy around her was gone and her horn was no bigger than a bump on her head. The purple were amazed and ecstatic at this, many of which were whispering, quite loudly, about this show of power from the being. "There now, all better," said the being as it opened all its eyes. "You have nothing to be afraid of, little one," it told her as it stroked her hair with one of its arms, but Eri still refused to open her eyes. "Now then," the being said in a much more serious tone, making everyone go silent. "What happened to cause such a conundrum to summon me?" Deciding to take the proverbial fall, Izuku spoke up through his fear and elation, as he replied, Eri got scared by a man she thought was someone else. And her quirk activated on its own. I don't think she can control it." The creature looked down at Izuku, making him shiver under its gaze, as it asked, "And what exactly spooked her so much?" Izuku swallowed hard and answered, There was a man in the crowd who she thought was the bad man with the bird mask." "Was it?" "And no, just some guy with a beak for a mouth." The being then placed a different hand on the softly sobbing child's head and its eyes, along with Eri's, began to glow a bright white. After a second the light died down after a second and a look of compassion strung across the featureless face of the creature as it said to Eri, "My dear child, you have nothing to fear. The man you saw is not the one you think. He and the rest of his associates are not in this country. That much I can promise. Not everyone that looks like a bird is not related to that man, and you shouldn't be so quick to judge. They have no control over the way they look." Eri sniffled back a few times before weakly saying, "I'm sorry." A small yet light chuckle came from the being as it said, "It's quite all right, my dear. We all make mistakes, and there's no shame in that. Fear is a very terrible thing if it's all we know, but you can't let it control you. You must be able to use it to help you thrive and not merely survive. Do you understand?" I guess," Eri replied. She then opened her eyes and looked up from the being's shoulder and took in the sight of his inhuman appearance. She was scared stiff for the entire time she looked at him, but the being caressed her hair and said, "Be not afraid, little one, for I am a friend to all." "Are you friends with Izuku?" Eri finally spoke up after several more seconds of intense staring. The being gave a jovial laugh and replied, "I did say, friend to all, did I not? So yes, I am a friend of Izuku." The being then looked back at Izuku and asked, "Is that not your name?" Izuku just wordlessly nodded. Seeing his and Eri's continued reaction, it sighs and says, "Perhaps this form is too much for you to handle or we'll never understand some key things." With that the being began to transform before their eyes. First it got smaller, much smaller. Then its extra limbs began to recede into its body, and from there its legs became corporeal, and its many horns vanished until there were only the main 2. The many eyes on its wings and body closed and vanished as its skin went from midnight black to a more natural fair skin color. More human-like features appeared on its face-like shape, nose, ears, mouth, hair and so forth. Then clothing appeared on its quickly developing body. A long black imperial suit with long fan-like tailcoat, black boots and pants appeared with accents of gold and a red sash that wrapped around its neck and splayed across its hips. The only thing that stayed from its previous form was the many white star-like spots on its exposed skin, giving it the appearance of many freckles. In the end what stood before them was not an eldritch being of untold power, but instead a man in his mid-20s with short black hair, a pale complexion, 6 wings, 2 horns, and eyes that seemed to hold every color of the rainbow with an innumerable amount of freckles covered every part of his exposed skin. The only part of him that remained inhuman were his hands. They were not only large, but pitch black and still had claws while still having 5 fingers. Even Izuku had to admit that this man before him was extremely beautiful. "There, is that better?" the man asked with the softest and warmest smile, looking at the girl with his multicolored eyes. After a moment of staring, Eri held the man's face in her small hands and stated, "You're not so scary." The man gave a jovial chuckle and replied, "No, I guess I'm not." Izuku couldn't even begin to know what to say, especially after everything that just happened. so he asked one of the easiest questions on the planet. Who, are you? Suddenly a man with blue hair and an imperial outfit, like something of a fantasy politician, emerged from behind the winged man and immediately began to angrily tell Izuku off. Who is he? How dare you ask such a demeaning question before him, you ignorant fool? This is the great and powerful dark god of this land, Lord Ta. Before he could continue with his rant, the winged man grabbed the blue-haired man's lips between his fingers. The winged man sighed exasperated and said to the shorter blue-haired man, he is new here, Deskin. Of course he doesn't know who I am. Not everyone who comes here knows me and my 100 or so titles that you don't need to list off. And there is no need for you to explode on him or anyone else who asks such a question. The blue-haired man defeated in defeat and the winged man snaked his lips like a cartoon. He looked back to Izuku after rolling his eyes and said to him, sorry about Deskin, he tends to get quite defensive about my self-proclaimed honor. My name is Tachibana, the head of power and king of this country. Pleasure to meet you, young one. Tachibana introduced himself. Realizing the utter importance of the man, Izuku went into a bow and greeted him back. Oh. Nice meeting you too, sir. Your lordship. Now on to business. Izuku. Tachibana said to him with a more serious tone, making Izuku stand up with butt cheeks clenched in stress. What exactly is your sister's quirk? Izuku shuffled uncomfortably in his spot as he admitted, well, she's not really my sister. Tachibana blinked a few times, making it seem like this bit of info was unimportant and said back a bit more forcefully, we'll address that later. What is her quirk? Izuku gulped and collected his scattered thoughts while replying, she said it was called rewind. But I'm not sure what it does. Do you have any ideas or clues? Tachibana promoted him further. Izuku just pointed to a pile of logs and explained, when she hit that wooden chair it just turned into logs. Logs. Tachibana repeats the word. Arit. Examine it please. He said aloud as a tall older woman with silver hair steps from behind him. She too is wearing an imperial fantasy outfit that makes her look like a fantasy secretary, with heels, a pencil skirt, and a cape with a brooch on her beep. Only she has a fair bit of her bountiful cleavage on display. Izuku did his best not to stare as the women bent down and examined the logs while putting some glasses on. After a few minutes of examination the woman, Arit, looked to Tachibana and reported her findings. It seems that the chair wasn't just turned back into logs, but the nails remained unchanged. There are still signs of deformation due to improper building and rust due to water. I believe her quirk affects only living material, turning back to its original state or reducing back to an older form, she explained while holding up a bent and rusting nail in comparison to a log that looked freshly cut. That would explain why you were so intent on not letting anyone touch you, Tachibana said to Eri, who tried to hide her face on his shoulder. But, you didn't get hurt by my curse, Eri stated in a small voice. Curse? Tachibana questioned her. I believe that's what she's been told her quirk is, Arit explained from the side. Tachibana looked at her with concerned compassion as he said, my dear, your curse is no curse at all. What you've been told is a lie. A quirk is no more dangerous than a knife or gun, only threatening in the hands of those who intend to do harm. And I can see you have no intentions of harm. Eri looked up sadly and fearfully from his shoulder, and without looking him in the eyes she replied, but. I always hurt people. Tachibana waved his hand at the assumption and stated, you simply lack control. Controlling a quirk is no different than learning how to walk or climb a tree. With practice you'll master it. How come you didn't disappear when my curse? Eri began to ask until Tachibana corrected her. Quirk. Turned on. Eri finished her thought without correcting herself. Deskin came from the side again and said to the girl in a demeaning way, well, that is a simple question for a small-brained child. The great and powerful Lord Tachibana, creator of. But he was cut short as Tachibana snagged his lips between his fingers. I'm an immortal sweetheart. I'm a constant, which means I can never change unless I do so myself. Like when you saw me shaft between my forms, Tachibana explained briefly. So you have nothing to fear if you do lose control again. Eri smiled with watery eyes up at the man, who then addressed Izuku saying, "Now on to the second point of business. You said this girl is not related to you. Care to elaborate?" I didn't steal her or anything. I mean, I kinda did, but it was for a good reason. I swear." Izuku fumbled over his words trying to spit out an explanation while panicking. "Go on." Tachibana prompted him further. Izuku calmed down a bit, collected his thoughts, and explained, "When I heard your offer I found her while trying to find a detour. She said she needed help from the bad man with the bird mask. And I couldn't just leave her or take her to the authorities since I would have missed my chance to leave or the authorities would be under this person's thumb. So I took her with me." "I'm sorry," he said while looking at the ground. Tachibana gave a slight chuckle and stated, "You have nothing to apologize for, boy. We all make mistakes, especially in a desperate hour. Though what you did might not have been the best option, considering it was a form of kidnapping, it was valiant. And to be honest, it seemed like the best option. Does that mean you'll kick me out?" Izuku looked down at the ground, knowing fully well how to read between the lines when someone was going to say something else. Tachibana looked down at the disheartened boy with confusion as he replied, "Whatever for." This made Izuku raise his head in surprise. "In foresight you may have not done everything correctly or justly, but in foresight you did save this young girl's life. You should feel proud of that at least," he told him while placing Eri into his arms. Izuku looked between Eri and Tachibana before saying with a choked-up voice, "I thank you." Tachibana waved his hand and replied, "No need for it. All are welcome here no matter who you are." "Lord Tachibana, you are still holding Deskin's mouth," Arit told him. Tachibana looked to his side and saw the blue-haired man still standing there patiently with his lips sealed between his fingers. He immediately let go while saying, "Whoops. Sorry." Deskin simply bowed in reply, almost seeming happy about it. "Now that that's settled, I'll have to take you both with me," Tachibana stated matter-of-factly. "What?" Almost everyone shouted aloud. Arit cleared her throat and told him, "Lord Tachibana, perhaps you should explain further. You sound like you're going to abduct them." "Oh, hey, my mistake." Tachibana's sweat dropped at the realization and awkwardly laughed as he said, "What I meant was I'll have to take the both of you to live in my home." "What?" Everyone practically shouted again. "Lord Tachibana, you can't be serious. They are peasants. You can't dirty your estate and image by taking in." Deskin tried to persuade him until his lips were grabbed once more. "Let me finish," Tachibana exclaimed with a dangerously firm tone, making everyone go silent. "I simply can't let Eri live amongst the common folk with no supervision. With the state and threat of her quirk she could create a disaster, and I can't always be there when it does get out of hand. In my home she and others will be kept safe since it is large and primarily made of inorganic material. And she will receive guidance on how to control her ability. Despite its danger, with proper training, she could become a top-notch healer with no equal," he explained. "Really?" Eri looked up at him hopefully. Tachibana pulled Deskin's lips back and replied with a warm smile, Really. "And what of the boy my lord?" Arit asked him. "Well, obviously he will be coming too," Tachibana stated. Izuku looked at him with an expression of fear and shock as he stated nervously, "Really? I wouldn't want to intrude. I get the fact Eri could have hurt someone, and it does sound like she'll be taken care of and helped with her quirk. And you'd just abandon her to someone you respect out of previous fear." Tachibana obviously jostled him, making Izuku clam up and tense up. Tachibana laughs and says, "I only jest, young man. But on a serious note, I know you and her, despite your short time together, have formed a strong bond. You wouldn't want to break that. And I see Eri doesn't want to break it either," he stated as Izuku looked down to see Eri with a death grip on his uniform jacket. Izuku didn't say anything, so he just hugged Eri into his body while Tachibana exclaimed, "It's settled." He then looked to Deskin and asked, "What are we looking at for our new population numbers?" He looked over to the huge group of people staring at him and then said, "I never expected to get this many. Right now we've already accounted for over 500 with many more still unaccounted for. We could be looking at 1,000 already. That's not even counting the dozen or so new orphans," Deskin informed him. Tachibana rubbed his hands anxiously as he stated, and our orphanage is already under reconstruction to expand, damn. Cherry, how are we looking at new home infrastructure? Arit took a clipboard out from a satchel she was carrying and flipped through several pages before saying, although many citizens from the main town have moved to the newly built docks, we still have many homes under renovation and construction from the older models. So we only have enough for a dozen or so available. He rubbed his chin and asked, what about sections 2 to 5? What is the status of their completion? Arit flipped through her clipboard again and replied, even though the workers are trying tirelessly to complete the new section to expand the town, they are still not suited for human civilization due to the unhealthy and dangerous work areas. We're still looking at a week or more. Tachibana tightened his hands into fists at this revelation and stated, damn. But we'll have to put these people somewhere. What about that field we just opened on the west side of town? It's been marked off for more crop land but nothing has been done yet, Arit told him. Tachibana nodded his head and told her, stop any and all production to the construction of that plot. Set up tents and provide provisions for the newcomers. Tachibana then looked at the crowd of people still staring at him, and he opened his 6 wings as he exclaimed in a loud voice, people of Japan. My name is Tachibana, Dark God of Drageria. It pains me to say this, but we weren't expecting such a great influx of new people, and we don't have enough housing for all of you. However, construction is underway and workers are exceeding production to see this through. I know you all have traveled far from where you were, left much behind, and are tired. But I only ask for your patience and soon you will be properly housed. For now we will have temporary living arrangements and the opportunity for you to take jobs. Again I'm sorry for the inconvenience, he told them while bowing deeply. You have no need to apologize, Lord Tachibana, a voice from the crowd called out. All heads looked around for the person, but the crowd was too thick to see the origin of the voice. The voice then spoke again saying loudly, you have already given us more than our previous society was willing to. I used to live in the back alleys for years after losing my job, but now knowing I'll have a roof over my head and steady employment means more than I can put into words. Waiting just that much longer after such a long time of hardship means nothing. If anything, we should thank you, said the voice as an audible sound of them bowing deeply on the ground. Before he knew it, nearly everyone in the crowd and back of the tent had taken to bowing deeply before the dark god and giving their thanks to him. Some even wept before him in their thanks. The whole tent was soon swallowed up by the mumbling thanks and soft sobs of people. Tachibana couldn't help but smile at this and stated with a serious tone, if you do wish to thank me, and live here, then there's one thing you must do. All the people looked up from the ground and stared at the god, waiting for his demands. Cast aside your previous citizenship, bow to me, and swear your loyalty to Drageria. Within minutes, all the people were bowing again and swearing their loyalty in a mass low muttering mumble that echoed through the tent like a wave. Tachibana smiled proudly at this and stepped forward while raising his hand into the air, then by taking this vow of loyalty, through the power vested in me I now make you all citizens of Drageria. With that a strange light emitted from his hands and spread out into multiple beams that cascaded around the whole inside and outside of the tent. Each one of the beams touched a person and their bodies glowed for a short time before dying down and the beams disappearing. The beams of light vanished as quick as they came and returned back to Tachibana. All the people arose with a new sensation in their bodies. Even Izuku could feel it after getting up from his kneeling bow. It was almost like he had a sense of belonging. Like this place, although completely alien and strange, now felt like home. It was nice. Now that that's over with, let's get you two to my home and get you settled in, Tachibana stated happily while addressing Izuku and Eri. He started to walk off with Arit and Deskin at his sides with several of the guards tailing them. Noticing that he wasn't following, Tachibana turned around and prompted them with a friendly, well, come on. Izuku hesitantly took a step forward before looking back at his new acquaintances and said, goodbye you guys, I really hope we'll see each other again soon. Yeah. Shinso said excitedly while rubbing his head and looking away. Me too, Kirishima exclaimed boldly. Take care Midoriya-kun. Momo gave a slight and polite bow to him. Izuku was then escorted out of the tent while following Tachibana by his tail. Izuku idly wondered if he did have a tail. Seeming to know what he was thinning, Tachibana looked back at him and placed a clawed finger up to his lips. Once they were in the main part of town, Izuku was forcefully pushed by the guard into Tachibana's wings. When he looked back, he was shocked that the guard was trying to hold back a huge horde of townsfolk who were trying to get close to Tachibana, all shouting his name and praising him. Izuku practically stayed glued to the god's back, clutching his free hand to one of his wings anxiously. Tachibana smiled and waved back at the crowd of screaming people trying to push their way in. Eventually they were escorted to a horse-drawn carriage that wasn't really being pulled by horses. They did look like horses, sorta, but they seemed to be crossed with some kind of scaly reptile with a large set of bat-like wings. Izuku was helped up by one of the guards and the door was closed behind him. Inside there were 2 rows of seats placed on both halves of the coach, which were red and extremely soft-looking. Tachibana was sitting on the front half with Arit and Deskin sitting on both sides of him. Izuku finally sat down and nearly melted into the seat. It was so soft and comfortable that it was like a memory foam mattress. He almost wanted to fall asleep right there, but kept himself awake as the carriage jutted forward and he placed Eri on the spot next to him. After several minutes of silence, Izuku finally broke the silence by asking, "So where are we going?" Tachibana chuckled and answered, "To my home of course, silly boy. You must have been through a lot if you ask so many repeated questions." I'm very sorry. It's been a long 2 days. Izuku apologized while bowing in his seat. "Where exactly is your home?" Izuku asked awkwardly. But instead of Tachibana answering his question, he got Deskin and his angry tone half yelling at him, "Are you daft and stupid? Can you not see the castle built into the mountain that the village is at the base of?" Izuku looked out the window and saw that they were climbing up a gently sloping incline that led up to the huge mountain that upon closer inspection, was made into a castle. His attention was drawn back into the coach as he heard an audible smack. He looked back and saw Arit with her hand across her body and Deskin holding the back of his head. "Don't be rude to him, Deskin. He's obviously been through much." Arit scolded him like a child. Deskin growled and leaned over while yelling in her face, "Don't hit me, you silver-haired harlot." At this point Tachibana was already at his end with the 2 of them, considering they were yelling at each other by leaning over him. He half yelled with an angry tone, "Both of you be quiet." The 2 of them sat back in their seats with their heads down as they apologized to him quietly, "Yes, Lord Tachibana, sorry Lord Tachibana." Tachibana, and addressing Izuku he said, "As Deskin said, my home is the castle built straight into the race of that mountain we are traveling to." Izuku looked up at the castle and wondered why someone like him would even want something so big and loud and in your face. He assumed someone like him would live amongst the common folk. I bet you're wondering why someone as seemingly humble, honorable, and not totalitarian as myself would have such an outlandish, loud, and extravagant castle especially built into the face of a mountain. Tachibana addressed him with a smile. Shock struck across Izuku's face as he saw the man perfectly guess what he was thinking, and tried to ask, "How did you?" But Tachibana said, "I have many skills. But to answer your question, I am the head of power in this place for one, and it is a testament to that power I possess, but also it's used to house me and my family," he explained further to him. "Family?" Izuku repeated the phrase. He didn't even know there was a queen or goddess in Tachibana. He never even thought of it or the fact he might actually have some kind of linkage under his name. He wondered what they were like, and what quirks they had like their father. Tachibana nods happily and says back, "Yes, family. More specifically my 6 children. You'll meet them very soon, I hope you get along as well as I can expect." As they continued in silence, listening to the coach master call commands to the horse-like animals, Izuku realized that the silence was completely unnerving. Especially with Resin giving him the stink eye the whole time. Tachibana, seeming to know what he was thinking, smacked the blue-haired man over his head and told him to stop, which he did, much to Izuku's relief. Still, the silence was super uncomfortable, so he decided to make small talk and ask some burning questions in his mind. Excuse me." Izuku weakly piped up, getting the dark god's attention. I was wondering Lord Tachibana. Tachibana waved his hand at him, making the boy stop and listened intently as he said, "There's no need for formalities when we are in private, Izuku. So long as you live under my roof you can drop the Lord part. But in public or during my office hours you must refer to me by my title." Izuku nodded and then looked between Arita and Deskin before asking, "Even when they are around?" "Yes, especially when these two or a certain other number of my second hands are present," Tachibana told him before looking at both people sitting at the sides and firmly stated, "Is this clear between you two?" "Yes, Lord Tachibana," Arita replied with smooth elegance. "Yes, Lord Tachibana," Deskin replied begrudgingly through grit teeth. The dark god looked back at Izuku and asked, "Now then, what was that question you wanted to ask me?" Izuku, realizing he was being referred to, jumped as he said, "Oh. I'm sorry if this sounds rude, but are you human?" Deskin opened his mouth to say something nasty and degrading, but Tachibana quickly snapped his lips closed as he answered, "Yes. Despite my looks and abilities you've witnessed so far, I am indeed 100% human. Though it's all connected to my quirk, which I'm sure you are going to ask me about next." Izuku nodded and Tachibana explained, "My quirk is actually very simple, and yet very dangerous. Kinda like Ares. It is called Soul Eater, and it does exactly what you think. I can remove the soul from any complex living organism, and eat them. So animals and humans exclusively, though there was one time I took the soul from a plant, but that was something entirely different. And there's a funny story that's tied to my quirk, but I'll tell you that later," he said with a wink. "What do the souls provide for you?" Izuku asked, trying to hide the anxiety in his throat. Tachibana rubbed his chin and replied, "Well, it's just a nutrition supplement. I could never have to eat or drink if I had a steady supply of souls, though I don't need to anyway. But the secondary part is what I gain from the body of the soul." Izuku tilted his head with airy at the vague statement and listened to the man explain. "When I eat a soul, let's say a horse, there's a guaranteed chance that I'll be able to gain the property of that horse. Higher stamina, greater strength, faster speed, extra height and weight, etc. There's also a stacking effect, so if I continue to eat the souls of horses, I can eventually gain all attributes at full power," Tachibana finished off. Izuku really didn't want to ask this next question. Really didn't want to. He probably already knew the answer considering the power he possessed and what he's seen done with it this far. The thought alone made him tremble. But his quirk analysis bug was poking him harder than ever, so he begrudgingly asked while trying to hide the disgust in his voice, "What about when you eat a soul from a person that has a quirk?" Tachibana snapped his fingers, pointed at him and stated boldly, "I was just about to get to that. When that happens, I gain an attribute of that person's quirk. So if I ate the soul of someone with a healing quirk, I wouldn't have their quirk's full power. If anything, I'd just be able to heal my own wounds slightly faster than normal. But if I continue that trend, I'd gain a healing quirk so strong that I'll be able to heal a severed limb." He trailed off while leaning over and brushing his hand over Izuku's face while saying, "Or anyone else's wounds." Izuku instinctually touched his face and took note that his black eye and cheek welt were gone, much to his amazement and Tachibana's amusement. The dark god then changed the subject, asking him, "Speaking of which, mind telling me about how you got your injuries?" Izuku stopped touching his face and fidgeted uncomfortably in his seat, looking out the window, as he replied, "I'd rather not say." Tachibana waved his hand and said in a serious and understanding tone, "That's fine, there's no pressure. I hope one day you trust me enough to tell me such a story." "I hope so too," Izuku said under his breath. Tachibana looked over at Eri, who was gazing out the window and asked, "And I'm guessing that the bad man with the bird mask gave you your injuries?" Eri looked at him panicked, before deflating and nudging herself into Izuku's side silently. Getting his answer, the dark god said to her, "Well, like I said before, you won't have to worry about him being here. You're safe now." Izuku looked down at Eri, then back at Tachibana before asking, "Can you know?" he asked while motioning to Eri's many scars. Tachibana shook his head and replied, "Even with my great power, I'm afraid I can't. Fresh injuries are one thing, but scar tissue is another. That would require a more finite procedure that I'm sure Eri will not want to do while awake. He looked at the girl who was burrowing her face into Izuku's rib cage. Suddenly the carriage jutted to a sharp halt and Izuku and Eri were thrown into the three people in front of them. The three people were thrown back and slammed their heads into the back of the carriage. Izuku and Eri fell on all three of them and Tachibana's wings flew out and got tangled in both Deskin and Arit. Tachibana pushed one of his own wings away from his face and said while spitting out a black feather, "Well, that was unpleasant." After the five of them managed to untangle themselves from one another, Deskin ripped open the carriage door and yelled at the coach master, "What's the big idea? Why'd you stop like that?" The coach master took off his hat, placed it over his chest and apologetically explained, "Forgive me, Master Deskin, but a piece of the mountain has broken off and blocked the path to the castle." "I'll get it," Tachibana said quickly while raising a hand out towards the huge rock. Within a moment a strange energy surrounded it, along with his hand, and in a split second it turned into sand. Tachibana let the sand fall over the edge only to hear the surprised cries of several other guards underneath. Tachibana looked over the edge while beeping in air through his teeth and taking an uncomfortable and tense posture at his handiwork. He then quickly called out from the top, "Sorry about that." "It's okay, Lord Tachibana. We're fine," one of the guards called from the bottom, with a groan in his voice. "They are definitely not fine." Tachibana sighed at himself while getting back into the carriage and slapping his head. Without looking to his side he said, "Arit, get the names of those guards and give them the week off with a little extra on their next payment." "Yes, Lord Tachibana," she replied while taking out the clipboard and writing it down. The carriage moved again and things went back into silence with the only sound coming from Arit writing. Tachibana leaned back in his seat with a clear look of shame on him while trying to play it off cool. At this point Izuku really started to question if this guy really was a dark god, let alone a god. Especially for something as scatterbrained as what he did. After a bit of silence, Tachibana decided to break the ice and asked, "I see you have something else on your mind, Izuku." He wasn't wrong, he definitely did have some more questions, and it would sure be a nice distraction from Tachibana's previous muck-up. Yes I do, Tachibana-san. What's going to happen to those people? Will they be alright?" he asked the dark god. Tachibana smiled and told him, "They'll be fine, I can assure you. Although they'll need to spend a week in tents, they have new houses and jobs chosen provided for them." His statement made Izuku falter in his expression. He then asked with a sad and anxious tone, "Chosen? So they won't even get to be what they want?" Seeing what Izuku was thinking, Tachibana reassured him by explaining further, "Perhaps I should explain further. You see, the people will have an option to choose a job they want, but we insist they take one that best suits the use of their quirk. Even if we don't have a job a person wants, we can still give them something similar until a position does arise. We are still a developing country, Izuku. And we need to utilize our resources and people's skills as much as possible. It's not that they don't have a choice, we just want to use them to better develop the country further and let it prosper." Izuku digested all this information for a moment before saying to the dark god with an apology tone, "That makes sense. I'm sorry, I assume." Tachibana waved it off and replied, "It's alright. I can't deny your previous mentality of your society in comparison to mine, but rest assured that everyone has a choice." Izuku nodded and looked out the window with embarrassment and shame still stinging his chest. On that topic, Tachibana referred to Izuku as the boy perked his head back up, "You'll have to get a job or go into schooling. While I don't mind you living in my home due to your relationship with Eri, everyone here in Drageria is required to pitch into society in some way or form if they are able-bodied or old enough. I hope you understand." The dark god asked him. Izuku nodded in agreement and replied, "Of course, a growing country needs everyone to do something and so will I, if I can have some time to rest." Tachibana nods vigorously and says back with full confidence, "Of course, of course. You've been through a lot, the two of you. When you feel ready I'll help you get into whatever you desire." Izuku waited for a moment before he worked up the courage to ask, "Are there any jobs for heroes?" Tachibana, who was staring out the window, shot his head in his direction, along with the other two people present, and exclaimed with a laugh, "Heroes!" Exclamation mark. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh, don't be silly, boy, we have no need for heroes here. Not much happens in the way of crime. We don't even have a prison because of how peaceful things are here. Tachibana saw how Izuku deflated in sadness at his statement, so he restructured himself and said, "However, my royal guard is similar to being a hero. Sure, you won't be flamboyantly saving people, beating bad guys, and saving the day like some romanticized comic book. But you are still able to help the little person in need. Whether it's lifting a box or breaking up a fight or stopping a potential crime, you'll still be doing good, just not in the way you envisioned it," he explained to him. Izuku's eyes gleamed with joy and excitement, something Tachibana was glad to see, and the young teen said, "That sounds wonderful, but..." Tachibana questioned him as Izuku trailed off. "I'm quirkless," Izuku finally forced himself to say. There was silence in the carriage for a few minutes as all three people went from staring at one another, to staring at Izuku, who had his head down in shame. Eventually it was Deskin who finally spoke up and said, "Well, that's a stupid reason." He then put his hand up defensively while shooting his head in the direction of Arit. The silver-haired woman rolled her eyes and said to him, "I'm not going to slap you, Deskin. In fact, I agree with you, in the context rather than the form." She then cleared her throat and with her eyes closed she gives a small lecture like some sort of teacher, explaining, "Being quirkless is not an inhibiting factor in Drageria. If you're able and willing to do something, then the only thing that can stop you is yourself and common sense logic." "Thank you, Arit, I couldn't have said it better myself," Tachibana exclaimed while puffing out his wings, accidentally hitting both people next to him. After closing them he added his 2 cents saying, "She is right, Izuku. Here in Drageria we don't judge someone by the nature of their quirk, but by the color of their character." Izuku looked like a computer buff as he heard each word trickle from the god's mouth like some golden nectar. Hearing every word like it truly came from a higher being of greater divine knowledge. Absorbing and digesting every last bit like it was a lifeline. Here before him this so-called god was telling him all the things he ever wanted to hear in his life. And then he asked through the begging of tears, "So, you mean I?" Tachibana, yet again knowing what he was thinking, cut him off and stated boldly, "Yes, Izuku, you can absolutely be a hero, even without a quirk." At that moment he couldn't hold it back. He fell into his hand and began to cry tears of joy for the first time. He sobbed louder and harder than he ever had before, much to Eri's dismay. Immediately after he started, she also started to cry. Izuku scooped up Eri into his lap and hugged her while rocking her back and forth, as tears continued to fall. He could even bring himself to comfort her with his words as he just kept crying with her. "Royal Guard," Arit corrected him. Tachibana's pointed ears perked up and he quickly tried to catch himself and said with an obvious stuttering panic, "Right, yes. Royal Guard. What did I say?" Arit narrowed her eyes at him, which only made him sweat. Knowing Tachibana for most of her life, she knew when he meant something else. He was always easy to read. And he hasn't meant to mix up those words. He had a reason, and that reason was connected to this kid. She wanted to know more, but settled on just staring at him judgingly. Tachibana managed to get himself out of that situation as the carriage came to a stop and he excitedly exclaimed, "Ah, we're here." Tachibana exited the carriage so fast that he tripped and landed on his face. He pulled himself up, shook himself, and tensely helped the still crying Izuku and Eri off with an obviously forced smile. Much to Ariti's disavowment. Tachibana then tried to play it off as he turned to the coachmaster and said, "Thanks for the ride, Cappy." Cappy tipped his hat and replied, "Any time, Lord Tachibana." At this point Izuku and Eri had managed to calm down enough to take in their soundings. In front of them was a large stone platform that stretched several dozen yards in all directions before going off to several paths that lead down the mountain, all of which were different. The stone platform was connected to the face of an entrance that vaguely looked like a castle keep gate and doorway, though it was all made of stone. Around the perimeter were guards about every 10 feet or so, all clad in a mix of armor and regular uniform clothes. Tachibana stood before the entrance and exclaimed excitedly while spreading his arms and wings out, here we are you two. Welcome to my home. Izuku and Eri looked around at the blankness of the stony structure, its dotted window opening, its standing guards, and its doorway that was only 12 feet tall for such a large front area. It sure is, Izuku tried to find any good descriptive words. Boring. Eri added bluntly. Eri, Izuku scolded her while feeling dread crawling down his spine. Tachibana laughed in a booming tone and said, ah ha ha ha. No, she's absolutely right, the outside is boring and stony. It's the inside where the real sights are, he said with a wink while waving up to the top of the stony structure where a man above saw him. Lord Tachibana has returned. Open the door, the man called out clearly enough to be heard by Izuku and Eri at the bottom. A few moments later and the door seemed to start opening all by itself. It was so large and heavy that it took long enough for it to open just enough for a person to walk through. Deskin and Arit went in ahead while Tachibana stood back with Izuku and Eri. Just before he entered, he turned to the two children and said to them, I must warn you though, the inside may surprise and overstimulate you a bit. Just let me know if either of you feel a bit jarred. Tachibana entered the castle leaving a mostly confused Izuku and Eri outside. They both looked at each other, shrugged, and Izuku walked in with Eri on his hip. Izuku immediately took notice of the bright light coming from within the castle doorway and almost hesitated, but knew that Tachibana was waiting for them and didn't want to be rude. So he forced himself to move in. Once he did, the two kids had to cover their eyes from the shift of light, and when their eyes adjusted to the inside, both their jaws hung to the ground in shock and awe of what they saw. In front of the two kids was a foyer that was night and day compared to the front. In simple words, it was breathtaking. The whole place shimmered like the scales on a koi fish, it was a mixture of golden and marble white. The floor was made with an intricate pattern of tile. The ceiling was just plain stone but it had 6 huge golden chandeliers dangling from it in a straight line to the farthest back wall. The walls were lined with golden patterns in the stone and held huge paintings and tapestries. The floor has a single large carpet colored a bright purple that separated into 2 parts and led to 2 large doorways that were at least 20 feet tall. The ceiling had to be at least 50 to 70 feet tall and was supported by huge white marble pillars that numbered 12 on each side of the room. Each pillar had a set of 2 heavily armored guards on each side. On the farthest sides of the room were staircases that were almost hidden away from view. They followed up to a platform that wrapped around the whole wall to meet in the back and even parted into an even higher section of stairs and platform above the first connection. Each platform that wrapped around the perimeter had a doorway opening lining the whole section. Where they went was anyone's guess. In between every pillar there was enough space for an above-ground garden box. Big enough to hold 2 trees, some bushes, and several dozen kinds of flowers. In the middle of the garden boxes were fountains with statues of dragons spitting out the water. Each dragon was different from one another, and they totaled 6 fountain statues with 6 raised garden boxes. Some other little details and decorations were too many to number and take in at once. But the main, and most out-of-place feature was at the farthest back wall of the place, where the carpets diverted away from. It was a huge door. Huger than the others, at least 50 feet high and 20 feet wide. It was so prominent that the double staircases and platforms were built to go over its massiveness. Then there was the fact it was held shut by a huge log on a chain that's raised into the ceiling. It was the only part of the room that wasn't decorated or clean as it had black marks all over it. Izuku found this part not only odd but worrying. After Izuku had taken in most of the layout, he immediately took notice of the dozens upon dozens of maids, butlers, and other servants dotted all over the area in straight lines and groups, going from the length of the carpet, the stairs, the platforms, around the pillars, everywhere. They were everywhere and bowing in front of them. "Welcome home, Lord Tachibana," said all the female servants in unison. "Welcome back my Lord Tachibana," all the male servants said in unison. Izuku's jaw gaped in awe of, well, all of it. His mind was so blown he couldn't even move his head to see more of this area. He was so focused on taking it all in he didn't notice Deskin sneak beside him and whisper in his ear in a prideful and condescending tone while snickering. "If you think this is something then wait till you see the throne room, the offices, the meeting room, the kitchen, the dining hall, the cellar, the storage hold, the armory, and the... But he never got to finish as Arit smacked him upside the head once again. Stop harassing him, Deskin. He's already shell-shocked by the foyer alone, no need to make it worse, she scolded him. Deskin growled and yelled while holding his head, don't you hit me, you titless harlot. Arit grabbed Deskin by his collar, lifting him off his toes, and demanded, you take that back, you immature brat. My tits are not only big, bouncy, and perfectly shaped, but real too. And you will show my feminine beauty some respect. Respect my cock and balls, you fake IED bitch, Deskin managed to choke out while grabbing her. The two of them then went face to face, growling and burning each other's retinas with their stares of pure malice, creating a very awkward atmosphere that even made the many smiling faces of the servants falter and sweat dropped awkwardly. Luckily Tachibana stopped them once again as he yelled, will the both of you shut up? Right now. The two of them took a moment to glare at each other once more before they let go of each other, bowed, and said at the same time, yes Lord Tachibana. Sorry, Lord Tachibana. Tachibana sighed while rubbing his forehead and told them with an annoyed tone, now return to your work and don't interact with one another unless needed. They both nodded to a bow before walking off in opposite directions, and giving one last spiteful glare at one another. Welcome back Lady Arit. Welcome back Master Deskin, all the servants said in unison to the two of them. Once they were out of sight, Tachibana rubbed his face while saying in a quiet tone, now with those two out of the way. He then turned to Izuku and Eri, spreading his arms and wings while saying, welcome to my home. I hope you like it here. Izuku continues to look around at all the extravagant and exquisitely beauty decorating every inch of the foyer. He idly wondered in his mind just why someone so seemingly humble and down-to-earth would ever want such a lavished and loudly eccentric interior. Yet again knowing what he was thinking, Tachibana asked him with a smile, I bet you're wondering why such a seemingly humble and down-to-earth person like me would decorate myself in such a lavish and loudly eccentric castle. Izuku went to answer him with mumbled words, but he cut in and explained, well to answer. This place used to be cold, dark, and dreary. A little too on the nose for someone with the title of Dark God. So I had it spruced up a bit, but then as time went on I accumulated more and more and it eventually got to this. Can't say I wanted it, but it's nice no less. Shows my status as a ruler. So what's to say about you two? He asked them both excitedly, almost like a small child showing off to their parents. Izuku really couldn't bring himself to say any words that would be able to describe the beauty of this place. But Eri, with her young innocence, summed it up pretty well in one word. Pretty. I think so too, Eri. Tachibana agreed while flexing his wings with a smile. He then turned to the many servants and announced, everyone listens up. This is Izuku and Eri. They'll be living here from now on. I expect you all to treat them the same as everyone else who lives here. By your command Lord Tachibana. Welcome Master Izuku and Lady Eri. All the servants said in unison, welcoming the duo. New permanent guests. I feel rather indecent at this news. I would have prepared a proper welcome if I had known. A new voice cut through to all three of their ears. They all turned to the side and saw a man approach them with a nonchalant walk. He was tall, thin, pale, and had very fine-looking clothing that made him appear as a person of power. His hair was long and bright red while being tied off in a loose braid that was slung over his shoulder. His eyes were closed and he had a very neutral expression on his face but still gave off a pleasant and friendly aura. Ah, Cherry, Tachibana said with a friendly tone, going over to the man and patting him on the back. Welcome home my lord Tachibana. The man, Cherry, greeted the dark god with a soft, quiet, and friendly tone. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about formalities. This came up at the last minute even for me, Tachibana exclaimed while patting the man's caped back. He then leaned into his pierced ear and whispered, I'll explain the finer details later, to which Cherry nodded slightly. Lord Tachibana, who is this? Izuku finally piped up. Oh, Cherry, these two are Izuku and Eri. Tachibana introduced Cherry to the two kids. He then turned to the two kids and introduced them to Cherry saying, Izuku, Eri, this is Cherry. He's my right-hand man, my second in command, my other voice, my extra opinion, my, the trailer off, trying to find the phrase. My subordinate who actually runs Drageria, while I sit as a figurehead. Arit called out from the staircase and a teasing voice. Yes, wait hey. Tachibana yelled out at her with an embarrassed and angry look on his face as she ran up the stairs and disappeared into a doorway, giggling the whole way. He then sighed exasperatedly and explained, basically he's the one in charge of the country if I'm out of commission or out on business. He's one of the few people I can truly trust the most. Nice to meet you Cherry-san. Izuku greeted the man with a bow, along with Eri. A pleasure to meet you too, Master Izuku and Lady Eri. Cherry greeted them back with his soft and pleasant voice. You don't have to refer to us by titles. Izuku waved it off to him with an awkward sweat dropped. Very well. Cherry agreed. After a brief moment, Izuku asked the man, I don't mean to be rude, but is Cherry your real name? He shook his head and explained, no, it is only a nickname Lord Tachibana gave me on account of my real name being too hard for him to pronounce. Izuku looked at the dark god, who looked back at him offended for accusing him. His ears perked up, his body tensed, and in his wings bristled as he defended himself exclaiming, it is hard to say. I can't even do it in my head. Even after all this time, he deflates while poking at his fingertips. He then backs up by saying to no one all animated, I mean there's so many stinking vowels. How can there be so many vowels in one name? Cherry gives a soft chuckle and says to the frantic god, it's quite fine my lord. I have no problem with it. He turns to the kids and tells them, and the same goes for you too, you can call me Cherry. I've grown rather accustomed to it. Tachibana, pulling himself out of his self-defensive panic, states, well with all current introductions out of the way, how about I introduce you to the kids? Izuku and Eri perk up at this, Eri especially, and the green teen says, sure. I'd love to meet your family, where are they? He asks after looking around to see no one out of the ordinary besides the many servants. Tachibana smiled and explained while pointing to the farthest wall, oh. You see that huge locked door at the farthest end of this hallway, how could he not? It was the only thing that stood out like a sour thumb, not counting its sheer size, but instead of saying that he opted to just nod politely. That's where my kids are. Izuku feels panic rush through him and even Eri tenses up at the news. He knew this guy was called the Dark God, but he didn't think he would be dark. To put your kids behind reinforced locked doors. It just doesn't seem like the person that Tachibana had proclaimed himself to be. Izuku gulps fearfully and asks, you, lock up your kids. Tachibana nods and explains nonchalantly, it's mostly for everyone's safety and theirs. I can't have them running around freely, otherwise they'll destroy everything. Plus they rather like it where it's cool and dark. He then walks out a bit and yells, to what Izuku thought was the gatekeeper, open the gates of Drakes. Immediately after saying that, all the servants scatter like cockroaches in the light. All of them rushing up the stairs, hiding behind pillars and guards, even ducking into open rooms on the stairs, and rushing into the two smaller doors on each side of the big ones. This sent a fearful chill of primal dread up Izuku's spine, wondering just what kind of children Tachibana sired to his name. Open the gates of Drakes, the gatekeeper shouted to someone. Open the gates of Drakes, another person shouted. Opening the gates of Drakes, another person shouted from the inside of the ceiling where the chain was suspended. In a matter of minutes, the log was lifted off its holders and suspended in the air. Several dozen guards grabbed huge chains attached to the doors and pulled them apart. The doors slowly creaked and slid open on the tile floor as a loud horn from outside was blown for several seconds in one note. Then everything went quiet. Almost after the doors parted, Izuku felt a huge rush of cold air climb out of the darkness and into the foyer. He and Eri shivered while warming their hands, as Izuku stated with visible breath, cold. As I said, they like it cool and dark, Tachibana said to him. The dark god then placed both pinkies into his mouth and blew 3 long loud whistles that echoed into the dark tunnel. Then everything got uncomfortably quiet again. Nothing happened as all was still as, well, a rock. The only sound of movement came from the servants, who peeked out from their hiding spots. Izuku looked up to Tachibana, who said to him without looking at him, "Give it a minute." And not even a minute had passed when the sound of rumbling could be heard from the deepest part of the caver. Then said rumbling could be felt through the ground as the running water and non-anchored down objects began to shake and jolt. Izuku and Eri became increasingly nervous as everything began to shake and the sounds from the cavern turned from rumbling to other stranger noises. Animal noises. And Izuku stood just a little bit closer to Tachibana. "Here they come," Tachibana said excitedly. Izuku kept his eyes pinned on the open doorway as the rumbling and noises grew louder. He felt his breath hitch and everything else around him seemed to go dull as his ears only picked up on the sound of the blood rushing through his fast-beating heart and heavy breathing. Then without warning, 6 enormous monster-like creatures burst through the door with such force that the heavy stone doors were flung open all the way. The creatures ran into the huge foyer, jumping over one another, pushing, shoving. All just to get in the front as they all barreled down towards them. Eri screamed and hid her face into Izuku, while he hid behind Tachibana's wings. Izuku knew the dreams you had where you were being chased by a monster, but no matter how fast you ran you couldn't get away, but he never expected to experience it awake. And worse of all there were 6 of them. They all screamed and roared, snapped, and hissed at one another as they barreled down with their huge bodies occasionally hitting against the marble pillars. Izuku felt such terror would come over him that he also screamed and hid his face behind Tachibana's back. He waited for the part where they would either barrel down and crush them or just eat them. He wished he was dreaming right now, cause he wanted to wake up from this nightmare. But after a few minutes of nothing happening, it dawned on him, nothing had happened. Everything was quiet again, apart from someone breathing heavily. He ruffled his face against Tachibana's feathers hoping the god would notice him, which he did. Tachibana let out an amused giggle and said, "It's okay now, Izuku. They're not gonna barrel into you. They're standing nice." Suddenly the sound of something breaking rang in his ears and Tachibana corrected himself, saying, "Mostly. It would be rude of you not to meet my kid face to face." Izuku finally gained the courage to lift his face from the dark god's back and peeked out from behind him, only to nearly feel his heart drop into his leg at what he saw. Tachibana's children weren't even people at all. They were the monsters that Izuku saw come barreling out of the huge gate. The ones he thought would do him in. He shook uncontrollably in fear at the huge things that looked down on him, and then it dawned on him. The 6 children of the dark god were dragons. Izuku looked up at the mighty beasts and saw that there were 6 in total and each of them was vastly different from one another in terms of shape, color, and size. All of them were huge, but not big enough to reach the ceiling, had scales, claws, fangs, horns, and wings like on any other dragon. He also realized that the 6 fountains in the room were cast images of all 6 of them. "Your kids are dragons?" Izuku hesitantly asked in fright. Tachibana laughed, as if the question was funny and obvious, and replied, "Well, of course they are. How do you think Drageria got its name? I mean, it was kind of being built up to this reveal the whole time." Izuku still said nothing as he tried to hide behind the god's wings once again. But Tachibana pushed him out in front with Eri still burying her face into him, and stated, "Well, come on, introduce yourselves, don't be scared. They wouldn't hurt anyone unless I told them." As if to prove him wrong, one of the dragons, the one who looked most like a European dragon, opened its gaping maw and began to generate flames in its mouth. Izuku panicked and froze in place at this, fully expecting to be torched, until Tachibana stepped in and stopped it. Izuku felt an ice cold fill the area and saw Tachibana come at his side with his hand appearing to generate ice. He threw an ice ball at the dragon's face, causing it to whirl off to the side and put out its fire breath. The dragon, now looking like a dog that got yelled at, whimpered and dropped its head down like a baby as Tachibana yelled at it. "Bad Fafnir, bad. You are not supposed to do the opposite of what I say. That's a bad Fafnir, bad." The dragon, Fafnir, whimpered again and curled into itself while moving its body sideways while looking over its shoulder. Much like a kicked dog. Tachibana sighed aggravatedly and stated, "Since you want to be a smart ass so bad, I'll just introduce you lastly to our guests. Just as Tachibana was about to introduce the dragons, he felt none other than Izuku and Eri hide behind him once again, trying to cover themselves in his wings. Tachibana resisted the urge to laugh and pushed them out from his back while reassuring them, "It's okay. It's okay. They won't hurt you, I promise." Fafnir just likes being a smart ass. He thinks it's funny. Tachibana straightened himself up and exclaimed, "Izuku, Eri. Allow me to introduce you to these 6 little shits that I call my children." Izuku and Eri look up at the dragons, who all look down on them with varying expressions. Izuku stared at the dragons for a while before asking, "Are they gonna change anytime soon?" "Change into what?" Tachibana asked, confused. "Human. Like the dragoon hero. Yukyu." Izuku replied. "Bwa ha 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 ha." Tachibana broke into an uncontrollable fit of laughter along with the 6 dragons who also seemed to be laughing. The dark god quickly realized that Izuku's expression was not joking. He deflated as he asked back, "Oh wait, you're serious? Izuku, they're not 6 people with quirks that let them become dragons. They are dragons." What? Izuku asked in shocked surprise. "Or more specifically 6 lizards with quirks that make them look like dragons. I found them as eggs," Tachibana explained, going into a reminiscent expression. You saw that Izuku was about to ask more questions, but he quickly cut him off and stated, "How about we ask questions later and start with an introduction?" He then turned to the first dragon, who appeared to be the smallest, and introduced the 2 kids. "The purple one with the goofy expression is my youngest son, Layden. He's a poison dragon." Layden was perhaps the second smallest and weirdest looking dragon Izuku had ever seen. He wasn't like any typical dragon. He looked far more like a chameleon and a cobra god mixed with a European dragon. His body is covered by a purple and white hide, and his head ends with a protruding horn at the tip of its nose. His eyes are similar to a real-life chameleon's, large and orb-like, with the ability to control eye movement individually. His head has a cobra-like hood that doesn't appear to move. A long and elastic chameleon-like tongue can be seen from within and hanging outside of his sharp-toothed mouth. Its wings are a purple color with grayish-white membranes that have strange orbs at each fingertip. His large tail is reminiscent of a leaf and has a curled, spiraling tip, and the same orb-like structures on the edges. He looks like Chameleos from Monster Hunter. Layden is also the most energetic of the dragons, acting almost like an energetic toddler or excited puppy. His body was practically vibrating with each moment he stood still. His tail wagged and slapped the ground, his claws dug marks into the tile, his wing ruffled, his tongue hung out of his mouth, and his eyes were darting all over as he drooled a foul smell. "And he's my daddy's boy," Tachibana exclaimed while holding out his arms. Layden made a strange noise like a toad, and dashed into the dark god. Oddly enough, Tachibana didn't get a pile driven into the wall, instead being able to take the full girth of the dragon and stopping the momentum of his body where he stood. Tachibana then began to rapidly and lovingly smooch the dragon's large and excited face while making a baby voice, "Yes you are. Oh yes you are," he cooed while rubbing the dragon's scaly face. Layden landed on his side, kicking one leg in the air and panting like a dog with the goofiest smile on his face, making all types of strange high-pitched creaks and squeaks. But then the dragon suddenly vomited up a huge purple globular that nearly hit Izuku and Eri. Luckily Tachibana was quick and caught the globular midair with some kind of telekinesis. He then made the globular vanish, which Izuku quickly realized was poisonous, by generating a ball of mist that caused it to dilute and evaporate. "Sorry about that. When he gets excited he randomly spits poison. If that had hit you both you probably would have been reduced to skeletons." Tachibana apologized bluntly, making Izuku gulp dryly. After finishing his love of Layden, he moved to a dragon with ocean blue scales, and said, "This is Apolala, he's a water dragon. And the most chilled out of my kids." Apolala was the third smallest, but also the longest of the dragons and the most piscine looking. Instead of scales like a lizard, he had scales like a fish, along with fins, gills, and even webbing between his toes. His wings were much smaller than the other dragons, most likely used for movement in the water as opposed to flight. His face was rounded and even, he didn't have any horns, and always seemed to be dripping wet. Of all the dragons he was the least expressive, as Tachibana said, the most chill. He didn't even look interested in what was going on, mostly just looking around before finding something else to catch his attention. When Tachibana petted him, he released a breath so cold it froze part of a pillar. Izuku was shocked by this, but Tachibana explained briefly, he can control ice too. He pointed over to another dragon and introduced them to him, saying, the absolute unit over there looking extra tired is Nidhogg, he's an earth dragon. Nidhogg was by far the largest dragon in terms of mass, possessing a very round body that made this head look small. He was different shades of brown, from obsidian black to sand white and bronze. He had small stumpy legs with 3 claws, big brown eyes, and a mouthful of a mixture of sharp and blunt teeth. He had 3 horns, one that came out of his forehead like a rhino horn and 2 that came off the sides like the mandibles on an insect. His body was covered in stone-like plates that made it look like his body was made from rock, with sharp quills in between each plate. He had a surprisingly long tail that came to a flat club at the end, and 2 wings that looked just big enough for him to fly. He looks like a combination of the Buffalard and the catastrophic Quaken from HTTRD. He also was the most relaxed or laziest looking of the dragons, even more than Apollola. Nearly laying down the whole time and making many, deep, long yawns. He even looked like he was about to drift off to sleep several times. Tachibana walked over to the half-asleep dragon and scratched him under his chin, making him let off a rumbling purring noise. Everyone thinks he's lazy, but in reality, he's the hardest working on the island. He and Fafnir help make more land. Tachibana explained before going full baby-loving mode and cooing to the dragon, "Oh yes, you are the best working boy." Nidhogg responded by making heavy breaths with more purring. He then moved over to a smaller dragon with feathers and a dark expression, introducing them, "And this is my youngest daughter, Quetzalcoatl, she's a storm dragon." Quetzalcoatl was by far one of the biggest dragons and the most vain-looking. Possessing feathers mixed with her scales and a beak with sharp blue eyes and talons on her feet. She had feathers and scales colored different blues, greens and white. She also had no horns like Apollola, instead sporting 2 short ossicones. Her body was thin and muscular with a defined keel. Her front limbs were much shorter than her back ones, so she supports herself on her wings which are connected to the base of its tail, making them appear larger and fan-like. Some of the feathers, which form a crest, on her head have drooped over its face, giving her a very rebellious teenager look. In terms of attitude, she was how her head feathers looked, like an edgy rebellious teenager with many emotional issues. Izuku could practically hear her saying, "It's not a phase, Mom." When she looked at Izuku and Eri, she snorted through her beak and looked away. Tachibana laughed and said jokingly, "She's my emo child." At this, Quetzalcoatl rolled her eyes and looked away while dropping her head and shoulders. He then motioned to the tallest and most visually pleasing dragon present, and introduced them to them, saying, "Then there's my oldest daughter Tanit, she's a light dragon." Tanit is by far the largest dragon in terms of height. Holding her posture and head above all, looking down at everyone with strict and judgmental multicolor eyes. She held herself up with a strong, confident, and yet feminine posture of dignity or some kind of royalty. Like her younger sister, she was more avian-like than lizard-like, and even more so than her. She was covered in pure white feathers all over her body from around the edges of her face to the very tip of her tail, which was shaped like a fan at the tip, which she used to fan herself. In addition to a beak filled with sharp teeth, her horns were far more like antlers and were colored gold like her talons. A ridge of spines trailed down the back of her neck to the base of her tail. The spines all looked like crystals growing out of her back and would change different colors depending on where the light hit them. Her wings were large and powerful looking, and the membranes were colored like the ridges on her back and would change color depending on how the light hit them, but they mostly stayed a grayish white. The featherings around her ankles and her face were a beautiful crystal blue. She also had ears, which was odd. In terms of her general attitude, Izuku could tell she was judging him like some strict critic or benevolent queen. It was like everything about him and Eri was imperfect or wrong, and she made that clear with the expression on her face. Turning up her nose, snorting, and making a deep grunt in her throat. She just didn't like them for being not up to whatever she considered as a standard. Tachibana saw what Izuku noticed about her and said to him in a hushed voice, "She's also such a little diva, 'cause she thinks she's a princess," he said mockingly while forming a feminine pose and shaking his hips. "She technically is," Cherry said from the side. Tachibana quickly dashed over to him and covered his mouth while saying with a hiss, "Don't tell her that, Cherry." They all looked back at the dragon and saw her with a smile on her beak, a self-absorbed smile which Tachibana frowned at, and Cherry chuckled. He then smooths his short hair and walks over to the last dragon, Fafnir, and introduces the kids to him properly, saying, "And lastly we have my oldest son Fafnir, he's a fire dragon." Fafnir was the second largest dragon from Tanit, but also the only one who looked like a dragon, a European dragon to be exact. Had the whole kit and caboodle. Leathery armored red-black scales, huge wings, long spear-like tail, 4 horns sweeping back, 2 of which were smaller, orange-red eyes, huge sharp teeth that had been scorched black, a ridge of small spines running down his back, 4 ridges of finding along his neck, sharp talons, everything. Like his younger sister, Quetzalcoatlus also supported himself on his wings as opposed to his stumpy front legs. He looks like Drogon from God but with front legs. His personality was hard to pin down for Izuku. Sure, Tachibana told him he was a smartass, so he was no doubt cocky, arrogant, and intelligent. But knowing he was a fire dragon, he could also have a very short temper, and be quick to violence. But Izuku could see there was more. He wasn't just intelligent but he was smart, very smart. He was also determined and strong, probably even stronger than all the siblings. Tachibana came up to the dragon, who was licking his lips teasingly at Izuku and playfully slapped his shoulder while saying, "He's a real smart ass and loves it, but doesn't know when to stop. He also helps make more land with Nidhogg." He then walked away from Fafnir, walked in front of Izuku and Eri, did a spin before spreading out his arms and proclaiming excitedly, "And that's all my kids. What'd you think?" Izuku took a long moment to think his words though, as all the dragons had their eyes on him in a severely judgmental way, except for Layden, and said, "They're nice. Scary," Eri once again said bluntly with fear in her tone as she stared at the huge animals. Izuku nearly freaked out as he exclaimed to her, Eri, don't say that in front of them." Tachibana waved it off and said while glaring at his kids to keep them from acting on the comment, "It's all right. Perhaps they didn't make the best first impression, barreling towards you two from their room. They were just really excited to see me. They love spending time with Dad." He then turned to all the while spreading his arms and wings and saying in his baby voice, "Don't you? Don't you all? Oh yes you do. Oh yes you do." Almost immediately nearly all the dragons piled drives into him and began to rub, lick, and several other gestures of affection all over him as he tried to hug, kiss, rub, and pet all of them. "I know you 6 have been cooped up in your room all day, how about some fly time?" he asked them, to which they all stood up from him and let out their distinctive roars of acknowledgement. Tachibana smiled warmly at this, then turned to the front door and yelled, "Open the gates to the House of Darkness." Another set of voices all repeated the Dark God demand, and within a few minutes the front doorway they came through suddenly began to open up into an even bigger gateway that the smaller doors were built into. "That wasn't the front door," Izuku exclaimed, flabbergasted along with a stunned Eri. Tachibana shook his head and explained, "No, I had 2 doors built into one another. One for people, one for dragons. It would be a pain if I only had one door for dragons." He then rolled his eyes as he huffed and ranted off, "It would take forever to open and close, and don't get me started on all the AC we'd lose." After the doors opened, a horn was blown from outside, this time far more clearly, and in 3 sets. When the gates opened all the way, the 6 dragons all looked at their dad, who simply waved them off. They all roared excitedly and bounded away to the open, each of them trying to get ahead, pushing, jumping over, snapping at each other just to get to the front. Once there they all came bounding out of the huge gates, spread their wings, and took off into the air after jumping from the mountainside platform. Izuku watched on as the dragons roared into the distance and flew off in all directions, becoming specks on the horizon. A sense of dread and fear filled the green teen as he watched the dragons go out of sight and earshot. He turned to Tachibana and asked nervously, "Is that okay?" Tachibana nodded vigorously and stated, of course. They're just stretching their wings, they won't cause any harm. And if they do, I'll spank their butts. Izuku looked behind him and noticed that one of the dragons hadn't left yet. He didn't move at all. Izuku pointed to the one that lagged and said to the dark god, Nidhogg didn't go. Tachibana turned around and saw his son simply standing there looking half asleep. He smiled and chuckled at his son and walked up to him to pet him. I guess he's really tired today, he stated, while coming up to the side of the dragon's face and began rubbing him on his cheek and under his chin. Are you tired? Do you wanna go take a nap? He asked the large dragon in his baby voice. Only to get a low rumbling yawn in reply. Okay, you go nap, my hardest working boy, he told him while patting his side. The large dragon then got up from his spot and slowly lumbered back into the dark cave that he and his other 5 siblings came out of, and disappeared out of sight. Once inside, the cavern was closed back up once more, but the lock was left off. Then the front gate was closed as well, and everything returned to normal in the castle, with the servants going about their business and cleaning up the damages from the dragons. After a sense of quiet and normality entered the area, Izuku turned to Tachibana and stated, your kids sure are destructive. And that's why I keep them under the castle, Tachibana replied nonchalantly. Well, with the introduction out of the way, I think it's time Tachibana began to say until someone interrupted him. Lord Tachibana. A man dressed like a chief holding a covered platter addressed him with a bow. The dark god looked at the chef as he said, your 3 o'clock cake is ready. The chef took off the cover and revealed a small plate with a single fork and a slice of chocolate raspberry cake. Tachibana's eyes glittered as he exclaimed before wolfing it half down, ooh. Cake. Lord Tachibana, we talked about this. Cherry protested from the side while trying to stop the dark god with a firm hand on the shoulder. Tachibana stopped his wolfing and looked back at the red-haired man, mouth half full and covered in frosting, and said, calm down, Cherry. I'm a god, remember. I can control my metabolism, so there's no need to worry about my weight. He then proceeded to wolf down the rest of the cake as the chef held the platter. Eri, completely confused by what was happening, tilted her head while asking innocently, what's cake? Having already finished off his cake, Tachibana stared at the girl with cheeks still full and mouth covered in frosting. He then raced over to Izuku while swallowing quickly and asked in a deadly serious tone, please tell me she's joking. Izuku quickly and anxiously shook his head. Tachibana then got uncomfortably close to Eri's face and stated, I am personally going to introduce you to every damn desert on this planet. Without turning around he shouted, Chef. Prepare every dessert or sweet that can ever be cooked up from your cookbooks. Yes, my lord. The chef said with a bow. But before he left, Cherry grabbed him and said in a calm tone, Chef, please don't. He then turned to Tachibana and told him, Lord Tachibana, we'll be having dinner in 2 hours. Tachibana groaned like a teenager and said begrudgingly, oh, all right. I'll wait, but for dessert. I don't see any problem with that. Cherry quickly interjected, making Tachibana do a fist pump of victory. But in the meantime, let's get you 2 cleaned up before dinner, he said before calling out into the castle, oh Arit. The silver-haired woman came from one of the doorways, slid down the railing, and quickly paced herself on her heels while coming into a bow before Tachibana and saying, yes, Lord Tachibana. Take Eri and get her cleaned, dressed, and settled into a room before dinner, Tachibana instructed her. Her head immediately shot up with an excited smile and sparkles in her eyes as she exclaimed, of course, Lord Tachibana. I thought you'd never ask. She then dashed over to Izuku and snagged Eri from his arms before he could react. She held the confused Eri in the air while spinning around and cooing, oh, this is going to be so much fun. I've always wanted a little sister. I'm going to dress you up in so many cute outfits. Ahem. Tachibana stated the sound effect aloud with a wide-eyed and serious expression at her. After dinner, of course, Lord Tachibana. Arit deflated with a close-eyed sweat drop. Arit then placed Eri on her hip and walked off with the young girl looking over the mature woman's shoulder at Izuku with a concerned look. Only to get a nod, awkward smile, and thumbs up from him. Which seemed to be enough to keep her from panicking. Once they were gone, Izuku suddenly started to wobble on his legs before nearly talking over it for no reason. Luckily Tachibana was quick and managed to grab him before he hit. "Whoa there!" he shouted while holding the boy under his arm and asking, "You okay, Izuku?" Izuku did a combination of a head shake and shrug as he replied in a weak tone, I don't know. All of a sudden I just felt this weight get lifted off of me. It's like I've never felt at ease before until now. And now you're completely spent. I've been there before." Tachibana put his 2 cents in with a sympathetic and understanding tone. "Lord Tachibana, would you like me to take him?" Cherry offered with a slight bow. Tachibana thought it over for a moment, looked down at the nearly limp boy he was holding, looked back up at the red-haired man, and told him, "No. I think I'll help Izuku out before dinner. You just make sure everything's in place and that my kids don't destroy anything again." "As you wish, my lord," Cherry replied with a bow as he walked off. Tachibana carried off Izuku in the opposite direction, and as they walked, the green teen said to him, "It's okay, Tachibana-san. I know you're busy." Tachibana raised a skeptical eyebrow as he asked back, "And you would prefer someone you barely know to help clean you up as opposed to me?" "You're kind of also in the same category," Izuku told him bluntly. Tachibana's sweat dropped and replied, Good point. But my point still stands." Izuku mulls it over and tries to say shyly, "I wouldn't want to be a bother." But Tachibana waves it off and tells him, "Nonsense. I haven't personally taken care of someone since my kids learned how to fly and hunt on their own." Izuku couldn't help but smile at his kindness until Tachibana added something else. "Besides, I haven't had a bath in almost 200 years. He slipped in there at the last second." Izuku's eyes went wide and he tried to pull himself away from the man as he complained, "Ew." Tachibana laughed as he kept the weak boy from breaking free, and he said, "Well, I don't need to bathe. Can you blame me?" Tachibana carried Izuku through one of the many doorways lining the walls of the foyer. As they moved through the castle he saw many more decor, pieces of artwork, and architecture alongside many of the servants that bowed before the dark god and greeted him. To which he greeted them back by name. Izuku, even though feeling like jelly, was quite surprised by this fact alone. He couldn't even be bothered to remember his old classmates' names. Quirks maybe, but not names. After a few minutes of walking until they came upon a smaller door with 2 sets of words, he didn't quite understand. He tilted his head at the strange words, trying to see if he could make any sense of them, but nothing came to his half-dead mind. Tachibana saw this and said, "They both say bathroom. The top is English and the bottom is French. These are our main languages." Izuku awkwardly and embarrassedly sweat dropped while saying, "I can't speak those languages, wait a second. If the main languages here are English and French, then how are you and everyone else speaking Japanese?" Tachibana opens the door and helps him sit on a bench with a smile, while saying, "I was wondering when you were going to notice that. I have a quirk that allows me to interact with the human brain in many ways. One of those is the ability to make a person hear their native tongue even when the other person doesn't know it, and vice versa. Drageria has people from all over the world." Izuku's eyes glittered in wonder at such an amazing quirk, and he gushed to the dark god, "That's incredible. But why are we here?" Tachibana rolls his eyes in amusement and says, "To clean you up, of course. But I won't unless you are uncomfortable. I just assumed you needed help." Izuku took a brief moment to look around at the first part of the bathhouse, which looked similar to the changing room of a Japanese bathhouse. He rubbed his hands a bit and gripped one of his arms. Izuku was always good at telling what his body could and couldn't do, and right now, something as simple as bathing seemed like a task. Even if he did know Tachibana for less than an hour, he did seem nice and respectful enough. He didn't get a sense he would try anything, but it was still embarrassing. He sighed and finally admitted, "Actually, I do need help, even with, you know." He motioned to his clothing. Tachibana put up a hand and stated firmly, "Say no more. If I do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, just let me know, I won't be offended." Izuku gives him a thankful nod and Tachibana gives him a basket to put his clothes in. Izuku was a lot weaker than he thought, even unbuttoning himself was hard. He had barely gotten through the first one before Tachibana had removed all the clothes on his upper half. Ah, feels nice to get out of that suit. Tachibana sighed with relief while fanning himself with his wings. Izuku couldn't help but notice that not only did Tachibana act and say he was a god, but also looked like one from many forms of artist depictions of gods. Unrealistic perfection in his body, his muscles, the shape of his body, and the complexion of his skin. Tachibana was like a work of art, something that people strive for but could never get. Izuku also took notice of his arms. The black coloration didn't just cover his hands but worked their way up to his elbows before getting off into normal-looking skin. He even had the same coloration around his neck. Izuku wondered what other parts had the same black color. Tachibana saw him staring at him, and Izuku quickly looked away while asking, "Can't you just manifest it away?" Tachibana nods and replies, "I can, but where's the fun in that? I don't wanna be lazy." Izuku couldn't argue with that logic. Sure, having sure power could be used in mundane things, but was it needed? But before we continue, may I ask what's with that notebook? You've had a death grip on it since you got here. Must mean a lot to you. Tachibana asked while pointing to the notebook Izuku was still holding onto. Izuku hadn't even noticed that he was still holding his notebook, in all honesty, had forgotten about it. He looked down at it and saw how it was nearly torn in half from how hard he had been clinging to it. It had even been bent in half from his vice grip. He shuffled in his seat and replied with anxious disappointment, "Oh, this. It's nothing." Tachibana raised an eyebrow and asked, "May I see your nothing?" Seeing no harm, considering it was nearly destroyed, he gave his notebook over to the dark god. When it touched Tachibana's hand, a strange thing began to happen. Much like when Eri touched the wooden chair and it was reduced to logs, his notebook began to revive back to its original state. Almost like nothing had happened to it at all. Tachibana sat down next to the starstruck teen and opened the now revived notebook and began to skim through it quickly. "Oh my," Tachibana said while skimming and turning a page. "My word," he exclaimed while browsing through another part. He then closed the notebook and asked, "Izuku, did you write all this?" Izuku, already feeling his shame sink deep within, anxiously replied while looking at the ground, "Yeah. I did, but it's nothing, just an old." "This is amazing," Tachibana immediately interjected. Izuku looked up from his shame and asked, "What?" "Izuku, this is the most amazing conjunction of detailed personalized analysis sheets I've ever seen. Did you do all this?" Tachibana praised the boy. "You don't think it's weird?" Izuku asked back, a bit on edge and feeling conflicted. Tachibana looked at him strangely and replied, "Weird. Izuku, my country needs more people with your level of brainpower, intuition, and observation skills." He then stuck his face back into the notebook and began to read faster than Izuku could ever expect a person to do. He then came to the last page and asked, "What's this?" On the 2 pages was a huge autograph with only 2 words. Tachibana narrows his eyes, despite the size, and reads aloud, "All Might. You got the #1 hero of your country's autograph. That's pretty amazing." He trailed off as he saw Izuku's expression. To put it simply, Izuku was about to cry. He was just barely holding it back. Like Tachibana had just unearthed an old painful memory, or maybe just a painful one. Tachibana knew this is where he should stop. He put the notebook down and said, "Let's ourselves in the tub, shall we?" Izuku didn't say anything and instead nodded his head. Tachibana stood up and unbuckled his pants while Izuku still fumbled with his buttons, even more so in his emotional state. Izuku finally gave up and looked up at Tachibana, who was wrapping a towel around his waist. Izuku also took notice of his legs. Like the rest of his body was beyond perfect, but also had the same black coloration that ran up to his knees before fading to normal skin. Once Tachibana was ready, he noticed that Izuku hadn't even gotten started. He offered to help and after an embarrassed sigh, he accepted. Tachibana was gentle and respectful with him the whole time. After unbuttoning his coat and dress shirt, he let Izuku slip out of it himself and put it into his basket. After that came the most embarrassing part. Izuku steadied himself on Tachibana's back. The god made quick work of removing his belt, pants, and undergarments before placing them to the side and wrapping a towel around his waist. After letting Izuku settle for a long moment, he helped him up to his feet and brought him into the main part of the bath. Once inside, Izuku was immediately taken aback by what he saw. He fully expected a regular bathhouse fit for a king, but he had no idea. King meant a football field-sized room with one huge pool and several smaller pools dotted around. The same marble pillars and stone walls with golden edging and artwork decorated the inside, alongside several statues of the dragons in every pool. Especially a large one located in the center of the main pool with all 6 of them on it. Whoa! Izuku expressed his shock and amazement. What? Tachibana asked him coyly. Izuku looked at him, like he asked a dumb question, and exclaimed back, "What do you mean, what? It's so huge." Tachibana laughed and explained, "Well, my kids usually like to bathe with me, so I had to accommodate." Izuku looked around a bit more at everything and then asked something he probably should have done before. "Why does it look like a Japanese bathhouse? I like to take different parts of other cultures and integrate them into my country. How better to learn about another culture than to live a part of their lives?" Tachibana explained briefly. Tachibana then walked Izuku into the main pool and helped him settle in. Izuku almost steadily sunk in like a stone, much to Tachibana's amusement. The water was nice and hot and had the distinct scent of lavender. It felt amazing on his skin and through his muscles and bones. After all he had been through. Once he was relaxed into the water, Tachibana made a bottle of shampoo float from another part of the bath and began to clean his head. Despite his huge and clawed hands, the dark god was surprisingly gentle and soothing as he lathered his head up with suds. Once he was practically covered from head to shoulders in soap, Tachibana moved him to the fountain and placed his head under, washing him clean. He then repeated the process, washing him clean and letting Izuku sit in the water before cleaning himself off. As they both sat in silence, Izuku decided now would be a good time to ask some more questions. Izuku, feeling quite embarrassed, lowered himself in the water till he was practically covering his mouth, as he asked, "Tachibana-san, can I ask you a question? If it's not too much to ask." Tachibana hummed in his throat and replied, "Depends on the question." Izuku hesitated for a moment before saying, "What's your origin story? How did you go from normal human to dark god of a self-made country with 6 dragons for kids?" Tachibana stopped scrubbing himself as his eyes widened and he shot up while shooting over to Izuku and proclaiming, "Now that's a story." Izuku was initially taken back by his sudden burst of excitement, and seeing this, Tachibana backtracked and reiterated, "It stems back to my quirk. The strange side effect I told you about." Izuku sat up a little straighter as he listened to him. Tachibana sat down and explained, "When I turned 4 my quirk hadn't manifested visibly. But it did when my one-time reaction kicked in." Izuku cocked his head at this and Tachibana said, "I bet you're confused. Let me explain. You see, my quirk came with a strange first-time usage additive. The soul of whatever I ate first, I would gain every aspect of that soul, and I mean every aspect. Physically and biologically." Izuku's mind thought this through and he finally asked, "What soul did you eat first?" Tachibana giggled and said with a nostalgic tone, "Funny thing. I ate a spider." Izuku mulled this information over, and after it dawned on him hard. So with a gobstruck expression, he murmured out in surprise, "So you turned into a spider? That must have been a hard adjustment." Tachibana nodded while rinsing off his hair and stated, "It was. Relearning to walk, eat, and do just about everything without hands. It was kinda weird being naked, but I got used to that quickly." Izuku sank into the water with a thinking expression and stated, "I can't even imagine, being only an inch tall, it must have been hard on your parents." Tachibana giggled at his statement and told him, "Oh, I wasn't that small. I was a spider, sure, but I was a spider the size of a human child." Izuku's eyes widened at this revelation as he looked at the dark god who continued in amazement, "Shocking, isn't it? So were my parents. But things didn't get better from there." He follows up with a sad tone making Izuku curious. Tachibana sighed, as if digging up an old memory. He leaned back and took a moment to lament. Izuku patiently waited for Tachibana to speak, and they both sat there for several minutes with the only sound coming from the gurgling fountain. Tachibana sighed again while rubbing his face and began his story. I was born in a pre-quirk era. Quirks were just starting to appear, but they weren't prominent or widely accepted. So eventually I was picked on all the time, kicked out of school, ostracized by basically everyone, and when I turned around 8 years old my parents decided they didn't want a freaky spider kid that caused them to be shamed, so they kicked me out. Izuku nearly shot up from the shock and anger suddenly coursing through him, but didn't do to nearly getting head rush, and instead opted to shout in disbelief, "What? That's just horrible. Sure it must have been hard, but kicking you out when you were a kid. That's unforgivable." Tachibana was still and silent at Izuku's outburst and simply spun his finger in the water, making it form shapes that shouldn't be possible. He gave a heavy sigh and told him with a calm tone, "It was a different time, Izuku. A time of change. And the one thing that scares people more than anything is change. I don't blame them or hold it against them. I've learned to let go of the past and forgive those who have wronged me. It doesn't help to hold in all that hurt. Trust me, I've lived long enough to know." Izuku calmed himself down at his words and knew they held the truth. There were many times he was angry at others, but always let it go. After all, what could he possibly do? Tachibana sighed again and straightened up while splashing the water. "Let's change the subject. To my kids and how I got so powerful." Izuku's ears perked up at this and Tachibana took that as a sign to continue. "When I had gotten evicted by my parents, I made my way to a cave to take shelter for the night. Only it wasn't a cave, it was a deep underground cave system that was more similar to a labyrinth. So seeing as I had nowhere else to go and no escape, at the time, I decided to stay." Izuku intently listened to him as he spoke. Even getting closer with each passing moment of anticipation, close enough for Tak to ruffle his hair as he talked, but this wasn't any ordinary labyrinthian cave, this one held animals, quirked animals. Izuku gave him a confused look and asked, "But I thought animals with quirks were rare." Tachibana shook his head and continued, "Not in this cave. They were all over. Later in the years, people called it the birthplace of quirks or cave of origins, pick your favorite. Whatever the reason, I have no clue." He shrugged his shoulders as Izuku inches in more and more, enough for Tachibana to pull him up to his lap like a child and their parents. "However, as I was learning to survive and thrive in this new and extremely hostile place, I found my kids in an autoclave on a sheer cliffside. They were nothing but eggs, so I decided to eat them," he stated nonchalantly with a smile. Izuku immediately deflated from his excited state and fearfully spat out, "What?" Tachibana beeped air through his teeth at realizing his wording, and reiterated, "I tried to eat them. Sorry, I probably should have said that first. Their shells were too hard for me to break. So after many failed attempts, I decided to care for them." "Ah." Izuku cooed, "Since I thought I could eat them after they hatched." Tachibana added in, making Izuku go stiff in his expression. Tachibana saw this and exclaimed, "What? It was survival of the fittest. But then they hatched and I felt a sense of kinship towards them. So instead I decided to be their dad." He finished off on a happy note. "Ah, wait, this is the part where you say something like, you tried to eat them anyway, right?" Izuku asked anxiously and Tachibana shook his head, leaving Izuku to sigh in relief. Tak blew out a raspberry as he reminisced, "I'll be honest, it wasn't easy. Feeding myself and about 6 other mouths that never seemed to be satisfied. But it did help me to get stronger faster. The more difficult challenges I faced, the stronger I became and the more souls I ate. Up until I had consumed enough souls from those animals that I had gained all attributes from them except physical." Again Izuku listened with bated breath anticipation as Tag rubbed his head again. "After that 100 or so years had passed and I and the kids decided to leave when humans started to nose around the cave and I had to save some of my kids from them. Also, they were already bigger than elephants, so," he trailed off like it was relatable. "Where'd you go from there?" Izuku asked like a child hearing a tall tale from their grandparent. "Oh, far away. Far from my old home and the cave of origin. Out into the sea. I had actually thought my kids would leave once they became able to hunt and fight on their own, but they always stayed with me." He recounted as Izuku's eyes glittered with wonder. Anyhow, I knew that no place in the world would accept us, so I decided to make my own. Using the powers of Nidhogg and Fafnir, we made man-made volcanoes and created a new landmass. From there we added more and more until a huge strip of untouched, uninhabited land formed for us to live on. The castle I now live in is the very first volcano my kids created to form Drageria, and the huge mountain range in the back of the country are all old volcanoes that used to form more land. He finished off his story with a clenched fist of excitement and tension. That's incredible. Izuku ogled with amazement. From there I had my other kids bring life to the new land and Drageria was born. Tachibana finished off while spreading his wings at his victorious claim. Wow! Izuku stated with astonishment. After that Tachibana took Izuku aside and began to scrub off his body. Izuku would have done it, but to his exhausted and relaxed state, he couldn't even get the soap to foam, let alone clean the grime from his body. He just sat there as the dark god gently yet firmly scrubbed him until he was somewhat raw. Izuku sank into the water and felt all his clung-on sweat and dirt pull off his body. After some time of silence, Tachibana leaned to his ear and whispered, "But let me tell you a little something. As a secret between you and me." Izuku looked back at the dark god, and nodded his head. Tachibana smiled, looked around, then cupped his hands to his ear and whispered, "My kids are far more special than anyone could expect. There's more reason to them being elemental dragons other than just diversity." Izuku's eyes widened once more with intrigue and amazement. He then excitedly explained to him, "They didn't just bring life to this land. They created it. Those weird horses you saw pulling the carriage. They are one of the many byproducts of my kids' powers. That's also why the Cave of Origin had so many animals with quirks, or at least that's what I think." Izuku's mouth was open with awe at this revelation. Sure, the last bit was a theory at best, but the other parts. Wow, creatures with power, when combined, can create entirely new life forms. Not just that, but environments and whatnot. If this ever got to the public, then who knows how this would be taken by everyone. Scientists, the government, the public. It would change it and bring new theories into the construction of life itself. Tachibana saw Izuku get more and more excited at everything he said, and knew it would mean more questions. So he quickly stopped him by stating, "But enough questions and stories. Dinner will be in a bit." The glitter from his eyes faded and Izuku nodded. Tachibana went off to one part to scrub off his body while Izuku went over to the edge where he laid his head and arms. After being so relaxed, he never understood just how tired he was. And with the hot water and calming atmosphere, he was ready to sleep right there. After a while, Tachibana noticed Izuku's strange behavior and asked from the side, "Izuku?" The boy replied with a tired grunt. "Are you tired?" Izuku tried to bring his head up and open his eyes, but couldn't, so instead, he tried to speak out, and replied unconvincingly, "WH. No, I'm good, honest." "No you're not," Tachibana said back to him while rolling his eyes. He then got up and moved to Izuku where he scooped them up into his arms, saying, "Come on. Let's get you out and into bed." "What about dinner?" "I don't wanna be." Izuku tried to interject, already half asleep. Tachibana scoffs and says reassuringly, "You won't be rude. You need rest and that's final." "Okay." Izuku finally submits while letting his head rest on his shoulder. Tachibana then leaves the baths and into the changing room where he grabs a large towel and wraps Izuku up in it. Much to the green teen's pleasure as he all but falls asleep in the embrace. Tachibana then takes Izuku out of the locker and into the castle where he tries to seek out a servant. But instead, he got something better, his second in command, Cherry, walking past. "Ah Cherry." Tachibana calls out to him. The soft-voiced man walks up to the dark god with haste and says with a bow, "My lord. How was your bath?" Tachibana stretches and flexes his wings with a deep sigh and replies, "I feel like a new god." "Could you take Izuku to his room and get him into bed?" he tells him while holding out the sleeping boy. "Of course my oh my." Cherry accepted with a smile before averting his gaze at the dark god. Tachibana is initially confused by this until Cherry says, "My lord, you seem to have forgotten too." Tachibana looked down at where Cherry was motioning to and realized that somehow his towel fell off, leaving him exposed. Oh, whoops. Tachibana blurts out with a deep blush, as he uses two of his wings to cover himself. He. Sorry about that. Tachibana apologized to Cherry, who only chuckled. He manifested new clothing, same as the original, on his body and said with an embarrassed tone after handing off Izuku, "I'll just go back to my paperwork." Cherry giggled to himself the whole way up to a new room made up for the castle's newest guest. He opened the door and gently placed Izuku on the bed. From there he went to the closet and pulled out some blue pajamas where he changed the sleeping boy into them. After discarding the towels he placed the young teen under the covers and tucked him in. Just before he left, he felt a hand weakly grasp the cuff of his shirt. "Cherry," the boy said in a half-asleep voice. Cherry leaned down to him and replied in a quiet tone, "Yes, Master Izuku." "Can you tell Tachibana?" "Thanks," Izuku tried to say to him in a muddled speech. Knowing what he was saying, he put the teen's mind at ease by saying, "Of course." The teen relaxed and finally drifted off to sleep. Cherry patted his head before quietly saying, "Sleep well, young master." With that, he turned the light off and left the room, where for the very first time in a very long time, Izuku slept soundly with no stress, fear, or nightmares to plague him. Only silence and calm. When Izuku finally woke up, he really didn't want to. He was more comfortable and relaxed than he had ever felt in years. The bed and pillows were the softest things he had ever felt. Eventually his brain woke up enough for him to remember the dinner he was supposed to attend. He finally got up and rubbed his eyes while pulling up the covers and putting his legs over the side. Once his eyes worked well enough to see, he noticed he was wearing blue pajamas that weren't his and wondered why and how. He decided to push it out of his mind and finally stood to his feet. Which he nearly fell over. He managed to quickly grab a part of the bed and keep himself from falling on his face. He sat back on the bed and noticed that he didn't just feel relaxed and rested, but so was his body. Apparently his muscles were as awake as his brain. After a brief moment of reteaching himself to stand and walk he moved over to the covered window and tore it open. When he looked out he was shocked to see it was evening. He must have only been asleep for a few hours at best. He hoped to catch the tail end of it. He then looked around the room for a closet to change, but then immediately realized that this wasn't his room. He was probably just there while he slept. He really wished that Cherry was here to help him, but then he noticed something on the nightstand. He walked over and saw it was a note for him. He opened it and read it aloud. "Dear Izuku, I hope you slept well. By the time you read this it'll be dinner time. This room you found yourself in is your room. Please decorate it as you please and make yourself as comfortable as possible. There's an outfit that I, Arit, picked out for you. Your other outfit I had the liberty of disposing of. Please be down as fast as you physically can. See you soon. Tachibana." Izuku put the note down and looked around at the room, his room. His new room that wasn't related to his past, his past, it was gone. He had something new, a new start, a new him, a new everything. He tightened his fists and knew he had to make the most of this newness. He had to become a better version of him with this fresh start, and he was. Just as he was about to march to the closet he saw that his notebook was sitting on the nightstand next to his note. He looked at the thing and wanted nothing more than to tear it to shreds, especially the autograph from All Might. To him it was nothing but a reminder of his past. A past he wanted nothing more with and wanted to forget, but he couldn't. Tachibana's words still lingered in his head, his praises, his first praise or compliment for that matter. Maybe his old obsession did have value where others couldn't see it. Maybe his love for something could end up making a hero in another way, maybe he really could be a hero. He sighed contentedly as he marched over to the closet and saw the first article of clothing as a suit similar to Tachibana's other higher-ups, though it appeared to be for someone of much lower stature sure of the simplicity of it. It was mostly black with golden designs around it, a white undershirt, a red bow tie, and red shoes. This shocked Izuku the most. He really did miss his red shoes, they were the one thing he liked the most. And he also realized he had been going around almost completely barefoot for the entire time. He briefly wondered how, Then he remembered Tachibana and his plot convenience all-knowingness. He sighed and then immediately threw the outfit on. He walked to a mirror and examined himself. He sure looked dashing, even if the shoes did clash with it a bit. Though overall, he never looked better. Trying to comb his hair would be a waste, so he forgoes it, grabs his notebook, and makes his way out of his room into a long hallway with identical doors lining up and down. The doors are all tall and made of mahogany with golden designs edged into them. From there it was the same stone walls and ceiling with gold-designed edging, small light fixtures above and many different paintings, other works of art, and potted plants decorated the halls. Izuku didn't know which way to go, so he went down one way and stuck to it. For some odd reason he could find any servant to ask for directions. Maybe they were all busy. But soon the seemingly never-ending hallway felt like it was beginning to loop. Until he finally found a doorway opening with no door and stairs that led downward. He followed it until he found himself back in the foyer. He briskly walked down the stairs of the ominously quiet foyer, and looked around for anyone once he reached the bottom. There weren't even any guards like before. He looked over the gates of Drake's and saw that they had been locked up once more. Tachibana's kids were no doubt back in their room. He looked over to one side and thought he saw a guard standing in position, but when he got there it was nothing but an armor stand holding up some beautiful polished silver armor. As he admitted the pristine glint and reflective properties of it, he noticed something moving behind him. He squinted his eyes to focus on it, but then he saw what looked like a sword being raised over his head. By sheer instinct alone he jumped out of the way just as a sword came crashing down on the armor and destroyed it. He quickly looked back and saw a person clad in black armor and a blood-red cape wielding a huge sword that looked like something out of some anime. It's the Dragon Slayer sword from Berserk. The Dark Knight, as Izuku mentally referred to him as, brought the sword up from the rubble, that used to be beautifully polished silver armor, and shook it clean before taking another swing at Izuku. The teen had just enough time to hold up his notebook as a shield and ended up having it slashed in half. The green boy took the opportunity of the Dark Knight repositioning his sword to try and escape. But the Dark Knight was quick and ended up slashing just below Izuku's head at a pillar. He pulled it out with ease and managed to outmaneuver the panicked teen. He slashed at the floor and Izuku jumped back while falling over. He tried to scramble away but the knight was on him in a second with his swords raised over his head. Izuku gasped and shielded himself while bracing for the inevitable. He heard the knight grunt and slash the sword through the air. However, he didn't feel the rush of refined steel cutting through his fleshy body like soft butter. Instead he heard a clanging sound, like the sword hit into something hard. He opened his eyes, looked up from his cocoon, and saw Tachibana holding back the sword too between his index and middle finger. And judging by the look on his face and the aura he was exerting, he was not happy. He easily threw the sword far off into the foyer by his fingers alone and stood in back of Izuku while staring down the Dark Knight, who seemed to submit. The tension was thick, but was cut when Tachibana asked, "Are you serious right now, CRNA Straza? Here, in my foyer, look at the mess you made. Now I have to clean literally everything, again," he shouted while motioning to all the gashes and destroyed objects in the room. "And attacking a guest on top of it. I assumed you had more self-control over the years, but I guess I was wrong," he scolded him. "But sire, I thought he was an intruder. A spy." The Dark Knight, CRNA Straza, said with a deep booming voice that held no emotion or sign of regret. Tachibana pinched the bridge of his nose and asked, "You saw a literary child, and your first instinct was to hack his head off." "Never underestimate any opponent," he replied back bluntly. Tachibana shook his head while slapping his face as he beeped, "Sometimes I really wonder about you." "Chi Tachi Bana." Izuku fearfully stammered out on the verge of tears. Tachibana looked down at Izuku with an expression of apology and pity and helped him up while brushing him off and said, "Sorry about that, Izuku. My bodyguard takes his job a bit too seriously." "BB body GG guard," Izuku stammered. Tachibana rolled his eyes in amusement while saying, I know. Strange for a literal god to have a need for a bodyguard." He then turned from Izuku and called out to his bodyguard. "CRNA Straza. Come here and apologize to Izuku, he commanded forcefully, his voice echoing through the foyer. The Dark Knight came forward in front of Izuku, making him shudder and back up to Tachibana's comforting hands. He knelt down with one hand on his knee while bowing his head as he spoke in his deep and foreboding tone. Forgive me, young master, I had no prior knowledge of your residence in my lord's castle. I am Crna Straza, loyal bodyguard to Lord Tachibana. Crna Straza introduced himself, before getting back up to retrieve his sword. Tachibana rolls his eyes and says once he out of earshot, he does this every time I hire a new staff member. It's almost an initiation. Panic immediately set into Izuku as his mind wandered into a very terrible thought. Tachibana knew what he was thinking and quickly reassured him, saying, no, he didn't try to kill Eri. I would have whipped him good if he tried that on a baby. At this time the knight returns but Tachibana stares him down while commanding, now be gone with you, Crna Straza. I'll figure a proper punishment for you after dinner. The knight bows and turns on his heels while walking through a doorway with nothing but the sound of his armor clicking into the darkness before fading out to nothing. How'd you get him? Izuku finally spoke up once the sounds of his armor fully faded. Tachibana waved off the question while saying, a different story for a different time. More importantly, how did you sleep? Izuku thought for a moment and then replied with a smile, better than I ever had before. I would think so. You've been asleep for a whole day. Tachibana giggled. Izuku's eyes nearly shot out of his head as he shouted in shock, what? Tachibana, against realizing his wording, caught himself and stated, whoa. Calm down there. Everything is fine. You just needed some rest. But, Eri. Izuku began to panic. Tachibana cut him off and waved his hands while stating, as fine. She was a bit worried about you, but you were hard asleep when we let him visit you. I was honestly starting to get a bit worried about you myself. After seeing Izuku visibly relax, Tachibana changed the subject saying, well come on. Let's get to dinner. The two walked down the hallway with Izuku stepping in cadence with the man. It was obvious that Tachibana knew this castle as an extension of him. Ducking into one doorway opening, crossing over this hallway, turning this fork in the road, ECT. Good thing too, Izuku had no idea where to go. Just looking down the hallways of this place gives him vertigo. As they walked in silence, a thought crossed his mind, and so he stopped. Tachibana, being in tune with his walking partner, turned around and saw him bowing deeply. Thank you for the room, Izuku said to him. Tachibana smiled at him and placed a hand on his shoulder, making him look up. He waved his hand and said back, consider it nothing. While you're a guest in my home you'll be treated with the best I have to offer. Izuku smiled at his kindness. Only for him to ruin the moment, making his expression drop to deadpan's neutrality, as he followed up, and besides that I have so many I end up using some as storage. They both continued their walk until they came to a new set of large birch wood doors with gold trim and designs engraved on it. Tachibana easily swung the doors open to a large dining area with several people sitting around a half-oval shaped table. On both sides of the table, further back, were all 6 of Tachibana's dragon children. All of the people were engaged in murmuring small talk, but all stopped as Tachibana appeared before them. The dark god elegantly opened the door, entered the room stroking a pose between the 2 half-open doors and stood there posing between the open doors with wings spread and expression full of ham. So sorry we're late everyone. Crna Straza gave Izuku the welcoming initiation. Again, Tachibana apologized and explained their tardiness. Cherry waved it off and said back to him, it's no problem Lord Tachibana, we were just about to start. What did he break this time? Arit asked with a deep sigh while taking out her clipboard. A pillar, the floor, part of the carpet, my favorite decorative silver armor, and Izuku's fabulous notebook. Tachibana listed off, like this wasn't the first time it happened, while Arit jotted everything down. Who? Deskin asked while looking at a book. He looked up and saw Izuku before saying with a sarcastically mocking tone, oh him. I thought he was dead. Arit, who was sitting next to him, smacked him, and exclaimed, he was just sleeping you idiot. Deskin growled while holding the back of his head, snapped at her while yelling, with eyes glowing bright blue, "I told you not to hit me, harlot." "There they go again." A black man at the table rolled his eyes. "I ship it." A woman with short blonde hair giggled. "Just one quiet dinner. Is that really too much to ask?" A man in a hooded cloak put forth with a sigh. "Hi Izuku." Eri called out from the table with a wave, sitting on a high chair. "Hi Eri." Izuku called back with a wave. Some of the dragons even seemed to greet Izuku's entry, or maybe just Tachibana. But still, Layden looked ready to bounce off his spot and tackle the two of them. While some of the other dragons looked on at Arit and Deskin's fight with amusement, two of them even seemed to chant. Seeing as the two of them were still fighting, much to Tachibana's exhaustion, an older man in a military uniform stood up abruptly and shouted, all right, enough you two. We're having dinner right now, and there is no fighting. Understand?" Arit and Deskin gave each other one last nasty glare before begrudgingly sitting down and turning away from one another. Even some of the dragons stopped chanting or getting excited by their squabble. "Thank you, General." Tachibana thanked the man with a sigh, as he saluted the dark god. "Who's the boy, Lord Tachibana? He's cute." The woman asked with a seductive tone while fluttering insect wings on her back. Deciding to ignore her, Tachibana pushed Izuku forward and told him, "Izuku, I'm sure a few faces at this table seem familiar, so let me introduce the ones you don't know. The man with the hyena sprouting from the back of his head is my treasury advisor and accountant, Bultungen." He introduced the first man. Bultungen was a dark-skinned man who appeared of African heritage. He was tall, yet thin, with no hair, green eyes, and small tribal tattoos on his head, face, and neck. He wore a similar outfit to Deskin, and his most outstanding feature was the spotted hyena head sprouted from the back of his head. Bultungen gave a slight bow and said, "A pleasure." He pointed to the woman next to him and introduced her. "The woman who looks like a fairy is my admissions and forestry chief, Faye." Faye was a shorter woman with thin, yet defined feminine curves, short frizzy blonde hair with red flowers growing from it, and blue eyes with long pointed ears like Tachibana. She wore no shoes, her finger and toenails were painted different colors, and her outfit was far different from everyone else. It was like what a fairy would wear. Pieces of natural leaves and flowers stitched together like a long one-piece corset that revealed much of her most defined features were two small horns sprouting from her forehead, a set of butterfly-like wings on her back, and her face was like that of a cat's. Always making this face. I have two jobs because only one requires part-time work. It's nice to meet you, kid." She briefly explained her two different titles with a wink. "The man in the hooded cloak is Krinax, my alchemist and medical healer." Tachibana introduced the next man at the opposite end of the table. The man, Krinax, was hard to distinguish since he kept his everything covered. He wore a deep purple hooded cloak with gold designs that appeared to unbutton to a full cape. His hands were covered in black gloves and black boots. The only physical features he could see was his hair, which peeked out over his hood and appeared to be a mix of gold and black. And his eyes, which were heterochronic purple and yellow, and glowed under his dark hood. He also seemed to make a strange noise from his throat. "Hello." He greeted Izuku very simply. "The older gentleman in the soldier uniform is the general of my army, General Douglas MacArthur." Tachibana introduced the last man next to Krinax. MacArthur was an older man in his 60s, stout, somewhat plump, with black hair beginning gray with hard green eyes. He was clean-shaven apart from his prominent sideburns. A large gash came over his face and down his neck as his most defining feature. He wore an outfit made for a man of the military, with different medals on his chests, and ropes around his arms, and other insignias that Izuku didn't know. MacArthur saluted Izuku and greeted him saying, "Nice to meet you, young man. Lord Tachibana speaks praises of your vast intellect and analytical skills. And last we have, Tachibana trailed off at an empty seat. His wings fell to the floor as did his expression with exhausted irritation and he asked, "Aw damn it. Where is Hiltonheim?" "Same place he always is when you need more land to expand," Deskin told him. Tachibana wiped down his face with an annoyed groan and stomped over to what looked like a radio device sticking out of the wall. He turned it on and an unseen speaker system clicked to life with his voice ringing out over the whole castle, as he shouted, "Hiltonheim. Get your ass down here, it's dinner time." Within a few minutes the sound of something rushing could be heard from a set of stairs in the dining area. Then the sound of panic, something crashing, something breaking, and finally something falling down the stairs. Or rather someone, as the sounds of a person screaming and saying ouch over and over. Another minute later and someone emerged from the stairs bringing a trail of papers and scrolling with him in a jet breezeway. He tripped over his own papers and finally managed to catch himself before fixing his glasses and running over to Tachibana in a bow. "So sorry Lord Tachibana, I've just been so in tune with this newest project you've put me on. I have so many ideas I want to try and the man, no doubt Hiltonheim, apologized profusely and anxiously before getting cut off by Deskin. Yeah, we get it. You're overflowing with dopamine at the prospect of blah blah blah. Just get over here and sit down. If you miss another meal, Lord Tachibana is gonna hypnotize you into taking care of yourself, again or kick your ass, again." Deskin rolls his eyes at his antics with an aggravated tone. No doubt this was a regular occurrence. Just before he left, Tachibana introduced him. "And this is Hiltonheim, my cartographer and topographical creator." Hiltonheim raised his head and locked eyes with Izuku. He was tall, very thin, had long nimble fingers, sunken eyes with black rings like he hadn't slept in days, and a face that didn't hold much meat, appearing very skeletal. He wore large glasses and a strange hat that seemed to slope off to the side. His eyes were blue, his hair was short and brown, and he had surprisingly white teeth. He was dressed in a thick multi-layered leather outfit with body cape, shoulder guards, boots, gloves, and a satchel flung over his shoulder overflowing with scrolls and papers. He even had over a dozen smaller pouches all over his body with paper pencils, and a tool belt with tools he didn't recognize. Hiltonheim immediately stood up and scrambled to introduce himself in the most nervous and scatterbrained possible way. "Hey. Nice to meet you, I'm Hiltonheim. But you already knew that. That was stupid. Come on Hiltonheim, save yourself. I'm the head cartographer and topographical creator, but you knew that too, damn. I'm an idiot. I basically map out Drageria and help create geological areas with the help of Prince Nidhogg. Yeah that's it. It's nice meeting you, but we're gonna see each other at dinner, which is now, and why am I saying all this?" he rambled on. "Hiltonheim!" Deskin yelled. Hiltonheim shrieked with surprise and ran over to his seat, leaving a trail of papers behind. Leaving Izuku with a very confused and yet nostalgic feeling in his gut. Tachibana laughed, catching the green boy's attention and quickly said to him, "I have a feeling you two will get along." And Izuku realized how much this guy was like him. Tachibana clapped his hands and stated, "And together with me they form my own personal council of 9. Helping run and make sure the country stays in top shape." Izuku looked around and was now amazed by this. Seeing all the people who helped make this country the place it is and seeing such people of power. No, being with such people of power was something else. Tachibana rubbed his hand eagerly and stated, "Well let's not waste any longer, I can see some of us are getting impatient." He looked over to 3 of his children who were already drooling or biting the pillars. "Let's begin," he exclaimed while quickly taking his seat with Izuku. Izuku was seated right on Tachibana's left side with Cherry on his right and Deskin next to Cherry. Next to Izuku was Eri in her high chair, and next to her was Arit. Izuku thought the two of them were separated during the introduction. He looked down at his place and saw a large empty plate with gold designs, what Izuku could assume was literal silverware, and a folded napkin. He looked over to Eri, who was looking up at him with the biggest smile and was taken back by just how much she changed. She was no longer dirty and covered in rags. She was clean and smelled much better with hair that looked like fresh snow, and made up into many little braids with a pink bow. She was even wearing an adorable pink puffy dress with a large bow tie in it. "You look so pretty, Eri," Izuku complimented her. Eri seemed to smile bigger as she told him happily, "Arit-chan dressed me up." Izuku looked over and saw the woman fawning over the sight of the two of them, her hands on her cheeks, her eyes closed whimsically, and literal hearts floating off her. In about 1,000,000 different outfits. Faye commented from the side. This snapped Arit out of her state and defensively shot back, hey. I've never had a younger sister to dress up. Let me have this. Before any more talking or arguing could occur, the same chef that brought Tachibana his 3 o'clock cake came through what Izuku thought of as the kitchen door, and announced with a bow, dinner is served. A moment later 4 different trolley carts came out from the double doors with bowls, pots of steaming soup, pictures of a colored drink, and fresh bread. The smell alone was out of this world, and Izuku realized just how hungry he was. The cooks came around and set out the bowls in front of them filled to the brim with soup, a whole loaf of bread, and the largest glass of the colored drink he had ever seen. The head chef then listed off the many things being served as they were served. For today's starter we have tomato soup in a basil balsamic with fresh Italian wheat bread. And for the drink we have fresh fruit juice mixed with apple and raspberries. Tachibana licked his lips and stated excitedly, "Oh, this looks amazing as always, chef." The head chef bowed and replied, "Many thanks, my lord. Enjoy." And with that he left with only the cooks and their trolleys behind to refill what needed to be. Izuku placed his own napkin on himself before helping Eri, who had no idea how to use it and was trying to wear it. After she was in, he grabbed his spoon and took a spoonful of the red soup. He blew on it and took his first sip. Now he wasn't much of a soup person, but this was the most amazing thing he had tasted in a while. It almost brought him to tears. But he held back and continued to eat between sips of soup and juice, and bites of delicious bread. Meanwhile on the far side of the room, Izuku saw the 6 dragons get served their food, which was a lot. But all in all they were each served huge piles of meat that had been prepared in different ways for each of them. Layden had a mixture of meat and giant dead bugs and live grubs that he swiped up with his long tongue. Nidhogg got a combination of meat and rocks. Apalala had exclusively fish meat. Fafnir and Quetzalcoatl were the only 2 with just straight meat. And Tanit also appeared to have straight meat at first glance, but another look revealed that each one had been rubbed with some kind of strong spice. As they all ate in silence with the occasional yum sound, someone broke the silence by addressing Tachibana. "My lord, please don't eat like that," Izuku heard Deskin's voice meekly say to him. Izuku looked over to the man with mouth half filled with soup, and nearly spat it out while dropping his spoon into his bowl. Sitting next to him was the dark god himself, elbows on the table and holding up his head, which now had an insect-like proboscis coming out of his mouth and into the soup, beeping it up. Tachibana looked at the blue-haired man and asked innocently, "Like what?" He began to purposely make loud beeping noises as he ate while saying animatedly, "I'm offended you would say such a thing. I mean, just how should I be eating, like what way?" He ranted off while slurping even louder, causing a huge roar of laughter to carry around the table to the point even Izuku couldn't help but laugh. Arit, who was one of the few not laughing or actively trying not to laugh, said, "You're so childish." "Even Eri is, really?" she asked rhetorically as Eri was trying to beep her soup up from her tongue. "Don't eat like that, Eri. It's not polite." Izuku gently placed her head back up. "But Tachibana-kun is, and he's a god," Eri innocently argued back. No, she's got a point." Faye agreed with her, with a mischievous giggle. "Don't encourage her," Arit yelled at the fairy woman. "My lord." Bultungen addressed him, to which he worked his ears up at him. "What exactly is so special about young Izuku's notebook, and young Eri?" the hyena man asked him inquisitively. Tachibana retracted the proboscis back into his mouth, wiped his face and explained, "Well, Eri here has a quirk that is similar to mine in terms of casualty. She's able to revert any living organism to a previous state, though she can't control it at this time, which is why I've taken her in." At this Eri detracted from her previously happy personality, like a turtle huddling into its shell, lowering her head and wishing she was invisible. Izuku wanted to help but didn't know what to say or do. Luckily Arit stepped in and took control of the situation, saying, "There's nothing to be ashamed of, Eri, dear. Not everyone has a quirk that they're able to immediately control. Some of us just need time. You'll be a master in no time with Lord Tachibana's guidance," she told her with a bubbly smile, which seemed to bring Eri back from her shell of shame a bit. Seeing the situation handled, He moved to Izuku and explained, as for Izuku, he and Eri have a very strong bond, so it made no sense to just separate them. As for his wonderful notebook, I forgot it in the foyer. He trailed off as his shoulders slumped and ears fell. This caused another round of laughter at the table and seemed to bring Eri back out some more as she giggled at Tachibana's embarrassed expression. Really, Lord Tachibana? Bultungen rhetorically asked through tears of laughter. Tachibana's face grew even hotter as he defensive shouted back, hey, I was pissed off at CRNA Straza. Whatever, lemme just. He trailed off as he stretched out his hand and a moment later Izuku's notebook flew in the many pieces it was cut into. Once it was in his hands, the notebook was immediately restored like before and he handed it off to Bultungen while stating, there. See for yourself. Bultungen took the notebook and began to skim it much like Tachibana did. As Izuku watched the man look over his work, he felt an anxiety attack rising up through his gut and causing a cold sweat, which made him want to hurl. Bultungen finished his skimming, closing the book and looking at the nervous-looking boy he said with a flat yet sincere tone, young sir, this is just as amazing as Lord Tachibana says. I'm speechless at your analytical skills. Yet again Izuku felt conflicted surprise replacing his anxiety and asked back, you really think it's good? Tachibana slammed his hand on the table, making everyone jump, as he shouted like the ham he was, hey. Did my praises mean nothing to you? Now it takes someone else to convince you. I'm offended. He crossed his arms all animated, getting a few chuckles. Bultungen let out a slight chuckle as he told him, don't take it so hard Lord Tachibana. You have a naturally bubbly and kind personality. Some people who aren't used to that might think you're just saying that to make them feel better. Tachibana whipped his head at him, which actually came off his shoulders and flew towards him while defensively announcing, I never lie. This got a lot of laughter around the table as his body continued to animatedly move while his face got red as he exclaimed, and I'm not vain either. Before they could continue, the head chef walked in and announced, so sorry to interrupt your revelry, but the main course is ready. Tachibana's head returned to his body as he sat down excitedly and asked, ooh. What's on the menu today, chef? I'm super excited. The chef smiled proudly and stayed with clasped hands. Today I cooked up something special on request of Master Cherry for the arrival of Master Izuku and Lady Eri. Izuku and Eri both looked over at the red-haired man with surprise on his face. He smiled and gave a small bow as the chest continued, today I have cooked a special Drageria delicacy. Slow roasted, honey glazed, garlic rubbed goose hog with collard greens and butter baked potatoes with a spicy rub. At every single word the chef said, the stream of drool coming from Tachibana's mouth got longer and flowed more heavily. Oh chef, you have no idea what you're doing to me, he said as the drool came out like a river. Lord Tachibana, you're drooling all over the table and on the floor, Cherry stated as his saliva began to spread and the man lifted up his shoes from the wet ground. Oh, the floor isn't me, Tachibana told him nonchalantly. At first everyone was confused where this new source of liquid was coming from, then they heard some very heavy breath. They all looked behind Tachibana's much larger chair and saw Layden standing there and drooling even harder than his dad, while breathing with excited, hungry breaths. Prince Layden, show some dignity, Hiltonheim scolded the dragon who didn't listen. Tachibana wiped his own face while causing the drool on the floor and table to miraculously evaporate, as he told the purple dragon, this isn't for you baby boy. This is our food, you got your food. Layden immediately dropped his head on the ground so hard it made the floor quake a bit, and he made a high-pitched sound like a toddler complaining. Tachibana rolled his eyes and said back more firmly, don't whine. Layden made the same sound again, this time longer, and Tachibana mimicked him while telling him like a dad, see, I can do it too. Now go back with your brothers and sisters. Layden, like a child, dragged himself across the ground back to his spot and begrudged his own plié of meat. With this the chef bows as the soup trolleys roll out and a new, much larger one, is pushed out with the main course. The goose hog was like some kind of pig mixed with several bird parts. Izuku could tell this since the head was still attached. It was sat on a silver platter surrounded by decorative greens and fruits. Two smaller trolleys came in with the side dishes, One held the mixed collard greens, and the other had the butter-baked potatoes. Just like the soup, it all smelled out of this world, and Izuku felt like he was hungry all over again. The two smaller trolleys came around and quickly served everyone their side dishes, while the larger one stopped at each individual person to cut off and serve them the meat of their choice. Oddly enough, Tachibana was served last, which didn't seem to insult anyone, especially Deskin, who was usually quick to defend his honor. Izuku thought that Tachibana had it this way on purpose. He didn't even seem bothered by it, even when the trolley had the backtrack to give someone more meat. Once they were all served, they ate in silence, with the only sounds coming from people who were complimenting the main course. "This was amazing," Faye exaggerated. "This is the best." Bultungen sighed with content. "I wish my stomach was bigger." Hiltonheim licked his lips happily. "I wish we could eat goosehog more often." The normally quiet Krinax chimed in quietly. "Yummy," Eri exclaimed with food all over her mouth. As they ate, Tachibana looked over and addressed one of his cabinet members, saying, "So General, when are you taking new recruits?" General MacArthur quickly swallowed his food while wiping his face and answered, "Not for another month, at least. I just finished up the last batch and have to prepare." "Why do you ask, my lord?" He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, almost making him choke, and said, "Izuku here would like to join, become a hero, if you would." The general stared at Izuku, making him nervous with his half-filled mouth, and said with a slight smile, "Well, consider yourself accepted, young man. The Royal Guard needs more bright minds like you. I only wish more Silverians would join as opposed to Tealdalians. You know we're not made for combated, General," Arit butted in firmly. MacArthur sighed with a nod and continued saying, Right. But just note that even though you are getting in my recommendation by Lord Tachibana, I won't treat you with any sort of pleasantries. You'll be treated like everyone else." "I wouldn't have it any other way." Tachibana agreed with him. Izuku quickly swallowed his food and asked, Excuse me sir, but what were those words you said before?" "Silverians and Tealdalians." Tachibana's ears perked up at the question, while Deskin and Cherry smiled in recognition at one another, as the Dark God replied happily, "Ah. Well, that is a very interesting tale involving Deskin, Arit, and even Cherry. And it goes back, all the way back to where me and my kids first formed Drageria from the open sea." Izuku and Eri's ears perked up at the man's vague and mysterious explanation. Eri summed up the situation and their feelings the best by asking excitedly, "Is Tachibana-kun going to tell another story?" "Yes, Eri. Yes, he is," Arit told her with a smile. Eri practically bounced in her seat at the prospect and looked at the man with bated breath and glittering eyes. While Izuku just sat there and stared intently at him. Even some of the other occupants lent their eyes and ears in amusement. Tachibana giggled and said, all right, settle down. I won't be able to concentrate on my story and pull the past from my brain if I have so much going on at once." He then cleared his voice, straightened up, and ruffled his wings while saying, "Now let's see here, where should I start?" "Ah yes. Back a long time ago. Nearly 300 years to the day, me and my kids exited the Cave of Origins and set out to find a new place to call home." He began like an old storyteller, weaving his take, as mostly everyone intently listened. "Since no place in the world would ever accept a spider and 6 hyper-powerful dragons, I had the brilliant idea of simply making our own. Do we track to the middle of the Pacific Ocean where I had my son, Nidhogg, create a small plot of land for us. Unfortunately, doing just that tired him out greatly. So instead of working my son to death, I had another brilliant idea. I had my other son, Fafnir, blow his fire into a semi-man-made volcano. And surprisingly it worked. All eyes turned back to the lazily chewing earth dragon and the fire dragon, who gave them a prideful knowing side glance. The volcano created 3 times more than the small plot of land my son had made. So then I had an even more brilliant idea to do it all over again, but this time bigger. And so I did. Nidhogg made the volcano 5 times bigger while me and my other kids took shelter on one of Apolala's ice domes. Fafnir ignited it, and I might have slightly miscalculated the provocations of such power and ended up nearly burning or melting us alive. But once it all cooled, theirs was even more land than before. That same volcano eventually became the castle we now live in, he told the kids while moving around the room. Izuku and Eri ogled at the space, story, and provocations it all held. Tachibana could help but smile at their combined childlike cuteness and inquiry. He continues on with his story, saying, "Then I decided to do the whole thing again, but this time from the opposite side and with an even bigger volcano and more of them. This time I took the proper measures to ensure there would be no accidents. The volcanoes were built far bigger than the future castle, they were detonated, and me and my kids spent a long time waiting for them to come out. After it all finally cooled down, the basis for Drageria was finally made, and the mountain range behind the castle was created. At this point, however, it was nothing but stone with no life. But that is where the Regiites, Silverians, and Teal'Dalians come in." Izuku gave another glance back at Fafnir and saw the dragon smirking at him for Tachibana praise of his accomplishments. He also looked back at Nidhogg, who was now asleep, much to Izuku's unamusement. Eri raised her hand, and before she was called to ask her question, she blurted out excitedly, What are those words you say?" Instead of Tachibana answering her question, it was Arit who answered, "That's what Deskin, Cherry and myself are. The tribes we come from." "Tribes?" Izuku asked her, fully confused, never knowing such a thing exists in such a modern time. "Yes, Izuku. You see, we all come from a group of people who all share the same quirk," Cherry chimed in. "No way!" Izuku exclaimed in shock and amazement. "Yes way. Our tribal names were made by our one distinguishing feature. Our hair color," Arit briefly explained. "That explains why I saw so many people with the same hair color." You all related?" Izuku asked the last part carefully. "In one way or another, yes," Arit answered with a shrug of her shoulders. "How can so many people have just one shared quirk?" Izuku prompted them further, his curiosity overweighing his manners. "Well, if you have a large separate group of people with one person who has a quirk, then eventually that same group will have that one shared quirk," Deskin stated like it was simple, with a snarky tone. "If you don't mind, what are your quirks?" Izuku blurted out with excitement. Arit sat up straight while fixing her silver hair and told him, "The Silverians, like myself, have a quirk called Mind Buzz. I'll spare you the details, but we're all extremely smart and immune to telekinetic attacks. Here in Drageria we make the bulk of the country thinkers, scholars, teachers, and so forth." Chiri spoke next and explained, "My tribe, Regiites, have the shared quirk called Red Blood. It basically makes us stronger, faster, and possesses more endurance than any normal human. So we make up the bulk of the workforce in Drageria. My tribe, Teal'Dalians, have a quirk called Undying Fury. When we are angry we enter a berserker-like state that makes us stronger and hard to put down. We even have longer lifespans. You could break every bone in our bones and we'd still fight to the end. You have to kill us to get results, and even then that's a stretch. And we have the most important job of making up the main bulk of the royal guard for Drageria," Deskin boastfully propelled while standing in his seat. "If you're not getting into fights all the time," Face asked him from the side with a snicker. "Oh, shove it, you horny fairy," Deskin yelled at her while nearly jumping on the table. "I'd let you do that any day," she said back with a seductive wink, making Deskin get angry and flustered. All right, enough you two," the general yet again broke up another fight. After things simmered down, Izuku asked, "What brought you all to Drageria?" Arit, Deskin, and Chiri all seemed to slump in their seats at this, and Izuku looked around in confusion at their discomfort. However, Arit was the one to break the tension by saying, "Well, that's more of a darker part of Lord Tachibana's tale." All eyes turned back to the Dark God, and he continued with his story. "After I had made the land, 3 different ships at 3 different times had sailed into my waters. They landed on my shores, and at first I assumed they were here to kill me and my kids for money or glory or whatever. But after seeing the state they were all in, I knew that wasn't the case. So I approached them, and each group at every time they all reacted as well as could be expected when faced with a giant talking spider and his 6 dragon children tailing him. But after a talk and some begging I allowed them all to stay and help build and grow Drageria into the country it is today. On the one condition they gave me their loyalty, he spun his tail, making a reet, deskin, and cheery smile at it. They didn't have much to offer since they came with so little, but we made the best of it. So with what little resources they had plus the work of my other children, mostly my children, we made Drageria go from a barren rock in the middle of the sea, to practically a second Eden. He exclaimed while spreading his wings. Izuku and A watch and listen with childlike excitement. Apalala made fresh water springs and streams. Quetzalcoatlus brought rain and wind with seeds and fertility. Tanit made light so rich and strong it caused plant life to bloom in minutes. And Ladin. He stopped briefly as all heads turned to the purple dragon, who was currently cleaning his private area. Some people laughed at this while Tachibana sighed and followed up saying, well, reinforced the current plant life to become much stronger, and helped make the primordial ooze from which new species of both flora and fauna emerged from. Izuku's bubbly laughter quickly faded to shock and amazement. He looked back at the goofy dragon, who was licking his eyes and couldn't believe that someone like him could actually create new life from, well, his mucus. Izuku wondered if there was more to Ladin than being just a poison dragon and if what he produced really was poison at all. Now the reason they came, well, that's a totally different reason. I'm sure they would be more comfortable telling you. Tachibana offered the storytelling spot to his three consorts. Izuku and Eri looked at the three people, but all of them were silent and looking away or proceeding to occupy themselves with something else. Izuku knew what they were doing. He did it all the time when comforting his mother or when he used to. He could feel their discomfort at the direct offer and Izuku knew he was the only one who could stop this from going downhill more. You don't have to, if you're not comfortable. I understand. Izuku told them. Arit held up her hand as she said with a shaky voice, no no no. You should know. If we don't remember and learn from the past, we are doomed to repeat it. She fanned herself with her hands, as her face grew hot, and she took another shaky breath to calm herself as she told them her story. The Silverians were quartered off by the government to be used as thinkers to better manage their country or even think of new ideas, inventions, etc. We were used for our intelligence and never allowed to pursue any other passion. I may not have been around at that time, but the stories my parents told me still frightened me to this day. Cherry took his own shaky breath while rubbing his hands and told his story. The Regiites are similar to the Silverians. We were essentially kidnapped by the government of the country we previously lived in to be used as cheap labor. They said what we did was good and we were helping expand the country. But the reality of it is we were nothing more than s. Also my history is the same as Ariti's in terms of experience. Then all eyes fell on Deskin, who looked the most uncomfortably defensive. With body tense he blew out a stressed raspberry and explained in an uncharacteristically low tone, my people aren't like either of them. We didn't happen by sheer accident, we happened as a byproduct of a government experiment back when quirks were rare. A man with undying fury was put into, well, a prison with a bunch of quirkless women. He was forced to reproduce with all of them. One thing led to another and they all gave birth to children with the same quirk. The government tried to use them as trained super soldiers, but abused them until they realized far too late about just how much stronger they were. He slumped into his chair, looking like a small ball. After that, everything had gone quite apart from the sounds of the dragons eating. But that silence was quickly disturbed as Tachibana added in, there actually used to be a fourth tribe called the Goldilians. But they never came to Drageria, and by the time I found out of their existence they were all gone. I punished their country by eating all the souls of the inhabitants, leaving the place completely abandoned and desolate. Wow! Was all Izuku could say as a heavy silence filled the room. That's sad. Eri chimed in as well, on the verge of tears. That it is, Eri. It is sad, but that's humanity for you. What isn't the same as us we either destroy or seek to control. That is why we must learn from the mistakes of the past and not repeat them. Tachibana then came over to Eri, got down to her level on the high chair and placed his hands on her shoulders, told her with a serious tone and expression, never judge anyone Eri, just because they are different. And never think you're above anyone else. 'Cause the truth is that's just not true for anyone. Except you. Eri immediately asked back, making Tachibana go stiff. Well Tachibana faltered with his words as his face went pale and sweat poured out of him. He then looked to his cabinet members, some of whom were on the verge of laughter, and he begged through grit teeth, help me out here. Questions later. Food now, Faye shouted out. Tachibana stood up suddenly from his spot next to Eri and also shouted while taking his seat. Yes. Food. Let's eat and not let this wonderful meal go to waste. At this the atmosphere seemed to slightly shift at Tachibana's over-exaggerated freak out. Everything went back to normal, somewhat, as they all fell back into silently eating their food or requesting more. The only sounds present were the utensils cutting meat or stringing the plate, chewing, and the dragons loudly chewing or pulling their food apart. Eventually it came to the point where Izuku felt like he could speak out freely and ask more questions. He looked down at the table, towards Bultungen and addressed him. Bultungen. The hyena-faced man looked up from his plate at the boy as he continued his statement. I'm sorry if this seems rude, but can I ask you about your quirk? It seems really interesting. Bultungen swallowed his food while wiping his mouth and replied, not at all, young master. In essence my quirk makes me a kind of lycanthrope. Izuku tilted his head to the side confused. Bultungen chuckled and explained further, a werewolf or werehyena in my case. Izuku glanced back at the secondary hyena head and saw it had moved or done anything the whole time. He looked at the man and asked, so does your other head just sit there? Without warning Bultungen's head did a 180 and the hyena was in the front, where it asked back with a snarling and animalistically deep tone, what gives you that idea? Izuku immediately yelped and jumped back in his seat at the sudden shift. A few people laughed at this, making Izuku blush. Bultungen's head twisted back to the human one, and he chuckled while saying, so sorry, young master. I couldn't resist. Bultungen. That wasn't funny. Arit scolded him. It was a little funny. Tachibana chuckled in agreement, making the silver-haired woman cross her arms and roll her eyes. Tachibana then turned to the rest of his cabin and proclaimed, since we're on the topic, Faye. My quirk is called Pixie Sprite. It not only makes me look like a fairy, but I have the power to control nature itself. The fairy woman explained briefly while making a decorative plant on the table grow bigger. Hiltonheim. Tachibana turned to the smaller thin man. My quirk is called Pinpoint. I can basically map out complex things in my head and draw them out without any flaws. That's how I know where and how the land should be moved in Drageria. He explained while taking out a topographical drawing and showing it to the young boy. Krinax. Tachibana called the mage. Alchemist. He uttered one single word, leaving Izuku confused. Deskin let out a loud and aggravated sigh while explaining for him, he can take literally anything and make it into something else. He even knows what things will make other things without any prior knowledge. Seeing that the general hadn't gone yet, Izuku, without thinking in his excitement asked him suddenly, what about you, General? Nothing. The man replied while cutting his food. Nothing. Wait, you're quirkless too? Izuku asked again without thinking. Yes, I'm also. Too. The general stopped his eating while looking up at the boy with his own curious confusion. Izuku immediately recognized what he had said without thinking about it. He felt a pang of fear and anxiety rise through him, making his face go red and hot, causing sweat droplets to form. He was frozen in his own body. His brain refuses to make him move, like an animal caught in the underbrush, trying not to move to avoid detection. He looked around the table with his eyes being the only part that could move. All eyes were on him and all faces had different resting expressions. He really wanted to go back in time and take it back, but it was too late. The cat had been let out and now everyone was waiting for confirmation. Izuku wouldn't lie about such a thing, he couldn't. Especially with Tachibana sitting right next to him, no doubt reading his current thoughts. There was no way out of it, he made his own bed and now he had to lie in it. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and tried to speak. Izuku trailed off trying to find his vocabulary as everyone continued to stare at him. He sighs and finally comes clean. Yeah, I'm also quirkless. He finally forced himself to speak. Everything was silent as Izuku finished his statement and looked down at his plate, for about 5 seconds. Wenfei jumped up from her seat, flying above the table and shouting loudly. "Yeah, one more and we'll have a set," she proclaimed with glee, sending shock and confusion into Izuku's. "Faye, that's inappropriate," Arit immediately scolded her. Faye tilted her head and coyly said back, "What? It's true. General, when are you gonna get hitched already and have a kid?" This made the older man close his eyes with an angry blush on his face. "Faye," Arit shouted at the flying woman. As Izuku looked around at all the people who didn't have the expressions he was expecting, he asked aloud, "You all really don't mind me being quirkless?" Arit and Faye stopped fighting as they all looked back to the young teen, and the fairy woman said, "Why would we care about that? No one can control how they are born." Izuku looked over to Tachibana in disbelief. The dark god smiled and with a slight chuckle he said, "As I've said, Izuku. Here in Drageria we don't judge by the nature of your quirk, but by the color of your character." With that, Izuku broke down in front of all of them. He dropped his face onto the table, covered his head with his arms, and began to sob uncontrollably. He felt such relief like never before. Almost like back in the carriage, but on a much different level. These people weren't expected to like him simply because they were in close quarters with their leader, they didn't judge him they just didn't. It filled Izuku with hope and joy knowing he was finally in a place that truly accepted him and gave him the opportunity to do what he wanted. He sat there for who knows how long and released even more of his pent-up emotions. Eventually he felt a hand on his back rubbing him. He knew this was Tachibana's trying to soothe him, and so with this as well he continued his emotional outpouring. Even almost getting Eri into it, but luckily Arit was able to keep her from sobbing with him. Even some of the dragons stopped eating to see what had killed the mood once again. Even the ever goofy and childish Layden inched forward in worry of the teen's sounds of sadness. Even poking his seat with his horn. Eventually the mood in the room stopped when the head chef came in to make yet another announcement. "My lords and ladies," he trailed off while seeing the sight before him. Seemed to be interrupting something. He quickly caught himself before trying to leave. But Tachibana stopped him with his raised hand and quickly said, No, chef, you're fine. We had just finished with our meal." Izuku raised his head still dripping with snot and tears as he forced himself to breath and say as clearly as he could muster, "Why yeah. Thank you chef. It was the best thing I've had in a while." "Yeah, it was super yummy," Eri chimed in. The chef smiled and bowed deeply with his hand on his chest as he stated gratefully, "I am elated to hear this from you both." He sat up and told them with an excited smile, "I hope you're both ready for dessert." "Oh, you know it chef." Tachibana was the one to respond while promptly sitting down in his seat while making all the used plates and utensils disappear, no doubt into the kitchen. The head chef clapped his hands and over a dozen different trolleys came out of the kitchen double doors, on each of them one overstocked with a single dessert of a different kind. Everything from cakes, to cookies, to ice cream, and everything else in between. A cook next to the head chef stretched out her arms and all the desserts floated onto the table one by one. Tachibana looked at the desserts with wide eyes, like a starving animal looking at a fresh corpse. While Izuku and Eri stared with shocked wonder at so many different sweet delicacies laid before them, and seemingly all for them. "Here it is, dessert," the chef announced boisterously with a bow. Before he could leave, he was stopped by Cherry with an important question. "Chef, why is there so much?" the soft-voiced man asked with some humph in his tone. The chef turned to the red-haired man and answered, "Oh well, it was specially requested." "By who?" Arit chimes in with eyes narrowing. Just before he answers with all eyes on him, Tak was making silent gestures with his hand for him not to say anything. Though unfortunately the chef did notice this. And the head chef said with confidence and joy, "Why Lord Tachibana, you of course." Everything went silent again as all eyes traced back to the dark god, who had quickly stopped his shushing silent gestures, and tried to play it off cool with a stiff expression. However, his play was fooling no one. Though the tension finally broke when Faye shouted with glee, "Yay! Lord Tachibana!" Arit yelled at him. Tachibana stood up on his seat, backing away with hands out in defense as he defended himself back, saying, I said I was going to introduce Eri to every desert known to man, and I will. She'll get fat, Arit yelled back while jumping from her seat. She's 8. She'll burn it off by breathing, Tachibana fought back while waving her accusation off. She'll get sick, she yelled while poking him in the chest. She's only tasting all of them, Tachibana yelled back into her face. You're gonna waste all this food, she yelled while motioning to the absolute smorgasbord of assorted sweets sitting on the table. It's for a good cause. And besides, me and the kids will clean up the leftovers, Tak argued back with nose turned up, eyes closed, and chest out. Sugar isn't good for them, Arit argues back. Says who? Says me. Desert, 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 desert. Faye and Hiltonheim chant happily while some of the dragons chant with them. Stop acting so childish, you two, Deskin yells at the two of them and the dragons. Desert. Eri eventually chimes into the chant, albeit more reserved. Great, now Eri is doing it. Boltungan sighed while gently face-palming himself. There goes the piece. Krinax added his 2 cents quietly. As much talking, arguing, yelling, and cheering made its way around the table, Izuku couldn't help but smile at all of it. Before, everything in his leg always felt so stagnant or forced or even just superficial. Even his domestic life didn't feel domestic at all. There was always an air of unease or stagnation when he was there with his mom. Like nothing was as it should be by some unknown force. But here and now, in all this madness, it truly felt like home, family, and something more. Maybe, belonging. He didn't know, but he did like it a lot. Tachibana-san. He called the man's attention, who put his finger over his secretary's lips to hush her as he gave his attention to him. Thank you for everything so far, he said to him with all the gratitude he could muster in his voice. Tachibana smiled at him, and then roughly ruffled his hair while saying back, don't thank me yet. Your new life is just starting. Izuku couldn't sleep, simple as that. Who knew after sleeping for a straight day would wreck one's natural sleep cycle? Not Izuku. After a lot of tossing and turning and staring at the ceiling for hours on end, he finally decided to do something about it. He got out of bed, put on some slippers, and walked out of his room in search of a servant to hopefully find a remedy. After a bit of searching, Izuku noticed a few things. First was this place was ultra creepy at night. The second is that he couldn't find a single servant in this huge place. And just earlier he saw tons of them. Maybe they were asleep. And 3, he is now completely lost in this place. Sometimes Izuku wished he could use his brainpower for things other than hero analytics. He could have brought the map of the castle provided for him, but no. He just had to wonder like an idiot. Speaking of which, where was he? He looked around and saw that it wasn't like another hallway in the castle. Izuku's half-dead brain wasn't able to take in the specifics, but it was different. Then he hears voices coming from down this T-bracket hallway. Despite his better judgment, he follows them to a large oak door with gold embroidery. Behind it are the sounds of talking and yelling. The door had been left open just a crack and Izuku decides to peek in. Inside he sees Arit, Cherry, Tachibana, and 3 people who were on their knees with their hands bound. 2 of them were male, with one looking much older than the other, and a mature woman. The 3 people bound didn't look happy as they yelled and scowled at the other 3. Cherry looked the same as he always does, Arit held a frown, and Tachibana looked livid. Though he was keeping it under control. After the 3 bound people stopped screaming and glaring at them, Arit finally asked, now, are you 3 done? Done. That's all you have to say, tits, the older man yelled at her. This only got him a face full of Ariti's heel as she angrily yells, how dare you to refer to me in such a manner, you traitor. Tachibana placed a hand on her shoulder and told her, now Arit. This isn't a beat down, this is an interrogation. Arit glared hatefully at the smirking man as she placed her held back on the ground. The younger man gave a sparse laugh while saying to God, well, joke's on you, Lord Kakabana. We ain't squealing about anything. Arit snarled at the younger man and tended her legs, ready to strike him. Then it was the woman's turn to speak, who spoke to Tachibana in a condescending yet intelligent tone. A small smile graced her messed up hair as she said with an assured and snarky tone, "And you can't prove anything either. You have no evidence. You're working off rumors and accusations. If anything, you just kidnapped 3 of your residents for no reason. If you're the great and morally upstanding God you portray yourself as, are you willing to kill us? So what are you gonna do now?" Now it was Cherry's turn to glare at the woman with his closed eyes. The older man, who spat out a tooth that a reed broke, finally spoke up again and stated gruffly, "You're no god. You're just some nobody with a bunch of smoke and mirrors, and a bunch of idiots who are dumb enough to believe it." This was enough to make the other 2 captives laugh heartily in the face of the dark god. Arit, already red as the hair on Cherry, shouted with a dominant and assertive stamp of her foot, "How dare you speak to Lord Tachibana in such a manner?" She then reached to her hip and drew a rapier sword, ready to strike them. However, Tachibana caught the tip before she could plunge it through the older man's chest, and told her in a calm tone, "Hold on, Arit." Arit looked at the dark god, who gave him an assured expression with a dark glint in his eye, alongside a cast smile. Arit released the tension in her arm, knowing what her lord meant by this, and resheathed her sword. She stepped aside and allowed the dark god to close in on the older man, his shoes clocking against the floor as he approached. "So, you believe I'm no god?" Tachibana asked the man while nodding his head smugly. "You truly believe that?" Tachibana asked again, stopping at where the man kneeled, only to get a nod without the smugness. "All of it?" he asked again, this time leaning eye level with the man, getting a less assertive nod in return and a nervous expression. "With every single shred of your weak, limp, mortal being?" Tachibana asked in a cold tone, his eyes glowing, his aura spilling out, and his form demanding. Getting no nod from the man apart from a pale expression coupled with wide eyes, sweat, and an open mouth of fear. Even from behind the door, Izuku could feel the overwhelming power that Tachibana was putting out. And it was terrifying. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to be right in front of such power. All while Arit and Cherry just stood there seemingly unaffected by such presence and pressure. Before anything else could happen, Hiltonheim burst through another door in the room, calling out for Tachibana. "Lord Tachibana! Lord Tachibana!" he shouted as he barely kept his belongings in his many pouches and hat on his head. "Lord Tachibana, I've gotta know." He stopped midway through his franticness, seeing the scene before him. "Am I interpreting something?" he asked with fearful awkwardness. Tachibana stood up, turning off his aura, and waving his hand he replied, "No, no, no, Hiltonheim. Not at all. What have you got?" Hiltonheim almost froze up as he shuffled through his pouches, looking for something. "Oh, we've intercepted our 3 traders' rendezvous with their buyers. Their ships are sunk and no survivors have been found. We've collected everything taken or recorded by them," he told Tachibana while handing him a folder. Tachibana took the folder and said to him, "Excellent work, Hiltonheim. You may retire for the night." Hiltonheim bowed and left through the same door he burst through. Once gone, Tachibana opened the folder and quickly perused through its contents. Satisfied with what he found, he closed it and handed it off to Cherry. He looked back at the 3 tied-up people and said, "Trying to sell our info to someone across the sea, Our system of money, military formations and techniques, building structuralism, a full topographical map of our country, people in power, and of course systematic weaknesses we have. All in your collective names to assure your payment from your third-party dealers." He looked over them with a demanding presence while asking with only eyes downcast at them. "So what was that you were saying about lack of evidence?" He got no reply and Tachibana shook his head as he said with a disheartened tone. "You know I honestly expected better of my people. So honestly this is just sad." "Screw you. This is your fault anyway," the younger man blurted out. Tachibana snapped his neck towards him, with an expression of held-back fury. With veins popping in his head he asked incredulously, "My fault?" The younger man piped up in fear, but the older man managed to pick it up and exclaimed, "Why yes. Your fault." The older man almost went mute as Tachibana snapped his head over to him and demanded in the calmest voice possible, "Well, go on. Don't leave me in suspense. Elaborate." The older man gulped, breathed, and then forced himself to speak. Why you keep us here? All of us here, locked up like some kind of human zoo. Away from the outside world. Some of us are completely unaware of it. You make us your prisoners. Tachibana raised an incredulous eyebrow as he asked the nervous man back, is that what you think? Truly. The man gave a less than assured nod. Tachibana glared at him and continued, oh, you aren't just sad, you're completely stupid as well. This made the three people reel back and glare at him with dirty looks. I don't keep anyone here imprisoned or uneducated any more than I do to the wild animals that roam our forests. Anyone is free to renounce their citizenship and leave just as easily as they are to come. To assume otherwise is simply idiotic, he stated like a simple fact. The reason I try my best to keep outside contact to a minimum is for protection alone. We are a small country with very little to handle large-scale catastrophes. Especially other countries who wish to rule over us. And knowing my power, other countries would come to fear and then hate us, and I will not let that happen, he stated the last part with an assured firmness. There was silence as the room settled with the info given. Then a curdled sound emerged from the old man's lips. A sound of frustration and disgust. The sound evolved into a growl and he finally blew like a volcano. Screw you, and screw your fake power, the man shouted while trying to get to his feet. Tachibana glared at the heavily breathing man and without looking to his associate he waved them off saying, leave us. Cherry and Arit seemed to know what this implies and left quickly through the same door that Hiltonheim did. Once gone, Tachibana approached and leaned down towards the older man while asking, so, you think my quirk is fake? Just a big hokey lie I came up with to attain power over those with weaker minds. The older man ground his teeth, red in the face, and nearly tried to bite Tachibana as he yelled, yeah we do. Soul Eater, what a ridiculous thing. As if you could take something as unreal as a soul. Tachibana raised his eyebrow again as he rhetorically asked, so you truly don't think my quirk is what I say it is? That there is no such thing as the idea of souls? Tachibana's dark aura seeped off him once more, preventing the man from replying or making any gestures. Seeing this, Tachibana asked again, well here's another question for you. The older man almost looked confused as Tachibana grabbed him around his fat neck and asked with a red color swallowing his eyes. Do you wanna test that theory? A look of fear and panic took over the man's face, but he didn't have enough time to gasp as the silhouette of his body clothed a bright purple, and out from his back emerged a sphere of purple energy that seemed to hold its round form, but also moved like fire. With this thing removed from him, the older man dropped to his side unmoving. A round of gasps surged around the room as a feeling of panic and dread flooded every corner. The only one who did react was Izuku, who had covered his mouth in his hands. Without a moment to spare, Tachibana moved to the other younger man and touched his bare skin too, resulting in the same sphere being produced from his body on the opposite side and his form dropping to the ground. The two orbs floated around the dark god's head as he moved his gaze over to the frozen woman in an intentionally creepy manner. Once the two made eye contact, a lipless smile emerged on Tachibana's face. He stood up and took one step towards the woman. The woman immediately jumped back in a panic and began to scream bloody murder. She managed to scoot back until she hit the wall where she continued to scream as Tachibana slowly made his way to her. Help, someone, please help me. He's gonna kill me, help, help. The woman screamed as she tried to push herself against the wall more. Tachibana didn't react to her pleas of panic and distraught, he only advanced slowly towards her. Step by step, one click after the other. No tension or excitement or anger, only calm numbness. The woman meanwhile was an absolute wreck as she cried hard with her already messy hair even more all over. Her body was tense and tucked into herself. She stared at the approaching man and shivered violently with every step he took. Then Tachibana got within 5 feet of her and she broke in front of him, looking away with eyes closed tight. Lord Tachibana, please, don't kill me. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean it. They forced me alongside this plan. I didn't want any part of it. I'll never do something like this again. Please believe me. Have mercy. She wept and begged bitterly while pressing her side into the wall with fresh tears streaming. Tachibana stopped just inches from her as she sat there and cried her eyes out. Tachibana stood there, looming over her, in silence. Izuku was truly terrified at this point. It was like watching a horror scene in real time. He almost felt like wetting himself or puking from fear. Tachibana then stretched one hand towards her, and Izuku covered his mouth to keep from gasping in fright. Then he did something that Izuku didn't expect. He took the woman's messy hair and placed it over her ears, clearing the sight of her face, before gently lifting her head. "Mercy. Of course, I'll show you mercy," Tachibana said with a sickly sweet voice. Izuku almost calmed down at his words, almost. But when he replayed the image in his head, he heard the underlying tone in the dark god's voice. That sickly sweet tone was just a mask for a much dark emotion laying right beneath the surface. However, this ruse completely fooled the woman as well. Once she loosened up at his words and tender touch, she lifted her head in relief, only to see something that made her go pale. Instead of the kind, the bright, merciful face of Tachibana, now stood a black-eyed, black-mouthed creature. Dark goo like tar dripping from his empty sockets, a black open mouth curved into a cruel smile. The only thing to be seen was small sharp teeth evenly spaced and placed in the black dripping maw. The woman didn't even have time to react as another orb emerged from her back and her lifeless body slumped against the wall and onto the ground. Izuku was horrified. Just as he stood with the new orb floating around him, a new person walked in. It was a man dressed in a full-body cloak that seemed to be made of scales. Gloves adorned his hands, goggles shielded his eyes, boots tapped under the material that covered his body, and the distinct smell of brimstone wafted off of him. "My lord, is it done?" the man asked. "Yes, keeper, it's done," Tachibana said with a relieved sigh while straightening his posture and cracking his neck. "What shall be done to the bodies?" keeper asked. "So they were dead. Tachibana did kill them. Those orbs were their souls." At first hearing his quirk, at least the way he described it, it sounded so cool. But now seeing it firsthand was horrifying. And the way he took pleasure in toying with them. It was like a different person had possessed the kind god of darkness. Tachibana hummed as he thought, then decided with a snap of his fingers, "Feed them to my children. It's been a while since they last dined on human flesh, and I think they deserve a treat." "On your command, my lord." The keeper bowed while slinging the three bodies over his shoulder and carrying them out. Once gone, Tachibana held out his hand and the three souls gathered together. He looked at the souls like a starving animal looking at food. His eyes glazed over, his mouth dropped, his body looses with anticipation. He licked his lips while beeping in spit. "Ooh, it's been so long since I've had this," he hummed excitedly. Tachibana then opened his mouth and it continued to open until it enveloped his whole head. Rows of sharp needle-like teeth, spaced and rode like a shark liner the inside of his mouth with a long thin tongue. The souls floating into his open maw, and once they were far enough in the jaws clamped down with a surprisingly loud clamp. Like a bear trap shutting closed. There were several loud and sloppy chewing noises from Tachibana before he made a very loud gulp, followed by a sigh of contempt and a loud lick of his lips. Izuku, at this moment, was terrific beyond words. If he could see himself now he would probably be trembling like a leaf, pale as a ghost, and on the verge of fearful tears and vomit. He knew he had to get away now. This wasn't something he was supposed to see. He tried to back away slowly and quietly, but didn't get so much as a step away before his butt hit a decorative vase, causing it to sway roughly before falling over and breaking with a loud crash. The sound alerted Tachibana and made him look where Izuku was spying. The green team froze, hoping he would look away or did consider it, but he didn't. The large-mouthed, sharp-toothed, black goo-dripping hollow eyes of Tachibana stared in his direction as he spoke with a distorted voice that didn't sound like his own, more like someone else speaking through his body, asking, "Izuku?" This finally gave Izuku back control over his body and he took off at a full sprint. He refused to look back, and only continued to look and run forward even as Tachibana called out to him. Izuku didn't care, he didn't listen, he just wanted to get the hell out of there. He had no idea where he came from or even where his room was, but he ran anyway. He ran and ran until he finally came to what seemed like some random room in the castle. So he immediately threw it open, closed it, and locked it behind him. Once he thought he was safe, even though this wouldn't help, he pressed his back against the door and slumped down, bringing his knees into his chest, resting his head on them, and finally breaking down in tears. Meanwhile, Tachibana was running down the many hallways of his luxurious and glorious castle, tracking down Izuku from where he ran. Just running, not using super speed or super endurance. Just running like a normal person who hadn't run with aid for the better part of 500 years. So naturally, the Dark God was far from the word-winded when he arrived at the door where Izuku hid, ironically bringing his room. Tachibana didn't bother trying to call out to him for the better part of his chase simply because he could make words through his dry wheezing ragged breath. He finally made it to Izuku's room door, completely pale and on the verge of collapsing when Cherry walked into that very hallway. The long red-haired man saw the Dark God wheezing like a dying fish and clutching the wall with a death grip just to keep himself up. Cherry quickly made his way to him and supported him while he caught his breath. "My lord, what is the matter? Please calm yourself," Cherry begged him with deep concern in his normally neutral tone. Tachibana attempted to speak but Cherry stopped him saying, "Please my lord, don't force yourself. Just breathe." Tachibana took in several huge breaths of air before he could finally start making coherent words. Once he was calmer, his first words were, "God, I am getting old." "Tachibana, what happened?" Cherry nervously and impatiently asked him. "Izuku, me prisoners' souls eat," Tachibana managed to force out in one phrase. "So young Master Izuku saw you feeding?" Cherry asked while biting his nail. Tachibana nodded. Cherry's head falls as he says with a lace of fear and stress, "How awful." He wasn't prepared for seeing something like that at all. Or even that side of you. Tachibana nods in agreement, push off of him and supports himself against the wall. He breathes a few more times and finally catches his breath back. He blew out a deep breath and proclaimed, "Phew. Maybe Arit was right. Maybe I finally am an old windbag. Gah, when did I lose it?" Cherry interrupts his midlife crisis and says, "Tachibana, what are you planning to do?" Tachibana stood up, chin in hand as he replied truthfully, honestly. "I didn't think that far ahead. I just wanted Izuku to stop running from me. I didn't know what if do then. Mind wiping maybe." A silence fell over them as Cherry stood there unmoving as he stared blankly at Tachibana, who was starting to get nervous in the current atmosphere. "If I may give my own opinion," Cherry finally spoke, getting a nod of approval from Tachibana. "That is a terrible idea and you should be ashamed of it." "Yeah, you're right," Tachibana admitted with a weak tone, a drop of his head, and a lowering of his pointer ears. "Now if I may give my suggestion," Cherry added in again, getting a "go on" gesture from Tachibana. "This was bound to happen eventually. I'm sure we both can agree that he wasn't supposed to be exposed to you like that at such a time or place." Tachibana nods in agreement while looking at the door sadly. "And I don't think you should talk to him as of now. He's probably too scared to consider it a conversation." Tachibana once again agrees with him in laminating shame. "Perhaps someone else could talk to him," Cherry offered. Tachibana's ears perked up as he looked at him hopefully and asked, "Would you?" Cherry bowed and said, "For you, anything." Tachibana sighed with relief as he told him, "Oh Cherry, you are my saint." Cherry gave him one last smile before walking to the door and giving it 3 gentle knocks. From behind it, the crying Izuku was stirred from his fear, letting out a surprisingly loud gasp of shock, but immediately clambering up. "Young Master Izuku, are you there?" The kind and gently neutral voice of Cherry came from the other side. Cherry-san," Izuku hesitantly spoke up while wiping his eyes. "Yes, it is I. May I come in?" the man asks. Izuku opens his mouth and almost answers with a yes, but stops himself. Instead, he buried his head in his knees and promptly exclaimed, "And no." "All right, then is it okay to speak from the door?" Cherry asked carefully. Izuku sniffed and after several seconds he replied, "Why yes." After another few seconds of calming silence, Cherry started their conversation by saying, "I know what's happened, so I won't pretend I don't know and force you to say it. Izuku silently thanked him for that but felt like he was still in trouble, so he apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have been speaking or watching or. I'm sorry. No. You have no reason to apologize. Cherry assured him. What you did, admittedly, was wrong, but what you say you shouldn't apologize for. If anything it should be us. We should have been more careful. You weren't prepared to handle Lord Tachibana's other side. Cherry told him in an encouraging and apologetic tone. Izuku said nothing in return, instead opting to wipe his face and to hold in his tears. Getting no reply, Cherry offered, young master. If it'll make you feel better, you can talk about what happened. If you'd like. Izuku sniffed back tears and snot and taking another breath he was finally able to speak fully and properly. It was just so terrifying. It was like Tachibana wasn't even himself. He was like a different person. The way he walked, carried himself, spoke, the aura he was eminent, all of it. It just wasn't like him. And the woman, the way he played with all three of them, but especially the woman. He reveled in putting her in a sense of false closure before Izuku drifted off in his tirade of panic. It's all right. You don't have to say it. Cherry reassured him. Izuku breathed again and then continued saying, and his quirk. I thought it sounded cool on paper, but in practice, especially with those people, it felt evil. Izuku didn't like using that word to describe any quirk. Any quirk, no matter its use, is never evil. But he couldn't deny that working in person was the epitome of evil. And the very thought made him shudder. Cherry nods silently as Izuku explains his feeling, and when he's done he puts forth his thought and knowledge. I see. But you must know two things about Lord Tachibana to truly understand him. He's overwhelmingly loving to his friends, and completely merciless to his enemies. Cherry explained most briefly and simply possible. Izuku sniffed back a few times before meekly asking in fear, am I an enemy now? Cherry almost felt his heart Juno out of his chest at the question, and the normally composed man dissuaded this notion with a nearly panicked tone. What? No. Just because you say Lord Tachibana does the dirtier side of his job, doesn't mean you are regarded as such. Lord Tachibana loves you very dearly, and he truly feels awful about what has transpired tonight. It takes Izuku a few minutes to reply, but when he does he asks, is he still there? Cherry looks to his side, where he sees Tachibana rapidly shaking his head and waving his hands while mouthing, no, before turning invisible. Cherry took a moment to compose his thoughts and told him through a half-lie, no, he's not. He took another moment to wait for some kind of acknowledgement from Izuku, but got nothing after a few minutes. He then carefully asked him, is there anything else you'd like to say, Master Izuku? Just call me Izuku. Izuku told him. Very well, I take it, you're done? Cherry asked once more, only getting a slight grunt in reply. He hummed and told Izuku, well, good night, Izuku. Cherry moved off the door and looked around for Tachibana to reappear, but he didn't. So Cherry began to walk away from Izuku's room door. Once out of earshot Tachibana appeared once more. Surprising Cherry before being wrapped into a big hug. It certainly wasn't his first surprise hug from the Dark God, but it always made his heart leap every time. It was even harder to keep his composure in this state. Tachibana pulled away from him, holding his shoulders firmly, and exclaimed to him with extreme gratitude, oh thank you, Cherry. I don't know what I'd do without you. Make a copy of yourself with a different personality, Cherry jokingly offered. You're really funny, you know that. Tachibana replied while rolling his eyes and making a show of some fake laughter. He then sighed and blurted out, sometimes I really wanna kiss you for all you do for me. Cherry immediately felt heat draw into his face at his statement and he stood there frozen, staring at his lord. Tachibana, now realizing what he said, also froze up with eyes locked into Cherry's eyes with a slight color dusting his face. They both stood there, staring at one another, in the tensest silence imaginable. For a moment, Cherry thought he was gonna keep his word, this time. But instead, Tachibana let go of Cherry's shoulders and backers away slightly while saying, but I should go, do the rest of my paperwork. See you in the morning. Tachibana then disappeared at his excuse, leaving Cherry in the empty hallway. Cherry held his shoulders, memorizing the feeling of Tachibana's strong clawed hands. His hot and rapid breath on his face, and of course the expression he held after saying what he did. All of it filled Cherry with a heat he couldn't quite ponder and made him feel good every time it did. He also didn't need a mirror to know his face was the same shade as his hair. Cherry then heard a slight giggle and a female voice say, "You two are so gay." Cherry whirled around fast, only to find the smirking face of Faye leaning on a wall and earring at Cherry. "I love it." She giggled again while placing her fingers on the cheek. Cherry turned away from her and told her in a small, yet embarrassed tone, "Please be quiet, Faye." Cherry then walked down the hallway to his bedchamber while Faye trailed behind him, poking and teasing him while flying through the air. Tachibana sat at his desk with 6 arms present and writing diligently and ambidextrously at an unprecedented pace. A tall stack of papers went from one side quickly turned into a short one and vice versa. Eventually, the paperwork stopped and ended along with all 6 of his smoking pens. He placed them into a cup of water on his desk, watching the steam rise off them on contact, then proceed to crack all fingers on all his arms. After this, he cracked his neck and stretched while making a loud yawn followed by scratching his side. "Ah, man, finally done. What a day. Can't wait to do it all again tomorrow," he relinquished in relief. Just as he got out of his oversized comfy chair, he heard the distinct pitter-patter of tiny feet running towards his office door. You stood by his desk and waited for a moment for the little feet to finally make it to his door. He knew exactly who it was and what was going to happen, but pretended to be oblivious and play along while acting surprised. When the enormous yet very light door opened up, there was the very small crack of an opening that stood a very scared-looking Eri. Judging from her puffy eyes streaming with tears, sniffling nose, and shaking knees, she no doubt had a nightmare. He looked at the small girl sympathetically and asked, "Eri sweetie, what are you doing up so late? You should be in bed." It's the bad man," Eri managed to squeak out in a panicked tone. "The bad man?" Tachibana asked while walking towards her. Eri ran into the tall man's legs and wrapped herself around it long before he could walk the length of his office to the door. Eri looked up at him with tearful eyes and said to him, the one with the bird mask. He came back. He's in my room." "Oh Eri." Tachibana looked down at her with a comforting expression, before picking her up into his arms. "Don't worry, he's not in your room. You just had a nightmare is all," he briefly explained to her. "Nightmare?" Eri repeated the foreign word. "A bad dream. It's when you dream of something scary," Tachibana explained a bit deeper. It felt real. She shivered while leaning her head into his shoulder. "They usually do," he told her soothingly. "But you have nothing to fear. He's not in your room and he'll never get you so long as I'm alive," he assured her. Eri's head whipped up at this and grabbed his cheeks with her hands. She exclaimed, "Please don't die." Tachibana giggled at this and pulled her hands away. He said, "Don't think I could even if I tried." Eri just gave him a pouting and tired expression in his joking tone. Tachibana then walked out of his office and told her while closing the door, "Now come on. Let's go back to your room and—" "No," Eri immediately screamed while burying her face into his shoulder and holding a death grip on his suit. Tachibana held back an exasperated sigh and surrendered to her, saying, "Oh all right. How about I let you sleep with me, but only for tonight?" This immediately brightens up Eri as she looks up at him with a smile, only for him to retract and say, "Then tomorrow you have to sleep by yourself." Tachibana had never seen someone go from hopeful and happy to distraught and hopeless so fast. "I know you've been through a lot, but you have to learn bravery. It's the first step to sort healing. And I know you're a very brave girl," he told her encouragingly while playful pinching her nose. He then walked down the empty and dead quiet hallways with the young girl in his arms. His room was at the very top of the mountain-sized castle, so it always took him a while to get there. But he likes it that way. Just to take the time and walk so he can think, breathe, and reflect on everything that has come to where he is now, and admire all that he has done and collected over the centuries. Plus it was nice to not be in a rush or use fancy superpowers to overdo everything in life. Once he was halfway there he sensed a presence nearby, a very big presence nearby, a very familiar presence that was right on top of him. He stopped in his tracks and waited to see if his follower would reveal themselves. Though after a while of waiting, and Eri growing more anxious, he decided to finally force them out of hiding. He looked over at a wall and said, "Okay, you can stop with the invisibility routine. I know you're there, Layden." The moment his son's name slipped from his mouth, the large purple chameleon-looking dragon appeared, not on the wall, but instead right behind him with his long neck craned over and looking down at him. Upon suddenly seeing the huge beast, Eri hits her face out of fear. Tachibana looked from the wall and above his head at his youngest son's silly-looking face. He smiled at him, then praised him saying, "You managed to outmaneuver and truck on where you were. You are improving." Tachibana looked at the young girl trembling in his arms and shook her to raise her head. When she looked up he told her, "It's okay, Eri. It's just one of my kids. Layden likes to sneak around me. Though he is improving greatly." Eri looked up, only to see the weird dragon's face up close and personal, making him look scary as opposed to silly. So the young girl took to hiding her face back into the dark god's shoulder. Tachibana rolled his eyes while patting her back, then looked back at Layden who looked back at him. "Emra." Layden sounded off a noise that was like a reptile mixed with a bird. Tachibana rolled his eyes while shaking his head and said to him, "And you should be in bed, young man. You'll be cranky in the morning." "Emra." Layden creaked like an old door. "Don't Emra me, Mr. Man. Go put your butt back to bed, now," Tachibana told his child. "Ari-ek-ah." Layden clicked at him. "Yes, Eri is going to sleep with me tonight. She had a nightmare and she's 8. Tachibana told the dragon. "Ee-ee-ee-ak-ah-ah. No, you cannot sleep with me also. You are far too big. You're not a little guy anymore," Tachibana firmly told him. "Emra." Tachibana narrowed his eyes, stopping his walk to his room, and exclaimed in a demanding parental tone, "Don't give me that tone. You know very well why. I had to inflate the size of my room by tenfold just in case one of you 6 little gremlins tried to get in. There's nothing but a bed in there. And don't get me started on that. I had to create an entirely new material just so it wouldn't break when holding either one of your fat butts. And it still isn't perfect. Emra." Layden continued to complain. Emra, see, I can do it too." Tachibana mocked his son. "Emra." Layden complained even harder and louder. "Keep your voice down, young man, and quite hitting the floor, you'll wake everyone in the whole castle." Tachibana tried to keep his voice down as he scorned him. "Emra." Layden complained even louder while slapping his wings, tail, and jaw on the floor. Tachibana finally caved from the loud shaking he was causing and exclaimed, "All right. All right already, sheesh. You can sleep with me tonight." Layden immediately stopped and raised his head with a very silly smile on his face, which was met by Tachibana's serious and disinterested expression, as he continues, "However, you will sleep near the bed and not on it. Understood?" "Emra." Layden tried to complain again, only to get a finger shoved between his lips. "Appa. One more word and I'll drag you back into your room with your siblings. It's this or nothing." Tachibana made his demands, making Layden calm up. Tachibana nods his head and says, "That's what I thought. Now let's." Before he could finish, Layden jumped from his spot on the floor and barreled through the hallway. Tachibana sighed and finished his thought, saying, "Go." It took the dark god another few minutes to get this room by comfortably walking, and once he got there he was greeted by the sight of his son. His whole belly was pressed up against the door, chin laying up, and scratching at it with each claw. His tail swept across the floor as his telescopic eyes looked up and down the gigantic dark brown door. His eyes looked back, seeing his father's displeased face at clawing the door he stopped. He scooted back and allowed him to open the huge doors with his telekinesis quirk. But before the doors even opened, Layden was already trying to wedge his nose in. The doors shut, pinching off his nose horn, and preventing him from moving back or forth. This causes him to dig his claws into the ground to pull himself free. Tachibana shook his head and said, all right already, cool your jets kid, you'll break the damn floors again." Tachibana released his grip on the doors and Layden barged in, causing the huge doors to fly open like a screen door. A loud bang erupted from where the giant doors slammed against the walls and caused a web of cracks to form in their place. Several smaller bang noises erupted from the ground, alongside a mild shaking, as Layden happily jumped around the huge room while tongue hanging out and poisonous saliva flying all over the darkened room. Eri, having finally lifted her head from Tachibana's shoulder, looked out over the new room they were in. For being the one room in the whole castle reserved for the leader and god of this country, it was pretty bare bones. "It's empty," Eri mindlessly commented. Tachibana nods as he tells her, "Excellent observation, Eri. It is indeed empty." And it was nothing more than an open room with stone lining the floors, walls, and ceiling with a single bed in the middle. Though it was the biggest bed ever seen, the only other decorations in the room were a large painted portrait that couldn't be seen in the darkness, a single chandelier at the very top, and the largest window ever crafted. "Why?" Eri asked innocently. Tachibana rolled his eyes while motioning to Layden, as he explained, "Because he and his other sibling never got over not sleeping with me. I thought they'd grow out of it, but I was wrong." Eri then almost jumped out of God's arms as he suddenly yelled into the room, "Hey! Get off the bed, now!" Eri looked over to where Tachibana was angrily yelling and saw Layden trying to unevenly position himself on the bed that was far smaller than him. Layden briefly looked over at his dad with guilty puppy eyes before making a mad dashing jump off the bed, causing the pillows and blankets to scatter across. When Layden jumped off, he also ended up skidding across the floor and ended up falling onto his hip with a wet slap while jumping up to his feet and running towards the window where he tries to hide his massive body in the DS. Only speaking out to make sure he was unseen. Tachibana rolled his eyes at his son's antics while Eri giggled. "He's silly," she chirped happily while continuing to laugh. Tachibana smiled at seeing the young girl relaxed and laughing, then told her with a sweet tone, "I told you, you have nothing to fear. Layden has always been my sweetest little boy." Almost immediately, as Layden was trying to hide in the curtains, the large dragon ended up getting tangled in them like a cat. Tachibana sighed and added, "Although a bit dumb." Tachibana then set to work on fixing everything that his giant son had messed up or destroyed. First, he stretched out his hand, and using his telepathy he set the bed back up to the way it was alongside entangling his son from the window. Then quickly sprouting another hand he sent out a foam that dissolved all of Layden's poisonous spit. And finally, he turned to the wall where he spat out a strange cream-colored mucus that adhered to it and filled in the cracks. Once that's done he takes Eri to the bed where he places her down amongst the soft pillows and downing. He then snaps his fingers and his clothing turns into a liquid that reforms into sleepwear. Eri could help but giggle at the silly dragon faces printed on them. Once he's on the bed, Layden rushes over, where he begins to circle and then lay down with his whole body encircling the bed, his head by the side where Tachibana would lay. Tachibana then immediately sets to tucking her in until she looks like a bug in a rug. "Comfy?" he asks as Eri nods. "Good. Now go to sleep," he tells her while shutting the door with his quirk, before throwing the covers over himself. It's quiet in the room for an astounding 2 minutes before the dark god hears his name called by the young girl next to him. "Tachibana." Tachibana turns his head and opens his eyes and answers, "Yes, princess." "Will you tell me a story?" she asks with pleading innocence. "A story? Okay, let's see here. I got one." Tachibana stays in deep thought while sitting up and illuminating his horns like a night light. He thinks for a few seconds before something crosses his mind and he starts with a story. Once upon a time there was a village in a land with magic in it. But that village was far away from the magic and people didn't know about it or understood it. Then one day, 2 boys went beyond the village border and saw the magic in the land beyond. They interacted with it and were given great power because of it. The first boy used his magic to impress the people of the village, and he was showered with praise and attention for his magnificent feat, especially since he had such refined control over them. The other boy had very little control over the magic within and he would hurt people by accident. The people of the village called him a monster for this and he was shunned, even by his own family. "That's so mean. Why would they be mean to him if it was an accident?" Eri interrupts him while pouting with puffed-up cheeks and balled fists. Tachibana had to suppress his smile at the young girl so invested and showing so much emotion. He taped the tip of her nose and continued with the tale. Well, it's just human nature to gravitate to the things that are pretty. They don't like dealing with things that can be controlled, nor want to help or know what needs help the most. Anyway, a little thing about magic is that it is directly affected by the emotions and wills of people around it. So when the village called the boy a monster, he did turn into one. The people drove him out of the village, never to be seen again. That's a bad story. Eri deflated with a sad and defeated look. Tachibana shook his head and lightly pinched her cheek while saying in a gentle yet firm tone, "That's because it's not done yet, let me finish." When the monster boy was driven out, even more praise was brought to the more gifted boy. And the gifted boy then brought magic into the village, where the villagers gained magic of their own. But that was all a part of the gifted boy's plan. You see, he had magic that allowed him to steal others' magic and use it like it was his own. When everyone in the village had their magic, the gifted boy swooped in and stole their magic, leading to their deaths. With enough magic from the whole village, the gifted boy destroyed what remained of the village and moved on to the greater wide world where he continued to steal magic. However, at this point in his story, Eri just looked even sadder and even a bit angry, but Tachibana continued. Now, as for the monster boy, after he left he took refuge in a cave where he stayed for years on end. All alone, he was sad and scared and would attack and kill anything or anyone who got too close to his cave, truly believing he was how he looked and gaining their magic in the process. Then one day 3 children came to his cave and he went to kill them as he had done with so many others. Eri gasped as he dramatically paused, then continued again. But the children were unafraid of him. They gave him no fear or aggression. This baffled him and so he didn't kill them and let them do what they came to do. The 3 children reached into the packs and pulled out 3 gifts for the monster boy. An apple, a blue rock, and a silver coin. Haven't known genuine kindness like this in a long time. The monster boy's stone heart broke and for the first time he shed tears that turned into 3 pearls. The children then took the pearls and monsters out of the cave and back to their small village. At first, the villagers were hesitant of the monster child, and the child almost left soon after, but the children prompted him to stay. So the monster child used his magic to perform marvelous things, and it impressed the villagers with awe. The monster child stayed in the village from then on and performed more wonderful things that allowed the village to grow and protect it like it was his home. Until one day the monster boy no longer felt like what he appeared to be. The magic changed him and instead of a boy, now stood a beautiful man. The man continued to stay and protect the village with his many magics, where he eventually becomes its king and rules over his kingdom with love and compassion. The end. He finished the story while petting her head. Just before he could turn off his horns and lay back down, Eri stopped him by saying suddenly, "That was," she trailed off trying to find the words. "Okay," Tachibana offered. Eri balled up his fists and puffed up her cheeks deep in thought before explaining, "It's nice that the monster boy found a home and people who loved him, but, the other village and the other boy who destroyed it. They both had different magic." Tachibana smiled at this statement and explained to her, "On the contrary, my dear. They both had the same kind of magic that allows them to take it from others." Eri tilted her head, clearly confused by this revelation, but still he explained more. "As for the village, nothing is so cut and dry like in stories. Some people just won't help those who have wronged or hurt them. Would you help someone who hurt you?" Eri thought about it for a moment, closed her eyes while shivering, and violently shook her head. Tachibana gave a grunting chuckle as he told her, "I didn't think so." So the monster boy, even if he heard about it, would have never come to their aid. As for the other boy who destroyed the village he lived in, do you know why he did that? Eri thought on this again and finally answered in a question, "Because, the villagers." Tachibana nods and says back, "You're right. Because of the different way they treated not only him but both of them." "Do you know why?" Eri thought on this as well then answered slowly and confused, "Because, the bad boy was given happiness and the monster boy was given anger." Despite her wording, she did understand the general gist of it, and commended her with a smile and a hearty, "Correct." Both were treated on equal yet opposite extremes. The mean boy became self-proud and power-hungry to the point he used his village as a way to gain more power, while the monster boy had a similar effect, but never directly hurt them. There was no balance and the worst was brought out in both. Eri then jumped up from her spot in the bed, bouncing excitedly with a gleam in her eyes as proclaimed with stuttering zeal at her realization, but the little kids who helped the monster boy. They showed him happiness. Tak nods again and says, that's also right. One good deed helped turn a monster good. One good person turned him back into a man. Good and kind-hearted man. Eri smiled at her realization and looked deeply and happily into the man's multicolored eyes. He then picked the girl up, set her under the blanket and tucked her in while saying, now no more stories or excitement, it's time for bed, he told her while patting her chest affectionately. Tachibana turned off his horns, turned over to give his surprisingly silent son a pat on the nose horn, and threw the covers over himself before closing his eyes. Just like the last time, it was silent for an astounding 2 minutes and 30 seconds before a small and familiar voice called his name. Tachibana. Yes, Eri dear, he answered without turning his head. She hesitated for a moment before asking, the story, were you the monster boy? Tachibana's eyes widened in surprise at this one question. He even almost felt himself sweat at such a death on assumption. He knew he'd have to answer and there'd be no use in lying. So he told her the truth. Turning his head over to the young girl he said, you're much smarter than I thought, but yes, I was that little monster boy. A long time ago. Who was the mean boy? She asked without skipping a beat. Okay, this time he'd have to lie, or rather, simply tell her without telling her. So he sighed and told her vaguely, someone from my past. Someone with a similar yet different story than mine. Someone with a quirk like mine, but safer. Someone, who I haven't seen in a very long time. At this Eri grew more concerned and frightened. Even hiding half her face under the blanket. Seeing this, Tachibana quickly followed up saying, and someone you don't have to worry about since he's gone. Gone where? She asked, peeking her mouth out. Tachibana sighed, already tired of the constant questions. Tachibana firmly stated, gone. Now go to sleep. Tachibana then began to soothingly pat her head until she finally closed her eyes and the cadence of her breath slowed into bliss. With Eri finally asleep, he turned over, kissed his son, and finally fell asleep himself. Tachibana had been asleep for maybe an hour before he suddenly, yet still, awoke. His body tensed and his eyes shot open, yet his body remains still. He feels something, an old yet familiar something, or rather someone. Someone he thought to be long gone, but here they were, and here he could feel their aura in the country. The covers slowly pulled off his body all while his body didn't move. He then rose from the bed like a vampire and floated towards the now open window. Even though his actions were quiet and calm, Layden sensed his father stirring and woke up to see him standing at the window, the DS slowly fluttering as he stood motionless. His scales shook violently, like that of horsehide, and felt the presence of someone he has long forgotten. Gar hap. Layden called out to his dad. I know Layden, I can sense him too. He's here, and he's close. It's been so long. Tachibana acknowledged him while keeping his eyes glued to the view outside. Layden called again. Don't you worry about me. I can handle him, I've always been able to. Maybe I should have handled him long ago, Tachibana said with some self-anger. Tachibana then stood on the windowsill with his wings spread. Layden quickly, yet quietly, raced over to him and tried to nose his way out the window with him. However, Tachibana caught his nose horn and gently pushed him back in. No Layden, you can't come with me. You'll only get hurt, Tachibana told him with a reassuring pat. Emra, Layden complained. I know you want to, but I need you here, he told the dragon while pointing to the bed and saying, to protect her. Layden turned his head and saw the still sleeping form of Eri snoozing quietly amongst the soft bed. Both God and the dragon walked over to the bed and gazed down at the sleeping girl's peaceful face. One of the few times she didn't look so overwhelmed or nervous. Tachibana pets her head and says firmly, it can't be a coincidence. Garu ji ga. Layden gurgles. Tachibana smiled while caressing his son's face and told him, "Don't worry. Your old man may be old, but he's still got fire in him." He then looked back to the window with a serious expression and added, "And from what I can sense, his fire has died down in recent years." Tachibana then kissed Eri on her head, gave his son one last pet, then spread his wings and flew out the window in a silent flash. Layden took up his guard position and laid back down with his whole body encircling the bed. Even if someone did get in, they'd never see Layden. Tachibana soared across the starlit sky of Drageria at Mach speed, while making no sound. He follows the trail of skin-crawling ore like a bloodhound follows a fresh scent until he reaches the largest mountain in his country. He zooms down in an immediate nosedive and lands at the base without a single sound. He looked around the area grumbling to himself. At face value, there was nothing to see, just a normal forest at the foothills of a mountain range. The gentle wind is accompanied by the soft chirp of insects. Tachibana narrows his eyes and knits his brows together tight as he finally sets his eyes on one particular spot, before saying aloud and demanding, "Come on out. I know you're here. There's no use in hiding. I can feel your presence." Then a dark bubbling mass of something appeared on his command, floating in the air, and slowly growing in size. Tachibana released the grip of his eyebrows and said with disdain in his voice, "Ah, there you are, you old snake." Soon the black goo mass expanded large enough for a very large and ominous figure to walk through. The man was far taller than Tachibana, wearing a business suit, and a strange black mask that looked like a skull with metal tubs running around it. He stepped out of the portal nonchalantly and pushed himself off before gazing at the unpleasant dark god. Tachibana knew this man, he hated this man, he wished he had killed him long ago, yet here he was now. Still alive and still a nuisance to him. Tachibana controlled himself with a calming breath as he acknowledged the man by name, saying, "All for one." Tachibana. All for one acknowledged back nonchalantly. Tachibana snorted angrily at being referred to so casually and made this demand known as he exclaimed with fingerprint furiously at AFO, "That's Lord Tachibana to you, plebe." He couldn't see it, but he could feel the shit-eating grin under his skeletal mask as he apologized with a bow, "My apologies." Tachibana rolled his eyes with a disgusted sigh as he told him with a hand wave, "Okay Yuri, you can stop the formalities and pleasantries. Just tell me what your actual goal for being here is and get lost." Like last time, even though he couldn't see it, he could feel as All for One raised an inquisitive eyebrow while saying back, "My, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time, eh?" Before he could finish that thought, Tachibana quickly cut him off and threateningly yelled at him, "That name means nothing to me. And you will do good to not utter it in my presence." AFO smiled under his mask and bowed again, obviously not meaning to be sorry at all. Tachibana collected himself and then demanded, "Now speak your piece and be on your way." AFO chuckles this time as he asks coyly, "What gives you the idea that I have some alternative motive for being here? Perhaps I just wanted to see an old friend after." Tachibana let out a loud and exasperatedly aggravated sigh at his babbling and with another eye roll he told him off, saying, "Oh please Yuri, I've known you for the better part of 400 years now. I know how you are. I know what you think. I know you always have two irons in the fire. And we are not friends. Not by any means." Tachibana's eyes glowed with a foul hatred in the last sentence as he bore them into the tall man's face. He then demanded with a stern and serious finger, "Tired of the games, now speak truthfully or suffer my fury. I'm already in a bad mood from lack of sleep. I know for a fact you need no sleep, but perhaps something else ails you." AFO offered as Tachibana suspiciously raised an eyebrow, something like, "That green-haired boy." Before he could even breathe at the end of that sentence, Tachibana was already in front of him with fury burning so bright his eyes looked like light coals. The dark god then raised a hand back and punched him square in the chest. The huge man flew back, but while his physical body was shot away, so too was his soul. An after-image of AFO appeared far behind him as he flew back, but still connected to his body. At the moment, the great villain had a true out-of-body experience, almost like the worst head rush ever, seeing the world spin and crumble before putting himself back together. Just as he started to regain control of his body, he was suddenly grabbed by the neck, and forcefully thrust back until his whole body, head first, was smashed into a boulder. He heard his blood rush in his ears, his brain rattled, his body formed deep in the rock, and the wind was knocked clean from his lungs. He honestly hadn't felt something like this since his last brawl with All Might. In a way it was exhilarating. Though when he looked down to see what was holding him against this stone, he was met by the silent fury of Tachibana's eyes staring him down. Eyes even sprouted all over his spread wings, staring him down with the fury of an army. Although when he spoke he sounded calm, AFO could hear the distinct sound of repressed anger trying to burrow its way out, as he flatly told him, "The only reason you're still alive is that we're still standing in my country. If we were anywhere else, I would have reduced you into pudding along the side of this mountain." The only reason. All for One jostled him. The eyes on his wings opened wider and a red substance leaked from them as whispered screams echoed from all around, while the dark god tightened his grip and yelled, "I should have killed you ages ago, AFO. In all my years of life, that's the one thing I regret the most." All for One managed to choke down enough air in the death grip as he said to him, "Then the next thing you'll regret will be leaving your home unattended." Tachibana raised a stupefied eyebrow before narrowing his eyes and asking in demand, "What are you saying?" The grip around his neck loosened and All for One chuckled in a cold hearty tone, before stating, "I mean you were right. I did have other motives for being here. Like, keeping you busy long enough for my retriever to get that young girl you've acquired recently." All for One smiled under his mask, thinking he had bested him, waiting for the look of honor to string over his face at his mistake. Something he longed to see once again. But instead, the only thing Tachibana did was look at him blankly, like it was of no concern to him. This worries and confuses the villain as he tenses up at the lack of reaction. "Ooh." Tachibana finally speaks, like the realization just hit him like a feather. He released his grip as the boulder firm restraints on his limbs and neck. "You don't happen to mean this retriever?" he asked unamused while summoning a portal with a snap of his fingers. The red portal stayed open for only a second as none other than Layden poked his whole head through. Without acknowledging the villain he began to slurp and cough before regurgitating up a mass of poison. Within the poison was a half-melted human skeleton. Tachibana smiled cockily at All for One, who swears under his mask and with a click of his tongue insults the dragon. "Those kids of yours always find a way to be a thorn in my side." Tachibana shrugged nonchalantly and said back vexingly, "Well, that's parenthood for ya, what you gonna do?" All for One angrily smeared under his mask as he fought against the stony restraints. The same black ooze pooler from the center of his body, and within moments the great villain disappeared with the parting words of, "We'll see each other again, Tachibana. And next time, perhaps, under different circumstances." Once gone, Tachibana snorted aggravatedly as he spat, "Different circumstances, my ass." The dark god sighs with relief before turning to his son and praising him. "Nice work, Layden. Is Aerie still okay?" Layden ducked his head back into the portal with his dad close behind. Once through he was back in his room where he saw the remains of Layden's skirmish with the retriever. He looked over to the bed and saw Aerie still sleeping peacefully. He wiped the sweat from his brow before sighing, and petting the girl's head, saying softly, "What a relief." "Hap hap hap," Layden croaked while nudging his side. Tachibana blows a raspberry while saying, "Yes, you can still sleep in my room tonight and tomorrow for keeping watch. Just don't tell your siblings. I don't think my old bones can take another dog pile." He shudders while rubbing his bones. "Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr comforting tone, "Don't you worry about balls for one. He knows I'm stronger than him. He only comes directly to me cause he knows what'll happen anywhere else." This didn't seem to convince the dragon. So the dark god followed up saying, "But if he does, it'll be the last time he steps foot on our soil." Tachibana then climbed back into bed, affectionately caressing the head of the sleeping girl and the head of the dragon. He turns his head to his son and says in a firm but sweet tone, "Now go to sleep, my sweet little prince." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.